Chapter 1. This system is awesome. Yu Zihong felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Once upon a time, he was the Meng family's golden son-in-law, the envied son of heaven. But when his company made significant progress in its scientific research projects, the situation suddenly changed overnight and he was kicked out like garbage. Only then did he realize that the applicant was actually his fiancée's name, not his, when he asked his fiancée to help register the patent because he was too busy with business. His company had long been hollowed out by the Meng family. The current senior executives were either from the Meng family or had defected to the Meng family. Those who were disobedient were squeezed out. He hated that he trusted Meng Shiyu so much, but was betrayed so mercilessly. He hated himself for listening to Meng Shiyu's lies and giving himself a long vacation to have fun, but ended up being robbed by the Meng family. Now penniless, he immediately became a despised outcast, and even the most insignificant servant dared to ridicule him. When he was at his wit's end, he stood on the viaduct, looking at the rushing river below. His mind was blank and he even thought about dying to end all this absurdity and pain. Bite. Just when he was completely desperate and one of his feet was hanging in the air, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hate rebate system activated. Host, Yu Zihong. Instructions for use: the host can trigger a rebate by using money to slap the enemy in the face. Yu Zihong suddenly came to his senses, staggered, and almost fell off the bridge. He held onto the railing in shock, gasping for breath. System? Was this an illusion in his last moments, or a window that God had opened for him at the last moment? He subconsciously touched his pocket, and there were only 2 lonely coins left in it. These were his last assets, not enough to buy even a bowl of the cheapest instant noodles. Ding-a-ling. The sudden ringing of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts and brought him back to his senses from the brink of life and death. He took out his cell phone and the words Meng Shiyu appeared on the screen, his ex-girlfriend and former fiancée. Yu Zihong smiled bitterly and answered the phone. Hello? His voice was a little hoarse and a little tired. Yu Zihong, where are you fooling around? I'll wait for you at the door of Jinfulai Lottery Store. I have something to tell you. Meng Shiyu's voice was still so sharp and high, as if he was still the spare tire who could be ordered around at will. Something happened? Could it be that? A glimmer of hope flashed through Yu Zihong's mind. In front of Jinfulai Lottery Store. Meng Shiyu snuggled intimately beside a slicked-back man with a vain and smug smile on her face, as if she was showing off a newly bought luxury item to Yu Zihong. Zihong, come, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Wei Zishuan. There was a hint of boasting in Meng Shiyu's voice, and a hint of contempt for Yu Zihong. Wei Zishuan looked Yu Zihong up and down, his eyes frivolous, his tone full of undisguised contempt. Shiyu, is this the ex-boyfriend you always talk about? Well, he really doesn't look that good, he looks down and out. Meng Shiyu giggled and nudged Wei Zishuan gently with her elbow. Hey, Zishuan, what are you talking about? I used to be the president of a company, although now, I'm a poor guy, but I'm still dreaming of getting rich. What, do you want to buy a lottery ticket to turn your life around? Yu Zihong tightly grasped the 2 yuan coin in his pocket, his knuckles slightly whitening from the force. He suppressed the anger in his chest and cursed in his heart. Damn it, didn't you, a bitch, ask me to come here? Yu Zihong secretly hated himself for being such a slut, and still had expectations of her, expecting her to explain to him that she didn't know anything, that her family had kept it a secret from her. He expected her to admit her mistakes to him, and expected her to return the company to him. Bite. System prompt, target object hatred value, strong, rebate multiplier is 1,000 times. Oh, and there is a system. Yu Zihong took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He walked to the lottery sales window and said in a low and firm voice, Boss, give me a scratch ticket. Ha ha ha, this poor guy actually came to buy lottery tickets. Did you see it? He actually took out 2 coins. Oh my god, it turns out that our country still has $1 coins. I have never seen money with such a small denomination. He took the lottery ticket and slowly scraped off the coating with his slender fingers. His movements were graceful and slow, as if he was performing a sacred ritual. 2,000. 2,000. The smiles of Meng Shiyu and Wei Zishuan froze on their faces, their eyes widened like bells, as if they had seen something incredible. System prompt, the first slap in the face of the target object has been completed. The expected rebate multiple for the second slap in the face is 100. Due to repeated slaps in the face, the basic multiple decreases. Yu Zihong looked at Meng Shiyu with a mocking arc on his lips. It seems that you are really a jinx. As soon as I broke up with you, my luck turned around. Meng Shiyu's face turned pale and blue, and she gritted her teeth and said, what are you so proud of? It's just a stroke of luck. Can 2,000 yuan change your fate in this life? Poor guy. Really? Yu Zihong smiled faintly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He turned around and handed the winning lottery ticket to the boss. Boss, these 2,000 yuan, all for scratch tickets. Okay, the boss is beaming with joy. Meng Shiyu looked at Yu Zihong's back and sneered, he is really crazy about money. Sure enough, breaking up with him is the right choice. This kind of gambler will never be able to turn over in his life. Yu Zihong was neither anxious nor impatient. He took the stack of scratch tickets given by the boss and started scratching them on the spot. He moved neither hurriedly nor slowly, as if he was enjoying the process. The boss also enjoyed finding a good seat with a wide view. He could see Yu Zihong scratching lottery tickets and the aggressive couple behind him while eating melon seeds. After all, you used to be a president, but you still believe in lottery? If you win 2,000 yuan, you will think you are a lucky fish. I have already scratched half of it, and I didn't even win 2 yuan. If I were you, I would return the rest of the lottery. I can get 1,000 yuan to buy instant noodles and live a few more days. Yu Zihong continued to shave slowly, and didn't seem to mind Meng Shiyu's noise, letting her make noise beside him. Sold lottery tickets will not be refunded. Young man, although I sympathize with you, business is business, and emotions cannot be discussed. If you talk about emotions in business, it will cost too much money and will never achieve anything big. When the boss heard that the guy wanted to refund the money, he quickly put down the melon seeds and solemnly declared, the boss is right, don't worry, I won't quit. After hearing what the boss said, Yu Zihong paused for a moment, then smiled and gave the boss a reassuring pill. The boss was happy and felt that the melon seeds in his mouth tasted even better. What a good guy. He deserved to be cheated by a woman. Although he didn't know the whole story, but looking at the postures of these three people, he knew that something bloody must have happened. Having seen countless people in his life, he was quite confident in his judgment. After a while, there was only one lottery ticket left in Yu Zihong's hand. And the 999 lottery tickets I scratched off earlier didn't even win a single $5 ticket. Even the boss couldn't bear to watch it. He had been running the lottery station for 20 years and this was the first time he had encountered such a weird thing. Ha ha ha, come and see who this is? It turns out that our universe-class charity gambling king has come. I heard that someone scratched 999 tickets and perfectly avoided all the winning areas? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have thought that someone could be so unlucky? You are the reincarnation of the god of bad luck. Meng Shiyu's mood at this moment is as refreshing as a hot summer day. After drinking a large bottle of ice cola, Yu Zihong's unhappiness of winning 2,000 yuan just now was swept away. Shit, I just realized your mouth is so big when you smile. Yu Zihong was shocked when he saw Meng Shiyu's open mouth while laughing. He always thought she had a cherry mouth. Meng Shiyu couldn't laugh anymore. Honey, look at him bullying others. Meng Shiyu was incoherent after being scolded, but she didn't want to let Yu Zihong go. She turned around and wanted Wei Zishuan to help her vent her anger. Then he saw Wei Zishuan also staring at his mouth with curiosity. Meng Shiyu even wanted to stab someone. Unfortunately, although Wei Zishuan was a fish that he could seamlessly connect with, he still didn't trust himself that much. Meng Shiyu is an ambitious girl. She feels that she cannot stop working hard in her life and live off her savings just because she has worked on a good project like Yu Zihong. When you are young, you still have to work harder and start more businesses. So, I can't break up with Wei Zishuan now. Have to endure. At this moment, Yu Zihong was looking at the last unscratched lottery ticket in front of him, feeling a little scared. The system won't cheat itself. He took a deep breath, immersed himself in checking the system, and found that it was indeed not a delusion. So he slowly scratched the last lottery ticket. Won the first prize, 200,000 yuan. Yu Zihong handed the lottery ticket to the owner of the lottery shop calmly. The boss's hand shook and the melon seeds scattered all over the floor. 200,000. He looked at Meng Shiyu and Wei Zishuan, his tone calm as if he was narrating a trivial matter. It seems that luck has indeed turned. After the lottery shop owner confirmed the winning, he immediately completed the transfer via mobile phone. Yu Zihong glanced at the text message and left without looking back. The boss immediately checked the surveillance video, captured the video clip, and posted it on TikTok. It was so shocking that even novels wouldn't dare to write about it. 999 consecutive lottery tickets failed to win, and in the end. After the posting was completed, the boss opened the video editing software again, then played the previous video in reverse, added a BGM of good luck at the moment when Yu Zihong scratched the lottery ticket, zoomed in the camera, froze on the first prize, and posted it on Douyin again. Girl mocks ex-boyfriend for being possessed by bad luck, then gets slapped in the face the next moment. After posting it, the boss pondered for a while, put the video into the video editing software, added a Black Sunday BGM before good luck comes, used extremely depressing music to set off the joy behind it, and at the same time enlarged the shot of Meng Xiyu mocking Yu Zihong, showing that mocking expression vividly. After some more debugging, he was finally satisfied. The boss thought that his video would be a big hit, and he could then launch an event called Come and Scratch the Same Lottery Ticket as Koi Handsome Boy. He could even design related scripts in the future. If operated well, he believed this wave could help him earn millions, or even more. As for now, he needs to think of a title that matches this material. What name should he give it? The boss fell into deep thought and lit a cigarette for himself. During this activity, he discovered that Meng Xiyu and Wei Zixuan were still there. Why don't you two leave? Buy something too? The boss was happy again. Chapter 2. This cup of 1982 Snow Lotus is a reward for you. Meng Xiyu and Wei Zixuan stood there like two stone sculptures struck by lightning, their faces filled with shock, jealousy and disbelief. After being called by the boss, Wei Zixuan came back to his senses. With a livid face, he drove Meng Xiyu away. Along the way, the two were silent, and their minds kept replaying everything that had just happened in the lottery shop. Suddenly, with a loud bang, their car rear-ended a luxury car. After getting out of the car to check, Wei Zixuan's face became even uglier. The repair cost of this luxury car would be at least 200,000. How could this happen? Wei Zixuan muttered to himself. He began to recall what Yu Zihong said when he left. Is Meng Xiyu really a jinx? Otherwise, how come Yu Zihong won the lottery right after breaking up with her, and he got into a car accident right after he started dating her? He turned to look at Meng Xiyu, his eyes full of suspicion and disgust. My father won the first prize in the sports lottery in the past 20 years. It's not much, but it's very troublesome to cash it, and the tax deducted is also very high. I don't think it's necessary to write the normal process for the check he gave. Just cash it directly in the parallel world. Otherwise, it will take another chapter to write the process clearly, which is not good. Yu Zihong originally wanted to continue to take advantage of Meng Xiyu, but the system prompted that the two of them had no hatred points left, so the rebate could not be triggered. Perhaps he was too shocked, which made Yu Zihong feel quite regretful. Since she is worthless, there is no need to waste time on her. Of course, revenge must be taken. Those who have trampled on his dignity will pay the price with blood sooner or later. But at the moment, he is still young, and the most important thing is to lie dormant and accumulate strength. But what should I do to get started? Catering? Clothing? Retail? Yu Zihong's thoughts were spinning rapidly in his mind. He needed an industry with a low threshold, low capital, easy to get started, and huge development potential as a starting point for his comeback. He turned on his mobile phone and began searching for various industry information, carefully researching the market and analyzing data. Ding, the system has completed the upgrade, and the subsequent host will be credited in time after completing the face slapping. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Yu Zihong's mind. It will be upgraded. Yu Zihong was a little surprised. Will there be new functions added in the future? Zihong? A familiar and gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Yu Zihong looked up and saw Shen Mengyao standing beside him with a surprised smile on her face, like a ray of sunshine that dispelled the haze in his heart. Mengyao? Why are you here? Yu Zihong was a little surprised, but also a little happy. I came here to eat, and when I saw you here, I came over to say hello. Shen Mengyao's eyes fell on his face. Have you eaten? Not yet. Then let's eat together, the dishes have just been served. Shen Mengyao smiled sweetly and looked at Yu Zihong sincerely and expectantly. Well, then I'd better obey your command. Yu Zihong felt warm in his heart and agreed. How have you been recently? The two of them entered the restaurant together. After sitting down, Shen Mengyao pretended to be casual and asked the question she wanted to know most. I've been thinking about starting a business recently. Yu Zihong said frankly, not feeling ashamed of his current situation. Shen Mengyao adjusted her sitting position to make herself more comfortable, and at the same time, she tried to be more elegant. Starting a business? Any ideas? Yu Zihang briefly expounded his ideas and made a preliminary analysis of several alternative industries. Shen Mengyao listened carefully, nodded from time to time, with approval in her eyes. Zihang, you have great ideas, she said sincerely, but starting a business is difficult, you must be fully prepared mentally. I know, so I am doing market research. Yu Zihang's tone was firm. Shen Mengyao looked at him, her eyes full of admiration and trust. I believe you can succeed. If you need any help, please feel free to tell me. A warm current surged in Yu Zihang's heart. He looked at Shen Mengyao gratefully. Thank you, Mengyao, but I don't need it for now. Don't be polite to me, Shen Mengyao interrupted him, her tone sincere and firm. I know you may have encountered some difficulties now. But don't bear it alone. I can't help much, but if you need money and connections, just ask. Yu Zihang was stunned. Although Shen Mengyao's family background was far inferior to that of the Meng family, it was also considered well off. Unexpectedly, not only did she not take advantage of his misfortune, but she was also so generous and trusted him so much. This made Yu Zihang a little confused. Does she like me? Mengyao, you, for a moment, he didn't know what to say. We are friends, aren't we? Shen Mengyao smiled slightly, her smile was warm and bright. It is normal for friends to help each other. Moreover, I believe in your ability, you will definitely make a comeback. Just then, a sharp and piercing voice broke the warm atmosphere. Mengyao, why are you here? And having dinner with this kind of person? A young man wearing all branded clothes and with a slicked back face walked over. He looked down at Yu Zihang, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Shen Mengyao's face suddenly darkened, and her tone was cold. Zhang Peng, why are you here? Who I eat with has nothing to do with you. Zhang Peng, one of Shen Mengyao's many suitors, is a typical second-generation rich man who is self-righteous and has high standards. Mengyao, how can you eat with such a person? He is wearing cheap clothes, and he looks poor. He is eating with you, is he asking you to pay? Zhang Peng did not hide his contempt for Yu Zihang, and his tone was full of provocation. Shen Mengyao was so angry that her face turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly and tried to control her anger. Zhang Peng, you are going too far. Zihang is my friend, please respect him. Zhang Peng sneered, his tone even more arrogant. Friend? I think he's a spare tire, right? Mengyao, don't be fooled by this little white face. He just wants to eat soft rice. Yu Zihang looked at Zhang Peng, his eyes as calm as water and without ripples. He didn't want to pay any attention to this kind of clown, but the other party's repeated provocations had touched his bottom line. Mengyao, you don't have to be angry. Yu Zihang gently patted the back of Shen Mengyao's hand, signaling her to calm down. Then he slowly stood up and walked to the bar. Waiter, check out. His voice was calm but powerful. The waiter came over and said respectfully, Hello, sir, the total consumption is 1,154 yuan. Yu Zihang took out his mobile phone to pay, his movements gracefully and calmly. Then he pointed to a bottle of uniquely shaped drink displayed behind the bar and asked, How much is this? The waiter took a look and replied, Sir, that is our Store S Collector S Edition drink, the 1985 Snow Lotus, and one bottle costs 17,500 yuan. Yu Zihang nodded and said calmly, Give me a bottle. The waitress was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that this young man in ordinary clothes would order such an expensive drink, but her good professional ethics made her come to her senses immediately and she respectfully took the bottle of drink. Yu Zihang took the drink and returned to his seat. He looked at Zhang Peng, a cruel smile on his face and a hint of teasing in his eyes. Then, in front of Zhang Peng's astonished eyes, he slowly unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the entire bottle of expensive drink on Zhang Peng's head bit by bit. The cold liquid flowed down Zhang Peng's hair, soaking his designer shirt, making him look miserable. This bottle of 1985 Snow Lotus is for you, Yu Zihang said lightly, with a hint of contempt in his tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the face slapping, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and rewarding 1,865,400 yuan. The system's prompt sounded at the right time. Zhang Peng was stunned by this sudden change. He was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted and let out a sharp roar. You dare to splash me? You poor bastard, do you know who I am? Yu Zihang gently took Shen Mengyao's hand and looked at Zhang Peng with contempt. Mengyao hates you, can't you see? Please stay away from her in the future. Shen Mengyao looked at him, her eyes full of surprise, emotion, and a hint of admiration. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She stood on tiptoes and gently kissed Yu Zihang on the cheek. That's right, Zhang Peng, I have a boyfriend, please stay away from me and stop harassing me. What? Zheng Peng was so shocked by Shen Mengyao's kiss that he stood there in a daze, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His mind went blank. Yu Zihang was also startled by the sudden kiss. He stood there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. Shen Mengyao intimately took Yu Zihang's arm and walked to the street together. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, stretching their shadows very, very long. Zheng Peng was left alone. After he came to his senses, he roared angrily in the restaurant like a mad dog whose tail was stepped on. In a rage, Zheng Peng lost his mind and smashed things crazily in the restaurant, smashing tables, chairs, cups, and even the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows into pieces. The store owner had no choice but to call the police. In the end, Zheng Peng not only had to face punishment from the police, but also had to compensate the store for losses of up to 1,865,400 yuan. He sat obediently in the police station until he had paid the compensation. He was still a little confused and couldn't understand why he suddenly became so happy. It's not like he has to marry Shen Mengyao, right? Chapter 3. Order the most expensive wine and slap the face you hate the most. After leaving the restaurant, before Yu Zihang could say anything, Shen Mengyao, with a blushing face, hurriedly made an excuse that she had something to do and ran away. Yu Zihang dragged his slightly tired body along the bustling streets. The flashing neon lights and the busy traffic formed a sharp contrast with his lonely figure. He needed a place to stay, a place where he could temporarily rest his tired body and mind. He took out his cell phone and prepared to search for nearby hotels, but found something unexpected. Huh? What's going on? Yu Zihang frowned slightly. He found that his photos appeared on all major social networking platforms, and they were accompanied by various exaggerated titles. Shocked lottery guy showed up in XX lottery shop. Is he going to create another miracle? Bought a collector's edition of Snow Lotus worth tens of thousands of yuan and threw it on his face, just because he harassed his girlfriend? Want to get some good luck? Come to XX Street and meet the lottery guy. Obviously, his feats in the lottery shop and restaurant have become a big hit on all major platforms. These self-media obviously want to take advantage of his popularity and hype it up. Yu Zihang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to be seen as a mascot by others, and he didn't want to be watched like a monkey. Ignoring the news, Yu Zihang continued looking for a suitable hotel. This one looks good. Yu Zihang's eyes fell on a hotel called Jinlingdihao. The introduction page of this hotel is very low-key, without any information about it. Moreover, judging from the pictures, the decoration style of the hotel is luxurious but not ostentatious, giving people a calm and atmospheric feeling. Yu Zihang decided to stay at this hotel. He took a taxi to Jinling Emperor Hotel. The hotel lobby is magnificent, with crystal chandeliers emitting soft light and a faint fragrance in the air. Yu Zihang walked to the front desk, where a receptionist in uniform and with exquisite makeup greeted him with a smile. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" The receptionist's voice was sweet and professional. "Hello, I would like to check in," Yu Zihang said. "Okay, do you have a reservation?" "No." "What's your name? What room type would you like to stay in?" "My last name is Yu Zihang." "You guys here?" Yu Zihang wanted to ask for the presidential suite, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind. He suddenly thought, if the receptionist was a little fairy who looked down on others, would he be able to get a wave of gold coins? Let's test her attitude first. "Sir? Have you decided which room type you want to book?" The girl at the front desk smiled sweetly without a trace of impatience. "Presidential suite." Yu Zihang, who originally thought he was bankrupt and was going to save money, decided to help this young lady improve her performance a little bit. "Anyway, we have the system, so we probably won't be short of money." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Jinling Imperial Hotel, in the presidential suite. Yu Zihang stood in front of the huge French window, overlooking the night view of the city. Thousands of lights, as bright as stars, embellished the night like a dream. Looking at the long string of numbers in the account, Yu Zihang's mouth corners slightly raised. In just one day, he went from being a penniless pauper to a millionaire, all thanks to this magical system. However, this is far from enough. Yu Zihang's eyes became firm. "I want to make those who looked down on me and betrayed me pay a heavy price." He turned and walked to the minibar in the room, picked up a bottle of red wine and looked at the label. "Snow Lotus from 1982? I didn't expect it to be here," Yu Zihang said to himself. He unscrewed the bottle, poured himself a glass, and gently shook the glass, watching the colorless carbonated liquid glow charmingly under the light. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the phone in the room rang. Yu Zihong put down his wine glass, walked to the phone and answered it. Hello. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Wang Hai, the general manager of the hotel. Wang Hai's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Wang, is there anything I can help you with? Mr. Yu, the thing is, there is a private dinner at the top floor restaurant of our hotel tonight. I wonder if you are interested in attending? Private dinner? Yu Zihong was a little confused. Who would be attending? They are all business celebrities and successful people. Wang Hai said that if you can participate, you will definitely make a lot of friends. Yu Zihong thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do, it would be okay to go and take a look. Okay, I'll join. Yu Zihong agreed. This seemed like a good opportunity to get to know the Meng family's rivals. Great, Mr. Yu, I'll send someone to pick you up right away, Wang Hai said happily. Not long after I hung up the phone, the hotel delivered a custom-made suit. Yu Zihong thought for a moment and changed his clothes. This suit is well-tailored and made of fine fabric. When he wears it, he looks even more handsome, tall, and dignified. A few minutes later, a waiter came to the room and respectfully took Yu Zihong to the top-floor restaurant. The restaurant's decoration style is consistent with the overall style of the hotel, luxurious yet stylish. Amid the melodious music, the guests gathered in twos and threes, chatting in low voices. Yu Zihong's arrival attracted some people's attention. Isn't that Lottery Brother? If it's really him, why is he here? Was he also invited? The guests were whispering to each other, looking at Yu Zihong with curiosity and surprise in their eyes. Yu Zihong was a little amused and felt that as a successful businessman, if he dressed too conspicuously, many people might recognize him. I didn't expect that even though I changed into the hotel suit, I couldn't hide my identity as Lottery Brother. On the contrary, no one seemed to recognize his identity, Yu Zihong. It seems that I am not as successful as I imagined. Ignoring the looks from these people, he walked straight to an empty table and sat down. He picked up the menu on the table and flipped through it casually. Hello, sir, what would you like to eat? A waiter came over and asked respectfully. Give me an Australian lobster, a plate of foie gras, and a plate of black truffle fried rice. Yu Zihong ordered a few dishes. Okay, sir, what would you like to drink? A glass of orange juice, please. Yu Zihong thought for a moment and replied. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter wrote down the menu and left. It's not a good time to drink alcohol tonight. Yu Zihong sipped orange juice while waiting for the food to be served. Bite. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. System prompt, high hatred value targets are detected nearby, please pay attention, host. Yu Zihong's heart moved. This system is really awesome. It even has a radar. Beep, beep. As if in response to Yu Zihong's expectation, the system made a series of rapid sounds like a detector, and a red arrow appeared on the screen, pointing to a man and a woman at the next table. Yu Zihong turned his head and saw the man and woman staring at him fiercely, their eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Is it them? Yu Zihong recognized the couple. They are Meng Shiyu's cousin Meng Jiaojiu and her rich second-generation boyfriend Li Mingyao. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Yu Zihong sneered. He didn't expect to meet them here. System, what is their hatred value? Yu Zihong asked in his heart. Ding system updates the percentage hatred system. When the hatred value of the host is greater than 60 points, the hatred rebate mechanism will be activated immediately. As long as the host completes the face slapping, the explosion rate equal to the hatred value can be triggered. System prompts, Meng Jiaojiao, hatred value, 85 Li Mingyao, hatred value, 92. So high? Yu Zihong was very surprised and didn't understand why the two hated him at all. As far as I can remember, I didn't offend either of them, and we didn't even have much interaction. But the two people's hatred for him has reached its peak. Humph, since you hate me so much, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Zihong's eyes turned cold. 92 points of hatred means 92 times the explosion rate. If I hit you in the face with 10,000 yuan, I can get 920,000 yuan. Although I don't understand why you hate me so much, the system cannot be wrong. We must treat this couple well. The waiter Yu Zihong shouted loudly. Sir, what can I do for you? The waiter who had just left came over quickly. Give me a bottle of the most expensive red wine you have, said Yu Zihang. The most expensive red wine? The waiter was stunned. That's right, the most expensive. Yu Zihang nodded affirmatively. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter was a little confused. He was just wondering why the customer didn't order wine but juice, but he still went to get the wine according to Yu Zihang's request. Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao couldn't help but sneer when they heard Yu Zihang's words. Hey, isn't this our lottery brother? Why, after winning a little money, you don't even know your last name? Meng Jiaojiu said sarcastically. That's right, you dare to order the most expensive red wine? You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away, Li Mingyao echoed. They thought that Yu Zihang was pretending to be rich and wanted to show off in front of them. Yu Zihang ignored their ridicule and just waited quietly. Humph, you are just pretending. You were kicked out of our Meng family, and you still dare to pretend here. I will see how you die after you squander your money. Seeing that Yu Zihang ignored her, Meng Jiaojiu rolled her eyes at him viciously. Soon, the waiter came over with a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine is the hotel's treasure, worth up to 4 million. Sir, this is the red wine you ordered, Romane Conti 1945. The waiter respectfully placed the red wine in front of Yu Zihang. Ha? Your hotel actually has this? Yu Zihang was shocked. He never expected that such a small-star hotel would have the most expensive red wine in the world. How much money is in the account? System, can I borrow some money from you? I'm so pretentious, I don't have enough money. Yu Zihang was a little embarrassed and secretly asked the system in his heart. No. The system ruthlessly rejects. Ha ha ha, look at his silly face. He's been pretending to be so cool, and now he's stupid. Li Mingyao's sarcastic laughter came at the right time. Ha, I'm afraid that Lottery Brothers' first prize can't be exchanged for a cup. Meng Jiaojiu laughed, she laughed happily, stood up and pulled Li Mingyao to Yu Zihang. No way, no. Li Mingyao was so excited that he just shouted loudly and waved his hands to attract the people around him to watch Yu Zihang make a fool of himself. Hey, there's something lively over there, let's go check it out. Isn't that Lottery Brother? Is Lottery Brother so rich that he can come here to spend money? What the hell did he order? Romane Conti, the treasure of the house? He would not drink this even if he won the lottery every day. Maybe he is a rich man? After all, he can come here. Don't make blind guesses. Rich people only sell lottery tickets. Who buys them? Didn't you see he was still wearing the suit given by the hotel? He must be a lottery winner who came to show off, but he couldn't handle it. He really came. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. There really was someone wearing a suit given by the hotel for free. The lottery guy is in trouble now. I heard that he just won a scratch-off lottery ticket. He thought 200,000 yuan was a huge sum of money, but he didn't expect that this huge sum of money couldn't even buy a glass of red wine. Sir, is it still open? The waiter's tone was a little trembling, and he also realized that the scene seemed a little out of control. Yu Zihang didn't expect that these two unlucky lovers would do this to him. In this case, this guy has to pretend. As the saying goes, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. He had already made plans to borrow money from Shen Mengyao, and he thought she would not refuse him. Yu Zihang is not a fool, or even if he was a fool before, after experiencing all those things in the Meng family, Shen Mengyao still supports him so much, and he still can't see clearly her feelings for him, then he is a real fool. A friend in need is a friend indeed. However, Yu Zihang doesn't plan to consider matters of the heart for the time being. He'll get his revenge first. Especially right now. Open. Yu Zihang nodded with a smile and signaled the waiter to open the red wine. The waiter carefully opened the bottle of red wine, and a rich aroma of wine immediately filled the air. Good wine, Yu Zihang exclaimed. Damn, he really opened it. Damn it, if I add a little more to this bottle of wine, it would be enough to register a listed company. It's too extravagant. It's my monthly pocket money. Hey, lottery brother, do you know how much this bottle of wine is worth? The enthusiastic onlookers asked excitedly. First of all, I don't say hello. Yu Zihang responded calmly. He picked up the bottle, poured himself a glass, and then drank half of it in one gulp. Cool, start rinsing your mouth. Gulp gulp gulp. Puyu Zihang spit all the wine into the trash can in a pretentious way. It really leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. This wine is really suitable for rinsing the mouth. He gave the onlookers a stewardess-like smile, but unfortunately the red wine lingered on the glass so well that his 8 big purple teeth were exposed, which was really unbearable to look at. The people around were so stunned that they even forgot to react and their systems were in a state of outage. The system did not give any notification that the slap was successful. Yu Zihang panicked. I can't let this bottle of wine fall into my hands. He thought for a moment and poured the red wine into the soup bowl on the table. Then he poured the bowl of wine on Li Mingyao and Meng Jiajiao's faces with lightning speed. Who are you just making fun of for not being able to afford this wine? Bite. The system prompt sounded. System prompt, complete the slapping of Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao, and get the rebate, 708 million yuan. Chapter 4, Meng Jiajiao hates me so much, the more I think about it, the more I hate her. There was no deep hatred between Meng Jiajiao and Yu Zihang. On the contrary, Meng Jiajiao admired this young and promising business upstart. She prided herself on her beauty and intelligence, and was always the center of attention in the circle. She was also very picky about her suitors. Once, at a business cocktail party full of celebrities, Meng Jiajiao, wearing a long dress that dragged on the ground, swayed gracefully, like a blooming red rose. She held a goblet in her hand, shuttled among the crowd, and handled all kinds of approaching with ease. When Yu Zihang walked up to her, she smiled slightly and gave him a rare opportunity. Mr. Yu is a young talent with a promising future. Meng Jiajiao's voice was charming and tactful, with a hint that was not easily detected. Unfortunately, I already have a boyfriend, Li Mingyao. It would have been nice to meet Mr. Yu earlier. She thought she had made it clear enough. Li Mingyao was just one of her many suitors. Although his family background was decent, he was still far behind Yu Zihang. She believed that as long as Yu Zihang worked a little harder, she, the ripe fruit, would naturally fall into his arms. She had even begun to imagine that after becoming Mrs. Yu, she would be able to call the shots in the world of fame and fortune. However, the development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations. That night, Yu Zihang was intercepted by her cousin Meng Shiyu. The next day, Meng Shiyu couldn't wait to show off to her, her tone full of pride. Jiao, guess who I was with last night? It was Yu Zihang. I got him drunk, then sprinkled some tomato juice on the bed, and he obeyed me. Do you think he is stupid? Meng Jiajiao was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The plot she had carefully designed was ruined by Meng Shiyu with such a clumsy method. What made her even more unacceptable was that Yu Zihang was fooled so easily. You can't even tell the difference between blood and tomato juice? Can't you smell it? What an idiot! Meng Jiajiao cursed fiercely in her heart. Her disappointment in Yu Zihang even exceeded her jealousy of Meng Shiyu. However, what made her even more devastated was yet to come. Not long after, Yu Zihang's business suddenly soared and his net worth doubled. And Meng Shiyu, relying on the results of that night, successfully rose to the top, not only cheated Yu Zihang's company, but also gained the recognition of the family. Grandpa praised Meng Shiyu for her unique vision and for finding a rich son-in-law for the Meng family. The family business that was originally promised to Meng Jiajiao was also directly transferred to Meng Shiyu. I've been begging for so long, and I'm about to get it, but Grandpa says he won't give it to me. I'm so angry, Meng Jiajiao roared in her heart. Her jealousy and hatred towards Meng Shiyu reached its peak. As a result, she hated Yu Zihang to the core. The original admiration she had for him was long gone, replaced by deep disgust and resentment. She felt that if Yu Zihang hadn't been so stupid, she wouldn't have ended up like this. As for Li Mingyao, Meng Jiajiao was getting more and more disgusted with him. They had been dating for half a year, but apart from sweet talk and some worthless gifts, Li Mingyao had not brought her any substantial benefits. He spent less than 1 million yuan on me in total, and I have to watch him show off every day. It's so annoying. Meng Jiajiao complained in her heart. She felt that she was really blind to fall in love with such an embroidered pillow. And now, Yu Zihang, who had gone from being a prosperous business upstart to a lottery-rich upstart, dared to put on airs in front of her. This was a naked provocation to her. This is intolerable, uncle can bear it but aunt can't. Meng Jiajiao roared in her heart. She decided that she must make Yu Zihang pay the price and let him know that she is not easy to mess with. So, there was a scene where Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao mocked Yu Zihang in a high-end restaurant. She originally thought that she could easily step on Yu Zihang and humiliate him severely. However, the direction of the plot once again exceeded her expectations. Meng Jiajiao's carefully done hairstyle was completely ruined by the red wine. The sticky liquid mixed with her expensive perfume made her feel like a drowned chicken in a wine jar, extremely embarrassed. Her favorite limited edition dress was also damaged. The deep red wine stains on the light-colored silk were particularly glaring, like pieces of shame marks that could not be erased. Li Mingyao was not much better. He claimed to be a romantic and suave man who paid the most attention to his image. At this moment, his expensive custom-made suit was wet and stuck to his body, and he looked very embarrassed. The red wine flowed through his hair into his eyes, and the spicy stimulation made him unable to hold back his tears, which mixed with the wine on his face, making him look even more ridiculous. The two were completely stunned by Yu Zihang's sudden splash. They had anticipated countless possibilities. Perhaps Yu Zihang would get angry, perhaps he would be humble, perhaps he would turn around and run away, but they had never expected that he would be so crazy and such a spendthrift. After a brief moment of stagnation, Li Mingyao was the first to come back to his senses. He pointed at Yu Zihang fiercely, his voice sharp with anger. You dare to splash me? Do you know who I am? I am from the Li Group. Li Group? Yu Zihang interrupted him contemptuously. Is it great? In my eyes, it's just a joke. Li Mingyao was choked and speechless. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't dare to really do anything. He knew very well that although he had a little money, it was nothing compared to the real rich families. The lottery guy in front of him was once a real business upstart. Although he was tricked by the Meng family, he could open a bottle of 4 million red wine without blinking an eye, which shows that he still has unknown confidence. Thinking about his previous connections, Li Mingyao immediately became scared. Meng Jiaojiao calmed down earlier than Li Mingyao. She knew very well that a head-on confrontation at this moment would do her no good. She suppressed her anger, put on a victim's attitude, and screamed, You lunatic, how dare you splash me with wine? Do you know how much this bottle of wine costs? Can you afford it? I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you for intentional injury and insult to human dignity. I'm going to make you spend the rest of your life in jail. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and pretended to call the police. Call the police? Yu Zihang sneered. Okay, go ahead and call the police. I want to see if they will arrest you or me when they come. The reason why he was so confident was that he knew very well that although he spilled the wine, it was for a reason. The provocation and ridicule of Meng Jiaojiao and Li Mingyao were the root cause of all this. Moreover, he had plenty of money now, so even if the case really ended up in court, he was sure he could get away with it. Meng Jiaojiao was shocked by Yu Zihang's aura. Her hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and for a moment she didn't dare to press the dial button. She knew very well that if she really called the police and the matter became a big deal, it would not do her any good. Not to mention that she and Li Mingyao were in the wrong first. Even if Yu Zihang could be punished in the end, her own reputation would be affected. What? You don't dare to report it? Yu Zihang pressed on, or did you have something to hide and were afraid that the police would find out something shameful? Meng Jiajiao's face turned pale and blue. She gritted her teeth and said, I have nothing to be afraid of. I just don't want to argue with people like you. Don't want to argue with me? Yu Zihang sneered even more. I think you are afraid, right? Are you afraid that I will expose all the ugly things you have done? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Meng Jiajiao's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Yu Zihang suddenly became so confident, maybe he had some evidence to turn the tables. If he came to take revenge on the Meng family because of my provocation, I would probably be kicked out of the family in the future. If you want revenge, don't look for me, go find Meng Xiyu. Am I talking nonsense? Yu Zihang stepped closer, his eyes like knives. Meng Jiaojiao, do you dare to say that you didn't do something behind my back to frame me? How can the hatred value be so high when I haven't done anything? I don't have any. Meng Jiaojiao's voice trembled a little. No? Yu Zihang snorted coldly. Well, let's go to the police station now and tell everything clearly to see who is lying. As he said this, he was about to pull Meng Jiaojiao out. Meng Jiaojiao was completely panicked. She struggled hard and screamed, Let me go, you lunatic, let me go. Seeing this, Li Mingyao didn't care about his embarrassment and hurried forward to stop him. What are you doing? Let her go or I will really call the police. Call the police? Okay, go ahead. Yu Zihang looked at him coldly. I want to see whose story the police will believe when they come. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, "Stop it, stop it." Hotel manager Wang Hai walked over quickly with several security guards. Chapter 5, Can you be invincible by being shameless? Stop it, stop it. A majestic voice exploded in the noisy crowd, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly suppressing all the noise. Hotel manager Wang Hai walked over quickly with several security guards. He was tall, dressed in a suit, with his hair neatly combed, and a look of dignity on his face. He separated the three people who were still pulling and cursing at each other, and first glared at Li Mingyao sternly, as if blaming him for disrupting the order of the hotel. Then, he immediately put on a professional smile and said to Yu Zihang in a gentle tone, "Mr. Yu, are you okay? What happened? Please calm down, we can discuss anything." This subtle change in attitude was immediately caught by some people present. They began to discuss in a low voice, speculating about Yu Zihang's identity. Manager Wang seems to know that young man? It seems that this young man is of great importance. Wang Hai turned his head and looked at Meng Jiaoju and Li Mingyao. His tone became serious. "You two, this is Jinling Dihao Hotel, please pay attention to your words and deeds. If there is any conflict, we can sit down and talk slowly, so as not to affect other guests." Although Meng Jiaoju was arrogant and domineering, she also knew that Jinling Imperial Hotel was not a place where she could act wild. She suppressed her anger, pointed at Yu Zihang, and said in a sharp voice, "Manager Wang, you came just in time for him. He was the first to splash water on me. Look, my clothes and my hair were all ruined by him." Li Mingyao also echoed, "Manager Wang, you have to make a decision for us, this poor guy, he..." "Mr. Li, please watch your words." Wang Hai interrupted him with a hint of warning in his tone, saying that before the matter is thoroughly investigated, please do not arbitrarily accuse others. He paused and said, "Let's go to the monitoring room first, check the surveillance video, and reconstruct what happened." "What surveillance?" Meng Jiaojiu suddenly screamed. She stepped forward and tried to stop Wang Hai. "Isn't it clear who is right and who is wrong? What surveillance do you need to watch? Manager Wang, can't you see that he was the first to start?" She knew very well that once they watched the surveillance video, everything she and Li Mingyao had done would be exposed, and by then, they would be completely in the wrong. Wang Hai's face darkened. He didn't expect Meng Jiaojiu to be so unreasonable. He said in a serious tone, "Miss Meng, please cooperate with our work. Only by finding out the truth of the matter can we give both parties a fair explanation." Meng Jiaojiu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Mingyao. Although Li Mingyao also felt guilty, he knew better than Meng Jiaojiu that stopping Wang Hai from checking the surveillance now would only make them more passive. "Jiaojiu, forget it, let them watch. We didn't do anything wrong anyway," Li Mingyao said calmly. He held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that the surveillance video did not capture them provoking Yu Zihang, or that the sound was not recorded. A group of people came to the hotel's monitoring room. Wang Hai signaled the staff to pull up the surveillance video of the restaurant. The huge screen clearly showed what happened. Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao took the initiative to walk to Yu Zihang's table and began to make sarcastic remarks. "Hey, isn't this our lottery guy? Why, after winning a little money, you don't even know your last name?" Meng Jiajiao's voice was sarcastic and came out clearly through the monitoring radio equipment. "That's right, you dare to order the most expensive red wine? You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away." Li Mingyao's voice was full of contempt, which was also recorded clearly. "No way, no." The surveillance video not only recorded clear images, but also recorded every sound. Every taunt from Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao was like a loud slap in their own faces. Yu Zihang behaved very restrained from beginning to end. Only when he could no longer bear it was he forced to fight back and splashed the red wine on Li Mingyao's face. After watching the surveillance video, the entire monitoring room was silent. Everyone was shocked by the arrogance of Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao and the forbearance and restraint of Yu Zihang. This shock was like a huge rock suddenly thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that took a long time to subside. After a brief silence, whispers surged like a tide and spread quickly. "Oh my god, this woman is so vicious, her mouth looks like it's filled with poison. That guy is not a good guy either, he is just a gigolo, a gigolo. Can you tolerate this, lottery brother? If it were me, I would have punched him. That's right. If it were me, I would just hit him on the head with a bottle, not to mention throwing wine. Hey, you tell me, do they have any leverage over Brother Lottery? Otherwise, why would they keep silent about it? Who knows, but it looks like this matter is not over yet. This woman is so uneducated. I really want to see what her parents are like. Hee, you may not know, but that woman is from the Meng family, the same Meng family that kicked brother Caipiao out of the house. Ah, so this is the famous turtle man Yu Zihang. Hush, keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. But then again, the eldest daughter of the Meng family usually looks very glamorous, but I didn't expect that she is such a person in private. You can only know a person as face but not his heart. Nowadays, the more glamorous a person is, the more. Hey, what do you think of this lottery guy? How could manager Wang give him such respect? Who cares? I'm going to eat this melon today. Me too, me too. My phone recorded the whole thing, I didn't miss any of the plot. Although the whispers were not loud, they were particularly clear in this quiet monitoring room. Every word was like a knife stabbing Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao's hearts. They originally thought that they could rely on their family background and status to bully Yu Zihang at will. However, they did not expect that in this small monitoring room, they would become the target of public criticism, the object of everyone's ridicule and contempt. Yes, the people here are either rich or noble. If the head of the Meng family were here, others might give him some face. It is clear that the two of them are not qualified. What's more, because of Yu Zihang's incident, although their Meng family got everything from Yu Zihang, they also lost their reputation in the business circle. Wang Hai's face turned pale. He didn't expect that the truth of the matter would be like this. He turned to look at Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao and said in a cold tone, "You two, what do you have to say now?" Meng Jiajiao's face turned pale and blue. She didn't expect that the surveillance camera could record their conversations so clearly. She was so angry that she just threw the can and screamed, "What if we say a few words to him? Can he throw wine at us? Besides, he is a poor guy now, can he afford to pay?" Chapter 6 What's the lottery, brother? This is Master Yu. You two, what do you have to say now? Wang Hai's cold words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao's hearts hard. The two men's faces were pale and their lips were moving, but it was as if an invisible hand was strangling their throats and they couldn't utter a word. What, you have nothing to say? Wang Hai pressed on, his voice becoming increasingly harsh, with an unquestionable sense of oppression. Meng Jiaojiu still wanted to argue, but faced with the overwhelming evidence of the surveillance video, all her excuses seemed pale and powerless, like a punctured balloon, deflated instantly. She subconsciously took a step back, her eyes flickering, not daring to look Wang Hai in the eye. He gritted his teeth again, as if he had grabbed the last straw, and simply broke the jar and screamed, even if we say a few words to him, what's wrong? Can he throw wine at us? Besides, he is now a poor guy, a waste kicked out by the Meng family. Can he afford the 4 million Romane Conti? As she spoke, she stared at Yu Zihang, her eyes filled with resentment and provocation, as well as a barely perceptible hint of panic. She just didn't believe that this piece of trash, discarded like garbage by the Meng family, could make any waves. She knew very well that given her cousin's kindness, leaving him $2 to buy lottery tickets was a mistake, and she must have regretted it. Li Mingyao also reacted and quickly joined in. He pointed at Yu Zihang, his voice trembling with excitement, "It's Manager Wang, don't be fooled by him." He was obviously pretending to be rich and ordered a bottle of expensive red wine, but then he found out that he had no money to pay the bill, so he deliberately took the opportunity of pouring the wine and wanted us to pay for him. I've seen a lot of people like this, they are dedicated to cheating. Manager Wang, don't be fooled by him. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was right. His voice became louder and louder, even with a hint of pride, as if he had seen the scene of Yu Zihang being exposed and in a state of embarrassment. He secretly glanced at Meng Jiaojiu, hoping that his righteous words would make her look at him with new eyes. Sure enough, Li Mingyao saw Meng Jiaojiu's admiring look. The two of them sang the same tune, confusing right and wrong, trying to put all the blame on Yu Zihang and portray themselves as innocent victims. When the spectators in the monitoring room heard this, they couldn't help but frown and show contempt on their faces. These two are too shameless. Their ability to confuse right and wrong is really first-rate. It was clearly them who provoked first, but now they are turning the tables. This really refreshed my 3 views. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shamelessness. This woman is quite pretty, how could she be so vicious? Whispering sounds came one after another. Although the sound was not loud, it was particularly harsh in this relatively closed space. Yu Zihang looked at the two of them coldly, with a mocking arc on the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. He didn't say anything, but silently took out his mobile phone, opened the bank app, and showed the balance to Wang Hai. On the screen, a series of numbers appeared like a dazzling light, causing Wang Hai's pupils to shrink suddenly and he narrowed his eyes. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, thinking he was hallucinating. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, millions, billions, billions. The 9-digit balance shone with dazzling light like a mountain of gold, almost blinding his eyes. Wang Hai's breathing became rapid, and his heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He never dreamed that this young man who was kicked out of the Meng family with ordinary clothes actually had such a huge fortune. He quickly put on a more respectful smile, even with a hint of flattery, and said to Yu Zihang, "Mr. Yu, don't mind it. This little money is nothing to you, just a drop in the bucket." Yu Zihang didn't waste any time. He found the payment record of the previous hotel booking and directly transferred 4 million to the hotel account. Ding dong, Alipay received 4 million yuan. The clear notification sound of the payment echoed in the quiet monitoring room, like a loud slap in the face of Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao, crisp and loud. The pride and arrogance on their faces froze in an instant, and were replaced by deep shock and disbelief, as if they were cast under a spell, and froze in place. How is this possible? Meng Jiajiao's eyes widened, her eyeballs almost falling out of her eye sockets, and she spoke in a trembling voice with a hint of cracking. Where did he get so much money? Li Mingyao also stammered, his face pale, and beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. They never dreamed that Yu Zihang, whom they regarded as a poor loser, could actually come up with 4 million. Moreover, looking at his nonchalant attitude, it seems that the 4 million is nothing to him. The onlookers were also stunned. They stretched their necks to try to see the balance on Yu Zihang's phone. Their mouths were open so wide that an egg could almost fit in. Am I seeing right? Is it really 4 million? Is my eyes blurry? This lottery guy is so rich. How many times does he have to win the lottery to make so much money? What lottery brother? He is Mr. Yu. It seems that we all underestimated him. I felt sorry for him because he was cheated and had nothing, but I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Exclamations and discussions arose one after another, and the entire monitoring room was in an uproar. When Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao saw that Yu Zihang had really transferred the money, their faces became even uglier, but they were unwilling to give up. Meng Jiaojiu rolled her eyes and came up with another excuse, trying to fight back. Even if you have money, so what? She pointed at Yu Zihang and screamed, her voice a little distorted due to excitement. Just because you have money, can you throw wine at people at will? Just because you have money, can you do whatever you want? Manager Wang, you can't favor him just because he is rich. Our Meng family is not easy to bully. She deliberately raised her voice, emphasizing the word Meng family, trying to use the power of the family to suppress Wang Hai. Li Mingyao also quickly agreed. He pointed at Yu Zihang and said in a stern voice, "Manager Wang, you have to stand up for us. We can't let these rich people bully ordinary people like us. Otherwise, if it gets out, will your Jinling Emperor Hotel still have a good reputation?" The two tried to use moral kidnapping to force Wang Hai to stand on their side and continue to oppose Yu Zihang. Wang Hai frowned tightly. Although he wanted to favor Yu Zihang, Meng Jiajiao's identity made him hesitate and he was afraid to act rashly. He just recognized that Meng Jiaojiu was from the Meng family. The Meng family had great influence in this city, and their roots were intertwined, almost infiltrating every field. Although he was the manager of Jinlingdihao Hotel, he did not dare to offend them easily, fearing that it would bring trouble to the hotel. More importantly, he was just a hotel manager and had no power to punish Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao. The most he could do was ask them to compensate for the hotel's losses or kick them out. But doing so would definitely offend the Meng family completely, with disastrous consequences. Just when Wang Hai was in a dilemma and didn't know how to deal with it, an arrogant female voice suddenly came from outside the monitoring room, with a condescending tone. "Who dares to bully our Meng family? Chapter 7 What are you doing here? Who dares to bully our Meng family?" Before he finished speaking, a beautiful figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, forcefully broke into the slightly crowded monitoring room. The person who came was Meng Xiyu. She wore a fiery red tight dress that showed off her curvy figure. The V-neck design vaguely revealed her deep cleavage. She wore a pair of rhinestone-studded high heels, and every step she took made a crisp clicking sound, as if announcing her arrival. Her appearance was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples. The whispers in the monitoring room suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. "It's Meng Xiyu. Why is she here? This bitch looks pretty attractive, and one can tell at first glance that she's great in bed. Who said it wasn't true? It's not Xiao Yue's fault for being deceived. If I were in his place, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. The muted chatter, with a bit of excitement and anticipation, spread in the monitoring room. Meng Shiyu swept her eyes around the monitoring room. When her gaze fell on Yu Zihong, her originally arrogant expression froze instantly, replaced by an expression of incredible shock. How could it be him? Yu Zihong? How come he is here? And there was a conflict with the Meng family? Look at his outfit, his aura. Where did he get the money? Why was he here? He had been kicked out of the Meng family, penniless, like a stray dog. Meng Shiyu's heart was in turmoil, with all kinds of thoughts rushing up her head. She forced herself to calm down, forced a stiff smile on her face, and quickly walked to Yu Zihong. Zihong? She called out tentatively, her voice a little dry. When Meng Jiaojiao saw Meng Shiyu, her originally calm expression instantly collapsed, and she even had a hint of barely perceptible disgust. Why is this woman here? It's really haunting. At home, she always puts me first. Now that I finally have a chance to shine, she comes to mess things up. Meng Jiaojiao cursed secretly in her heart, but she had to put on an appearance of sisterly love on her face. She walked up to her and said in a sweet voice, "Sister Shiyu, why are you here?" "I came to attend a friend's birthday party and passed by here. I heard that someone was bullying our Meng family, so I came in to take a look." Meng Shiyu said lightly, but her eyes never left Yu Zihong, as if she wanted to see through him. "Sister Shiyu, you came at the right time." Meng Jiaojiao seemed to have found a savior. She pointed at Yu Zihong and said, adding fuel to the fire, "This man bullied me and he also splashed wine on me and Mingyao. You have to stand up for us." As she spoke, she observed Meng Shiyu's reaction. She knew that although Meng Shiyu usually didn't get along with her, they still had to maintain the face of the Meng family in front of outsiders. What's more, this time they have to deal with Yu Zihong, the waste abandoned by the Meng family. Li Mingyao also quickly agreed, "Yes, Shiyu, this person is too arrogant, you must teach him a lesson." He was secretly proud of himself, thinking that with Meng Shiyu stepping forward, Yu Zihong, this obedient turtle man, would be skinned alive today. He had even begun to imagine the scene of Yu Zihong kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy from them. Meng Shiyu frowned slightly after hearing what the two said. She certainly knew what kind of people Meng Jiaojiao and Li Mingyao were. These two people usually liked to stir up trouble. But none of this matters right now. The important thing is, where did Yu Zihong get the money? How much money does he have left? Meng Shiyu took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner shock and confusion. She looked at Yu Zihong with a false smile on her face. "Zihong, what's going on?" she asked softly, with a hint of concern in her tone, as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened between the two of them. "You, why are you here? And you had a conflict with Jiaojiao?" Yu Zihong looked at her coldly, his eyes full of disgust and ridicule. He didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, as if he was watching a clown performing a clumsy play. Meng Shiyu felt a little guilty when he looked at her, but she still forced a smile and continued, "Zihong, I know that some unpleasant things happened between us. But it's all in the past, isn't it? We are at least still friends, right?" As she spoke, she was secretly calculating in her mind. This Yu Zihong actually has so much money. No, I must find a way to get this money. Hasn't he always obeyed me? If I use some tricks, he will definitely hand over the money. However, now is not the right time. After all, Wei Zishuan is still around. I have to stabilize him first, and then find an opportunity to slowly cheat Yu Zihong's money. Thinking of this, Meng Shiyu showed a smug smile on her face. She looked at Yu Zihong and spoke more gently, "Zihong, I know you must hate me now. But you have to believe that I had my reasons for doing that. Enough." Yu Zihong suddenly interrupted her, his voice cold and resolute, "Meng Shiyu, put away your hypocritical performance. I feel sick watching you." He paused, and then said, "It's over between us a long time ago. From the moment you betrayed me, we no longer have any relationship, you, a woman with a beastly heart." Yu Zihong's voice was not loud, but every word was like a sharp knife, piercing into Meng Shiyu's heart. Her face turned pale instantly and her body trembled slightly, as if she had suffered a great blow. She didn't expect Yu Zihong to be so resolute and merciless. Is this still the Yu Zihong she knows who obeys her in everything? Meng Shiyu's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. But she did not explode immediately. Instead, she suppressed her anger and a look of hurt appeared on her face. "Zihong, how can you say that to me? She said softly, her voice choking with sobs. I know I hurt you, so it's reasonable for you to have some complaints against me. But I also have my own difficulties. Hardship? Yu Zihong sneered, your hardship is to betray me and take away everything from me just for money? Meng Shiyu still wants to quibble. Okay, stop acting. Yu Zihong interrupted her impatiently, I've seen through your thoughts. Don't you just want to come back to me because I'm rich now? I'm telling you, you can only dream. Meng Shiyu's face turned pale and blue. She didn't expect that Yu Zihong would speak so bluntly and so harshly. Wei Zishuan, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help it. He stepped forward, protecting Meng Shiyu behind him, and stared at Yu Zihong fiercely. Yu Zihong, be careful when you speak. Shiyu. What is she? Yu Zihong met Wei Zishuan's gaze fearlessly, with a mocking arc on his lips. You know what kind of person she is better than me, right? Do you need me to tell you all her glorious deeds one by one? Wei Zishuan's face froze, his eyes flickered, and it was obvious that Yu Zihong's words had hit him in the sore spot. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. He had always worried that he would suffer the same fate as Yu Zihong. Seeing Wei Zishuan being humiliated, Meng Shiyu pretended to be aggrieved, leaned weakly in Wei Zishuan's arms, and sobbed softly, Zishuan, please stop talking, I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Yu Zihong looked at the scene in front of him and felt that it was extremely ironic. He sneered and said, Meng Shiyu, stop pretending. Do you think you can win sympathy by pretending to be pitiful? Everyone knows what kind of person you are. He paused, then emphasized, I was really blind to fall in love with a woman like you. Meng Shiyu's expression changed, and a gleam of resentment flashed in her eyes. It seems that Yu Zihong has completely woken up and is no longer the obedient licker who used to do her bidding. Since she couldn't cheat any money, she was too lazy to pretend anymore. Yu Zihong, stop pretending to be affectionate here. Meng Shiyu pushed Wei Zishuan away, pointed at Yu Zihong's nose and scolded, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You are just jealous that Zishuan is better than you, and jealous that I chose Zishuan instead of you. You are pretending to be a victim here to gain sympathy, don't you just want me to regret it? I tell you, I don't regret it at all. I am even glad that I didn't marry a hypocritical man like you. She took a deep breath and continued, you hid so much private money from me and didn't let me know. You were not sincere to me at all. Fortunately, I saw through it a long time ago and didn't marry you. After saying that, Meng Shiyu left the monitoring room without looking back. Wei Zishuan glared at Yu Zihong and left in a hurry. Meng Jiaojiao looked at her cousin's back in confusion. Aren't you here to help me out? What are you doing here? Chapter 8 Wei Zishuan doesn't want to play the dog-licking game anymore. The luxury car was like a wounded beast, fleeing in panic in the night of the city. Inside the car, the low pressure almost solidified, and Meng Shiyu and Wei Zishuan were like trapped beasts, each consumed by invisible anger and suspicion. Meng Shiyu tightly grasped the limited edition Hermes bag in her hand, her knuckles turned white due to the force, and her exquisite nails almost embedded in her palms. She tilted her head to look at the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. The colorful lights and shadows danced on her exquisite makeup, but could not cover up her inner confusion and irritability. Damn Yu Zihong. She originally thought that this man, whom she had discarded like garbage, would forever struggle in the quagmire, never be able to turn things around, and become an insignificant footnote in her glamorous life. But who could have thought that he would suddenly become a nouveau riche who spent money like water? What's more hateful is that he even humiliated himself in front of so many people. When had she, Meng Shiyu, ever suffered such humiliation? Originally, she was still thinking that even if she couldn't make Yu Zihong change his mind, she could at least squeeze some benefits out of him. After all, that fool had been obedient to her and did whatever she wanted. But now it seems that this plan has completely failed. Damn it, I didn't expect this bastard had another trick up his sleeve. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let him go so easily. I should have squeezed him till there was not a drop left. Meng Shiyu cursed secretly in her heart, her delicate facial features slightly distorted with anger. She now regrets very much that she didn't act more ruthlessly and force Yu Zihong into a desperate situation. Wei Zishuan, who was standing by, also had a terribly gloomy expression. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged, as if they would burst at any moment. His bony fingers trembled slightly from the excessive force. He never dreamed that Meng Shiyu would be so polite to Yu Zihong, that loser, and even said that we are still friends? He rarely saw such a gentle and considerate gesture. Could it be that she really still has feelings for that good-for-nothing loser? What made him even more unacceptable was that Meng Shiyu could do anything for money, even lowering herself to please a man she had abandoned. This made him feel deeply humiliated and uneasy. When he thought of this, Wei Zixuan felt a strong sense of jealousy and suspicion. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car made a harsh roar and sped along the empty street. Shiyu Wei Zixuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned his head sharply and stared at Meng Shiyu. His voice was hoarse and low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Why were you so polite to Yu Zihang just now? And you said we are still friends? Do you still have feelings for him? The sudden questioning startled Meng Shiyu, and her already irritable mood was further fueled. But she couldn't turn against Wei Zixuan yet, as she hadn't had time to gain gold coins. Meng Shiyu quickly gathered her thoughts, turned her head, and forced a forced smile on her face, trying to hide her true emotions. Zixuan, what are you talking about? How could I still have feelings for him? I just want to stabilize him and see if I can get some more money from him. Isn't this also for our future? As she spoke, she reached out and gently stroked Wei Zixuan's arm, trying to comfort him with a gentle gesture. Wei Zixuan sneered and shook her hand off, his movements rough and decisive. Scam? The way you looked at him was so fucking boring. I think you want to rekindle your old relationship with him. Don't forget, you are my girlfriend now. His voice was cold and sharp, like a sharp knife, piercing into Meng Shiyu's heart and causing her to feel a burst of pain. Meng Shiyu's face turned pale instantly, and her delicate makeup couldn't hide her panic. She bit her lip, suppressed her anger, and said in a trembling voice, Zixuan, how could you think of me like this? I only have you in my heart, how could I be interested in that loser? I just want to squeeze out his surplus value. People like him are only worthy of being used by me. Meng Shiyu was very angry. She didn't understand why Wei Zixuan would believe a trick that even Yu Zihang, a former bootlicker, could see through, and even doubt whether she really wanted to get back together with him? Could it be that all rich people have such strange trains of thought? Yu Zihang is stupid enough, he is even more stupid than Yu Zihang. The only difference is that it is too difficult to get gold coins from Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan didn't believe her lies at all. He pressed on, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Use him? I think you can't bear to part with him. Since you said that I'm the only one in your heart, then prove it to me. He slammed on the brakes, and the $1 million luxury car made a sharp scream and stopped suddenly on the empty roadside. The tires rubbed against the ground violently, leaving a charred mark. Meng Shiyu was startled by the sudden brakes, and her body suddenly leaned forward, almost hitting the windshield. She looked at Wei Zixuan in horror and asked in a trembling voice, What do you want to do? Wei Zixuan showed a meaningful smile. He reached out and gently stroked Meng Shiyu's cheek. His fingertips were cold, making Meng Shiyu feel nauseous and frightened. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of temptation. What do you think? His eyes were full of desire and aggression, like a burning flame, ready to devour Meng Shiyu. Of course she knew what Wei Zixuan wanted. She already knew it. But she didn't want to. Although she is vain and greedy, she also has her own bottom line. She can use men, but she will never sell her body easily. What does the old saying go? Yes, sell your art but not your body. Meng Shiyu believes that she relies on her ability to cheat people for money, which is an art. But if she sells her body for this, she will never accept it. Isn't that despicable? What's more, she had no good feelings towards Wei Zixuan at all. If it weren't for money and her career, she would never even bother to look at such a playboy. In his heart, he might just be a tool that can be played with at will, a trophy that can be shown off. In fact, his position in her heart was far inferior to that of Yu Zihang, who had been played around by her. Meng Shiyu suppressed her disgust and forced a stiff smile on her face. She reached out and gently pushed Wei Zixuan away. Her voice was charming and gentle, with a barely perceptible tremor. Zixuan, don't do this. I'm in a bad mood now and I'm not in the mood to do that kind of thing. She tried to get away with it by acting coquettishly and showing weakness, hoping that Wei Zixuan would let her go. Besides, we haven't gotten married yet, so isn't this a good idea? She added, trying to use morality to restrain Wei Zixuan, even though she herself scoffed at the so-called morality. Wait for a while, when I feel better, then we'll do it. She continued, her voice getting smaller and smaller, and less confident, like a wounded kitten making its last struggle. Wei Zixuan looked at her coldly, his eyes full of ridicule and disdain, as if he was watching a clown performing a clumsy play. He grabbed Meng Shiyu's wrist and pulled her into his arms with force, his movements rough and overbearing. Shiyu, don't pretend with me. His voice was cold and cruel, like a sharp knife, mercilessly cutting through Meng Shiyu's hypocritical mask. Do you think I can't see your mind? You don't love me at all, you just want to use me. In that case, the only thing left between us is a deal. You want money, I want you, it's fair, isn't it? As he spoke, he reached out to undress Meng Shiyu, his movements hurriedly and roughly. Meng Shiyu struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for Wei Zishuan. Her expensive custom dress made a distressing hissing sound when it was torn by Wei Zishuan, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and delicate lace underwear. No. Don't. Meng Shiyu screamed in horror, tears welling up in her eyes, her delicate makeup instantly ruined by tears. Wei Zishuan, let me go, you bastard. Her voice was hoarse and desperate, but on the empty street, it sounded so weak and powerless, like a canary trapped in a cage, struggling in vain. Wei Zishuan ignored her pleas. He tore her clothes roughly, his eyes full of madness and bestiality, like a wild beast dominated by desire. At this critical moment, Meng Shiyu's cell phone suddenly rang. The shrill ringing sound, like a sudden bolt of lightning, broke through the dark and depressing atmosphere and temporarily stopped Wei Zishuan's atrocities. Wei Zishuan stopped moving. He frowned and looked at Meng Shiyu's phone, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Meng Shiyu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She quickly pushed Wei Zishuan away and hurriedly picked up the phone. Without even having time to check the caller ID, she hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello? Mom. What's going on? Her voice was trembling, with a hint of tears and a hint of barely perceptible relief. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Meng Shiyu's face turned pale in an instant, and her originally delicate makeup looked particularly hideous at this moment. Okay. I understand. I'll go back right away. She hung up the phone, her eyes full of fear and anxiety, as if she had heard some terrible news. What's wrong? Wei Zishuan frowned and asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. Meng Shiyu did not answer him, she just urged, hurry. Hurry and take me home, something happened at home. Her voice was hurried and flustered, completely lacking her usual elegance and composure. Although Wei Zishuan was dissatisfied, he still started the car and drove towards the Meng family. The car sped all the way and soon arrived at the Meng family villa. Meng Shiyu got out of the car in a hurry, without even having time to say thank you, and ran into the villa without looking back, as if something terrible was chasing her. Wei Zishuan sat alone in the car, watching Meng Shiyu's back as she hurriedly left, his expression becoming more and more vicious. He took out a box of expensive cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke ring, allowing the stimulation of nicotine to paralyze his nerves. You bitch, you're still pretending to be innocent? He said to himself, his voice cold and cruel, do you really think I can't see what you're thinking? You want to use me? It's not that easy. I must prove that I am better than that loser Yu Zihang. I forced myself to have sex with you and took a picture of you in a lowly state and sent it to him. I want Yu Zihang to know that the woman he wanted but couldn't get is just a lowly toy in my hands. He fiercely put out the cigarette butt into the ashtray, as if he wanted to vent all the anger and jealousy in his heart. As the night deepened, the cold wind howled. There was a cold light flashing in Wei Zishuan's eyes, like a poisonous snake, lurking in the darkness for its prey, waiting for the best opportunity to hunt. Chapter 9. Yu Zihang is enjoying eating melons. As soon as Meng Shiyu stepped out of the monitoring room, the stagnant air seemed to thaw instantly. But with it comes a more subtle vibe. The originally tense atmosphere quickly dissipated with her departure. However, everyone's attention was refocused on Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao. If before, everyone was just watching the fun, with a bit of curiosity and exploration, now, their eyes were filled with undisguised gloating and contempt. After all, Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao's arrogant and conceited faces just now. But it left a deep impression on everyone present. Now that the situation is changed, who wouldn't want to see them make a fool of themselves? Wan Hai's face also looked a little ugly. He stood there, his hands clasped in front of him unnaturally. His fingers were slightly curled up, showing his inner anxiety and uneasiness. Although the hotel did not suffer any actual property loss, the actions of Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao. This undoubtedly disrupted the order of the hotel and affected the experience of other guests. More importantly, they also offended Yu Zihang, the mysterious guest. $1 billion in cash flow. Anyone who understands cash flow knows how terrifying this is. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more authoritative, then looked at Meng Jiaojiu and Li Mingyao. He said in a serious tone, You too, although the hotel did not suffer any actual losses, your actions just now. It has seriously affected the reputation of the hotel and the experience of other guests. I hope you can apologize to Mr. Yu, otherwise, I can only ask the security to send you away. Although his tone was serious, it was not aggressive and even contained a hint of caution. After all, Meng Jiajiao's identity was there, and he didn't want to do things too drastically so as not to cause himself unnecessary trouble. Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao no longer had the arrogance they had before. They lowered their heads, looking dejected. His face turned pale and blue, changing unpredictably, and I didn't know what to do. Ask them to apologize to you, Zihang? This is more painful than killing them. They have always been proud. How could she bear such humiliation? Especially Meng Jiajiao, who always regarded herself as a princess who was high above everyone else. How could she bow down to someone she looked down upon? However, if they don't apologize, they will be kicked out. Where will their face be? How can they survive in the circle in the future? Just as the two were hesitating and feeling anxious, their cell phones rang almost at the same time. The piercing ringing sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet monitoring room. It made the two people's hearts skip a beat and made breathing difficult. They almost trembled as they took out their phones. When they saw the caller ID, their faces turned pale as paper. His pupils suddenly dilated and his body began to tremble slightly. Hello, what? Meng Jiajiao's voice became sharp and piercing because of extreme shock. She had lost her usual charming demeanor. She stood up suddenly, but her legs were weak and she fell back into the chair. Li Mingyao was similar. He yelled into the phone, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are you mistaken? I invested so much money in it." His voice was filled with disbelief and despair, as well as a hint of reluctance and anger. He gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force and veins popping out on the back of his hand. The too sudden loss of composure made everyone in the monitoring room even more curious. What happened? Seeing how distraught they looked, it seemed like something serious had happened. They looked like something bad had happened. Could it be that their family had gone bankrupt? If that's the case, there will be something interesting to watch. They deserved it for being so arrogant just now. Whispers arose one after another, and everyone craned their necks to see what was happening. Yu Zihang was also a little curious. He stood aside, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao with interest. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a vague feeling that these two people might be in big trouble. Moreover, this matter seemed to have something to do with him. Although he didn't know what this relationship was. But this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Could this be the so-called evil will be punished? But this is too coincidental to be true. Yu Zihang was secretly happy. He wanted to see what other troubles these two people could come up with. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. After Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao hung up the phone, they seemed to have their souls taken away and sat on the ground. His eyes were empty and his face was pale, as if the end of the world was coming. How could this happen? How could this happen? Meng Jiajiao murmured to herself, her voice filled with despair and unwillingness. She held her head in her hands, her body trembling slightly, as if she could not accept this cruel reality. Li Mingyao seemed to be crazy. He suddenly grabbed his mobile phone and frantically looked through the stock quotation software. His fingers trembled so much that he almost poked through the screen. The numbers on the screen mocked his ignorance and stupidity. Impossible, this is impossible, he kept muttering to himself, his eyes filled with madness and despair. It turned out that just now, they both received calls from their stockbrokers at the same time. They were told that all the US stocks they had allocated funds for had plummeted. Not only that, because they used 10x leverage, their losses were magnified 10x. In other words, they not only lost all their capital, but also owed a large sum of money to the brokerage company. This is a bolt from the blue. You know, they put all their wealth on the line for this investment. They even borrowed a lot of high-interest loans. Now, everything is over. Not only did they lose everything, but they also had huge debts. How can they accept this? Meng Jiajiao and Li Mingyao couldn't believe their ears. They frantically checked the stock market software. They hoped that this was just a nightmare. However, the cruel reality hit them hard. The 10 US stocks they heavily invested in were all in the red, with declines ranging from 10% to 30%, which was shocking. How could this happen? How could this happen? Meng Jiajiao slumped on the ground, her eyes empty, muttering to herself. She clutched her hair tightly with both hands, as if trying to pull it out of her scalp. She couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. Obviously, she and Li Mingyao had made all the necessary preparations. I even consulted many experts. How could I suddenly lose everything? It turns out that both of them have aggressive investment styles. Recently, the international situation has stabilized. Especially after Trump took office, Sino-US relations have eased and global trade has picked up. In this context, Meng Jiajiu is optimistic about the prospects of European container shipping, believing that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. So, she urged Li Mingyao to invest all their funds in several US stocks related to European shipping. He also used 10 times leverage, hoping to get rich overnight. However, man proposes, God disposes. Just when they were full of hope and waiting for their wealth to soar, an unexpected incident completely disrupted their plans. Israeli border police shot and killed a Hamas commander in the West Bank, sparking fierce clashes between the two sides. As the news came out, the international situation suddenly became tense, and the futures price of European container shipping plummeted, with a drop of up to 14%. Affected by this, stocks related to European shipping also plunged, with alarming declines. Naturally, several stocks that Meng Jiajiu and Li Mingyao held heavily were not spared. Since they used 10x leverage, the original 10% drop was magnified 10 times to 100%. The stocks they lost the most on have already exceeded 30% and are still falling. So on average they have lost more than 200%. However, no matter how these stocks rise or fall in the future, it has nothing to do with them. They have been liquidated and all their capital was lost the moment the stop loss was triggered. This is a disaster. Compared with Meng Jiajiu, Li Mingyao's situation is even worse. His so-called second-generation rich identity has actually long been in name only. The family business had been on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management and years of losses. The reason why he pursued Meng Jiajiu was also for the benefit of the family, hoping that through marriage, the Meng family would help him. In fact, his original target was Meng Xiyu. Unfortunately, Meng Xiyu looked down on him. He could only settle for the second best and chose Meng Jiajiu. And now, this wave of liquidation has directly made him mentally explode. He originally didn't want to play the stock market, let alone leverage. He didn't understand this at all. However, Meng Jiajiu kept whispering in his ear that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. As long as they seize this opportunity, they will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. In order to maintain his image as a rich second generation in front of Meng Jiajiu, and to get rid of his family's predicament as soon as possible, Li Mingyao was finally tempted. He not only took out all his savings, but also borrowed a lot of high-interest loans. All invested in the stock market. He originally thought that he would soon become a billionaire and live a life of luxury. But who could have imagined that reality was so cruel that he not only failed to become a billionaire, but instead became a heavily indebted pauper? How could he accept this? It's all your fault, you bitch. Li Mingyao suddenly jumped up, his eyes were red and bloodshot, his face was hideous. Pointing at Meng Jiajiu's nose and cursing, "If you hadn't bewitched me, how could I have ended up like this? You jinx, a money loser." He slapped Meng Jiajiu hard. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the quiet monitoring room, making people's eardrums hurt. Meng Jiajiu was stunned by this sudden slap. She covered her face and looked at Li Mingyao in disbelief. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. You dared to hit me?" Her voice was trembling, with a hint of tears. She never dreamed that Li Mingyao, who usually obeyed her in everything, would actually hit her. "Hit you? I wish I could kill you." Li Mingyao roared, waving his fists and wanting to continue. At this moment, a group of fierce-looking men suddenly broke into the monitoring room. The leader was a bald man with tattoos and a thick gold chain around his neck. He looked like a bad guy. He walked up to Li Mingyao and said coldly, "Li Mingyao, it's time to pay back the money you owe us, right?" His voice was cold and cruel, without a trace of emotion, and it pierced Li Mingyao's heart. Li Mingyao was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He stammered, I have no money." "No money?" The bald man sneered, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. "You have no money, but you dare to borrow from loan sharks? Do you think we are running a charity?" As soon as he waved his hand, several strong men behind him immediately came up and surrounded Li Mingyao. What do you want to do?" Li Mingyao asked in horror, his voice trembling. "What are you doing?" The bald man smiled coldly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Of course I'll take you back and have a good talk. He deliberately emphasized the tone of the words "let's have a good talk," which made people shudder. Li Mingyao was so frightened that his face turned pale and bloodless. He struggled desperately, but it was of no avail. Without saying a word, several strong men picked him up and dragged him out of the monitoring room. Let me go, let me go. Li Mingyao's screams echoed in the corridor but soon disappeared into the darkness. There was dead silence in the monitoring room. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. They opened their mouths and eyes wide. No one expected that things would develop to this point. Meng Jiaojiao collapsed on the ground, her face pale, her whole body trembling, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She hugged her arms tightly. Yu Zihong stood aside, watching all this with cold eyes. He was secretly happy, but more than that, he was surprised and confused. Although he didn't know what was going on, he felt that this seemed to be related to him. In other words, it has some connection with the mysterious system in his mind. Is this what they call evil will be punished? System, can you still make people pay for their evil deeds? Yu Zihong quietly asked the system in his heart. There was a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his tone. Ding, no. The system replied immediately that it could only plunder the assets of the target. It has no power to say that evil will be punished. The cold and mechanical voice of the system broke Yu Zihong's fantasy. Chapter 10. The whole network is in an uproar. Lottery guy becomes a mysterious billionaire? The scene in the monitoring room of Jinling Emperor Hotel was like a depth charge, which set off a huge wave in the peaceful cyberworld. Its power and speed of spread far exceeded everyone's expectations. The cause was just a short video that had been edited by someone. In the video, Yu Zihong first asked the waiter to open the bottle of Romane Conti worth 4 million yuan, and then, in full view of everyone, he rinsed his mouth with red wine, and then poured the remaining wine on Meng Jiaojiao and Li Mingyao's faces. This highly dramatic video was given a very provocative title and posted on major social media platforms. Shocked lottery brother's true identity revealed? He is actually an invisible rich man. 4 million red wine just for rinsing the mouth? Mysterious tycoon appears in Jinling Imperial. Jinling Imperial Hotel was shocked by the sky-high consumption, and the protagonist turned out to be him. Each of these titles is eye-catching, let alone multiple titles? They are like huge fishhooks, accurately hooking the curiosity of netizens. Once the video was released, it quickly spread like a virus, and its speed of spread was astonishing. In just a few hours, the video topped the trending search list of major platforms, and the number of clicks, comments, and reposts increased exponentially, as if there was no end. Oh my god, is this true? 4 million worth of red wine, just spilled? What kind of family is this? This guy is too arrogant. Poverty limits my imagination. My annual salary is not enough for him to rinse his mouth. Wait, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before. Oh, now I remember, isn't he the lottery guy who won the lottery before? At the door of XX Lottery Store, I saw him in the news. Lottery brother? It's impossible to win so much money by winning the lottery? Even if you win the jackpot every day, you can't save so much money. Who knows, maybe he is a second-generation rich and wins the lottery just for fun and to experience life. I have a bold guess for the guy above. Could this guy be the heir of a hidden family? He usually keeps a low profile, but this time he couldn't help himself? Netizens were discussing the matter, making various speculations and making their own imaginations run wild. Some questioned the authenticity of the video, believing it was a hype by Jinling Imperial Hotel to attract customers. Some began to dig deep into Yu Zihong's past, trying to find clues from his previous social media updates to uncover his true face. More people were just waiting for the next development with great interest, expecting more explosive news. The label Lottery Brother, which originally carried a bit of joking and mocking meaning, has been quickly replaced by more attractive and mysterious titles such as Mysterious Tycoon, Invisible Rich Man, and Low-Key Rich Young Man. Various media outlets also heard the news and rushed to report the incident, fearing that they would fall behind. Like sharks smelling blood, reporters quickly rushed out to try to contact Yu Zihong, the Meng family of Jinling Imperial Hotel, and others to dig out deeper news. But strangely, all parties remained strangely silent and did not make a positive response to the incident. Some netizens who claimed to be insiders began to expose the incident online. All kinds of information that were difficult to distinguish between true and false emerged like a tide and flooded the internet, making the incident even more confusing and difficult to distinguish between true and false. Some media began to dig deep into the old news that Yu Zihong was kicked out of the Meng family, trying to link the two events together to create bigger news and attract more traffic. The atmosphere in the Meng family villa was so oppressive that it was suffocating, as if the air had frozen. Meng Zheng sat on a large leather sofa, his face livid and gloomy as if water could drip out of it. He stared closely at the tablet in his hand, on which the video that went viral on the internet was playing in a loop. Meng Xiyu and Meng Jiaojiao stood aside with their heads down, their eyes lowered, not daring to breathe, their bodies trembling slightly. They knew that their father was really furious this time. What a bunch of trash! Meng Qi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He slammed the tablet in his hand to the ground. The valuable tablet broke into pieces instantly with a loud bang and flying fragments. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Meng Xiyu and Meng Jiaojiao, and shouted, "Look at what you have done! You have brought shame to the Meng family. Aren't you two very capable at ordinary times? You are more powerful than the other in the company. How come at the critical moment, you can't even deal with a waste who was kicked out? And let him trample on the face of our Meng family in front of so many people?" His voice echoed in the living room like thunder, and every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing Meng Xiyu and Meng Jiaojiao's hearts. Meng Xiyu and Meng Jiaojiao lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly. They knew Yu Zihong was rich, but they didn't expect him to be so rich, and they didn't expect him to change his low profile and suddenly show off his wealth in such a high-profile way. This was completely beyond their expectations. "Dad, Meng Xiyu tried to explain. She wanted to say that she and Jiaojiao had tried their best, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. What her father needed was not an explanation, but a result that could save the Meng family's reputation. "Uncle, calm down. This matter, we didn't expect it to be like this," Meng Jiaojiao said carefully, her voice as thin as a mosquito, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at Meng Qi, only to see that his face became even gloomier, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. "Unexpected? What else did you not expect?" Meng Wei snorted coldly, his voice full of ridicule and disdain. "I think you have been scared by that loser for a long time and you don't even dare to fight back. It's really embarrassing and has brought shame to our Meng family." Meng Xiyu and Meng Jiaojiao were scolded so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. They felt aggrieved and unwilling. They also wanted to fight back and teach Yu Zihong a lesson, but facing Yu Zihong's jaw-dropping money ability, they really felt powerless, and a deep sense of frustration surged in their hearts. Meng Qi looked at his two daughters who kept their heads down and said nothing, and he became even more furious. He took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and asked in a cold tone, "Jiaojiao, what happened to your phone call? And why was Li Mingyao taken away by those people?" Meng Jiaojiao's body trembled, and her face turned pale instantly. She stammered, Uncle, She didn't dare to tell the fact that she and Li Mingyao had lost all their money in the failed investment, let alone that Li Mingyao owed a huge amount of usury. Meng Qi looked at Meng Jiaojiao's hesitation and guessed something in his heart. He said coldly, "Don't hesitate, what's going on?" Meng Jiaojiao could no longer hide it and could only tell Meng Qi everything that had happened, and said that she and Li Mingyao had broken up completely. Compared to the gloom and chaos in the Meng family, Shen Mengyao felt much more relaxed, even a little happy. After seeing the video, she immediately recognized that the protagonist in the video was Yu Zihong. She was happy for Yu Zihong's turnaround, but also curious about his sudden huge wealth. She knew that Yu Zihong was not a person who liked to show off, and there must be a reason for his high profile this time. She immediately called Yu Zihong to ask him what had happened. "Zihong, where are you? I saw the video online. Are you okay?" As soon as the call was connected, Shen Mengyao couldn't wait to ask, her tone full of concern. "Mengyao, I'm fine, don't worry." Yu Zihong's voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone was relaxed, as if he was not affected at all. "Those were just small scenes, don't worry about it." "Small scene?" Shen Mengyao was a little surprised. She frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in her tone. "That's 4 million. You just threw it? Zihong, tell me honestly, where did you get so much money?" "Ha, it's just a small amount of money." Yu Zihong smiled, with a hint of pride in his tone. "Mengyao, do you remember that I told you before that I was looking for investment? I recently attracted a large investment, the funding problem has been solved, and I am preparing to make a comeback." "Really? That's great." Shen Mengyao was overjoyed when she heard the news. She finally let go of her worries. "I knew you could do it. You've always been the best." Her tone was full of joy and pride, as if she was even happier than Zihang himself. Thank you, Meng Yao. Yu Zihang thanks sincerely, his tone full of gratitude. During this period, thanks to your support and encouragement, I will definitely thank you after I finish this busy period. Why are you being so polite to me? Shen Mengyao scolded, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Do we still need to say this between us? By the way, where are you now? I'll go find you. I want to congratulate you in person. Shen Mengyao suggested that she wanted to meet Yu Zihang immediately and share his joy. Chapter 11, Master Zhao decides to let Yu Zihang see what strength is. As night falls, in a private estate outside Jinling, the bright lights illuminate the night sky as if it were daytime. A charity auction that brings together celebrities from Jinling and even the whole country is kicking off here, with elegant people in fine clothes and clinking glasses. Yu Zihang was wearing a dark blue suit that was well cut and brought out his tall figure. Shen Mengyao, who was standing beside him, was wearing a starry dress with tiny sequins dotted on the hem. As she walked, it was like a river of stars flowing, breathtakingly beautiful. The two walked side by side, attracting countless envious glances. Shen Mengyao took Yu Zihang's arm and whispered, Zihang, tonight's auction is jointly held by several major families in Jinling, and all the people who come are well-known figures. Try to talk less and observe more. I will help you if there is anything. There was a hint of concern in her tone, as well as a sense of responsibility as a host. Yu Zihang smiled slightly, his eyes showing confidence. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Although he doesn't often attend such occasions, he is strong inside and can handle it well. He knew that Shen Mengyao had asked him to come with good intentions, wanting to help him expand his network, and he was also a little touched. As soon as the two entered the venue, many people came forward to greet Shen Mengyao, and their words were full of compliments. This shows the status of the Shen family in Jinling. Mengyao, who is this? A middle-aged man walked up to Shen Mengyao and looked at Yu Zihang for a moment, with a trace of scrutiny. Uncle Wang, this is my friend, Yu Zihang. Shen Mengyao introduced with a smile and a natural tone. Yu Zihang? Oh, brother, lottery young people are very aggressive, but if they are not aggressive, they are not young people. The middle-aged man said politely, but there was a flash of contempt in his eyes. He had obviously also heard of Yu Zihang's reputation as the lottery guy, and thought that he was just a nouveau riche who had gotten lucky and was not worthy of being in the upper class. Yu Zihang politely shook hands with the other party and said nothing more. He knew that in such an occasion, saying more would be useless and would only give people an excuse to criticize him. After the greetings, Shen Mengyao took Yu Zihang to a relatively secluded corner. Zihang, don't mind it, these people are snobbish and used to judging people by appearance. Shen Mengyao said apologetically. She was worried that Yu Zihang would feel uncomfortable because of the cold reception just now. I understand, it's okay. Yu Zihang smiled faintly, showing his understanding. He had long been accustomed to this kind of fickleness in human relationships, and it would not affect his mood. At this moment, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence between the two. Mengyao, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A young man in a white suit and with shiny hair walked over quickly. He was tall and handsome, but his brows were frivolous and arrogant. He was the eldest son of the Zhao family in Jinling, Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming walked up to Shen Mengyao and looked at her with burning eyes, not hiding his admiration. He was secretly proud in his heart. Tonight, I must let Mengyao see my strength and let her know that only I, Zhao Yiming, am her best choice. Mengyao, you are so beautiful tonight, just like a fairy from heaven, Zhao Yiming exclaimed exaggeratedly with a hint of greasy in his tone. Shen Mengyao frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by Zhao Yiming's frivolity. She responded politely, Mr. Zhao, you are too kind. Her tone was distant and cold. Zhao Yiming didn't seem to notice Shen Mengyao indifference. He turned to look at Yu Zihang, with a hint of contempt and provocation in his eyes. He deliberately raised his voice and asked, Who is this? This is my friend, Yu Zihang. Shen Mengyao introduced him again, with a hint of emphasis in her tone. She didn't want Zhao Yiming to misunderstand the relationship between her and Yu Zihang. Oh, it's Mr. Yu. Zhao Yiming looked Yu Zihang up and down, with a mocking arc on his lips. He thought to himself, is this the lucky lottery guy? He doesn't look that good, wearing cheap clothes, and he wants to compete with me for Mengyao? It's just wishful thinking. I wonder where Mr. Yu is employed. Zhao Yiming asked knowingly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. I am currently starting a business. Yu Zihang replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Starting a business? Zhao Yiming sneered, his voice full of disdain. Nowadays, starting a business is not easy. Without strong financial resources, rich connections, and a solid background, it is difficult to succeed. He paused and continued, I just came back from abroad recently, and I don't know much about the domestic business environment. However, I heard that 9 out of 10 domestic startups are losing money, and only a few can really make money. As Zhao Yiming spoke, he observed Yu Zihang's reaction. He wanted to see what expression this bumpkin would have after hearing his high-sounding speech. He was looking forward to seeing Yu Zihang's embarrassed and inferior expression, so that he could laugh at him. Yu Zihang did not show any displeasure as he wished. He just smiled faintly and said, Mr. Zhao is right, it is indeed not easy to start a business. However, everything depends on human efforts. I believe that as long as you work hard, there will always be a chance of success. His tone was calm and firm, as if he was just stating a fact. Zhao Yiming was even more upset when he saw that Yu Zihang was neither humble nor arrogant. He continued, Mr. Yu is quite confident. However, confidence alone is not enough, you also need strength. Do you know? I returned to China this time to take over an investment project of my family in Jinling, with a total investment of more than 10 billion. He deliberately raised his voice, emphasizing the word 10 billion in an attempt to shock Yu Zihang. He thought, now you know how powerful I am, right? 10 billion, you've probably never seen so much money in your life. Hundreds of billions? Yu Zihang raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised, but soon regained his composure. That's really a big deal, congratulations to Mr. Zhao. There was not much envy in his tone, but a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Yiming was even more displeased when he saw that Yu Zihang was not frightened by his big investment. He continued to show off, this is just a small project. Our Zhao family has many larger investments overseas, involving finance, real estate, technology and other fields. By the way, Meng Yao, haven't you always been interested in financial investment? When I have time, I can take you to visit our Zhao family's headquarters on Wall Street and let you see what a truly international company is. As he spoke, he flirted with Shen Meng Yao, trying to attract her attention. He thought, Meng Yao, did you see that? I am the real rich man. Compared with me, Yu Zihang is nothing. Shen Meng Yao was very annoyed by Zhao Yiming's show-off and hints. She said coldly, Mr. Zhao, thank you for your kindness, but I am not interested in financial investment. Besides, I am very busy recently and I am afraid I don't have time to visit your company. Her tone was cold and she rejected Zhao Yiming mercilessly. Zhao Yiming was rejected by Shen Mengyao in public, and his face was a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, Mengyao, don't be so formal. Our two families are old friends, and there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. He tried to use family ties to get closer to Shen Mengyao. He paused, then looked at Yu Zihang again, with a hint of threat in his tone, Mr. Yu, I advise you to think carefully about your future. Young man, don't be too ambitious, it's most important to be down to earth. He thought to himself, boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't get in my way. Yu Zihang looked at Zhao Yiming, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He said lightly, Mr. Zhao, thank you for your advice. However, I will take care of my future, so you don't have to worry about it. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable power. Zhao Yiming was speechless after being confronted by Yu Zihang, his face turned pale and blue. He didn't expect that this country bumpkin would dare to be so disrespectful to him. He was furious and swore secretly, boy, just wait for me, I will make you look good tonight. Just then, a beautiful host in Cheongsam walked onto the stage and announced the official start of the auction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's charity auction. The MC's voice temporarily eased the tense atmosphere at the scene. Zhao Yiming snorted coldly, glared at Yu Zihang, and then turned and walked to his seat. He thought to himself, humph, I'll let you be proud for a while, but you'll cry when the auction comes later. Shen Mengyao looked at Yu Zihang with some concern and asked softly, Zihang, are you okay? She was worried that Zhao Yiming would cause trouble for Yu Zihang. I'm fine, don't worry. Yu Zihang comforted, I don't care about this kind of clown. His tone was relaxed, as if everything just now was just a small episode. The auction officially began, and one exquisite item after another was displayed, including antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, sculptures by famous artists. The dazzling array was overwhelming. In order to show off in front of Shen Mengyao, Zhao Yiming made frequent bids and bought several items at high prices. Every time he won an item, he would look at Yu Zihang triumphantly, his eyes full of provocation and boasting. He thought, see? This is my strength. A poor guy like you probably can't even afford one. Chapter 12, Still showing off to me? I want this ancient jade. Yu Zihong sat there quietly, watching Zhao Yiming showing off like a peacock with its tail spread out, without a trace of emotion in his heart. The reason why he never bothered with Zhao Yiming was not because he was afraid of him. Firstly, he and Shen Mengyao were friends, and he didn't want Shen Mengyao to make enemies in the Jinling circle because of him. More friends are always better than more enemies. Secondly, although Zhao Yiming seemed to be targeting him all the time, and his words were full of provocation and contempt, Yu Zihong was keenly aware that this guy didn't really take him seriously. The system also confirmed this. Zhao Yiming's hatred value towards himself was only a pitiful 30 points. What does this mean? This means that Zhao Yiming did not regard himself as a worthy opponent. It can even be said that he did not take himself seriously at all. The reason why he behaved so arrogantly was probably because he was used to this high-handed attitude, used to looking down on others, and despising everyone equally. Since he couldn't trigger the hatred rebate, Yu Zihong naturally didn't bother to pay attention to him. In his opinion, wasting words with such a person is simply a waste of life. Time passed by, and the auction gradually came to an end. Exquisite items were sold one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. Finally, it was time for the finale item to appear. A beautiful MC in Cheongsam focus on the MC's appearance, temperament, and cleavage walked onto the stage holding an exquisite red sandalwood box. She carefully opened the box, and a crystal-clear ancient jade with a faint halo appeared in front of everyone. The ancient jade is oval in shape, with a fine texture and a warm color. It is carved with exquisite patterns, and a lifelike dragon pattern can be vaguely seen. Wow! Such beautiful jade! This jade is not simple. There was a burst of exclamations at the scene. The host smiled slightly and began to introduce the origin and efficacy of this ancient jade. Dear guests, the finale of tonight's auction is an extremely rare ancient jade. This ancient jade is not only exquisitely crafted, but also made of rare materials. According to experts, this ancient jade has a history of at least thousands of years and is a rare treasure. She paused and continued, what's even more amazing is that this piece of ancient jade has some special effects. After testing by our professional organization, this piece of ancient jade can actually enhance human physique, beautify the skin, and even delay aging. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. Is this true? Is it so magical? Improve your health? Improve your skin? Slow down aging? This is simply a magical thing. Is this just hype? How can there be such a magical jade? The crowd was talking about it, some were amazed, some were questioning, but more people had greed in their eyes. The host seemed to have anticipated the crowd's reaction. She smiled and continued, I know you may not believe it. But I can tell you responsibly that the efficacy of this ancient jade has been repeatedly verified by us and is absolutely true and reliable. She paused and continued, of course, we still don't know why this ancient jade has these effects. Perhaps there is some unknown secret hidden in it. The host's words made the atmosphere even more lively. I want this piece of ancient jade. No one can snatch it from me. Some people have already started gearing up and are eager to give it a try. Seeing that the time was right, the host announced the auction reserve price. The starting price of this ancient jade is 1 billion, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 million. 1 billion? So expensive? There was another round of exclamations at the scene. The starting price of 1 billion was affordable for most of the people present, but it was still a bit high. After all, this is just the starting price. Who knows how much it will rise to when the transaction is finally completed? However, the MC did not start the bidding immediately, but gave everyone some time to build up their emotions and think it over. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yu Zihong's mind. Ding detected a special item, ancient jade. After the host obtains this item, the system's new capabilities can be activated. What? Yu Zihong was so shocked that he almost jumped up from his chair. New capabilities of the system? This is a great thing. He never expected that this piece of ancient jade actually hid such a secret. It seems that I must get this ancient jade. But, the starting price of 1 billion. Yu Zihong frowned. All his current assets combined might not even add up to 10 billion. Even with Shen Mengyao help, it might not be enough. He subconsciously looked at Shen Mengyao, only to see that she was staring at the ancient jade on the stage, her eyes full of wonder and desire. This piece of ancient jade is so magical and beautiful. Shen Mengyao murmured to herself, with a hint of regret in her tone, it's a pity that I can't afford it. When Zhao Yiming heard Shen Mengyao's words, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He cleared his throat and said affectionately, Mengyao, do you like this ancient jade? Shen Mengyao nodded and said nothing. Zhao Yiming was even more proud when he saw this. He smiled and said, since you like it, I will take a picture of it and give it to you. He paused, then added, of course, not now. After we get married, I will give it to you as a token of our love, okay? As he spoke, he looked at Shen Mengyao lovingly, as if he had already seen the happy life they would have after marriage. Shen Mengyao frowned slightly when she heard what Zhao Yiming said. She was very annoyed by Zhao Yiming's self-conceit. Yu Zihang couldn't hold it in any longer. He sneered and said, Mr. Zhao, are you too self-indulgent? When did Mengyao say she wanted to marry you? A toad wants to eat swan meat, but he doesn't even take a piss to look at himself. He looks so ugly, but he thinks he is beautiful. He was just worrying about how to get this ancient jade, and Zhao Yiming was like a pillow for him. Isn't it enough to find a way to make him hate me? It doesn't seem too difficult. He paused, and then said, what did you say just now? You want to bid for this ancient jade? Just you? Don't be ridiculous, who do you think you are? The richest man in Jinling? 10 billion is probably a lot of money for you, right? Are you sure you can afford it? Besides, this is just the starting price. Yu Zihang's words were like a loud slap in the face, slapping Zhao Yiming hard. Zhao Yiming's face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect that Yu Zihang would dare to humiliate him like this. Yu Zihang you. He pointed at Yu Zihang, shaking with anger, but unable to utter a complete sentence. What do you mean by I? Yu Zihang looked at him coldly. What I hate most is a self-righteous and arrogant dandy like you. Today, I will show you what real strength is. He paused and said, I want this ancient jade. Chapter 13. Wow, you are done. You have triggered the hatred rebate. As soon as Yu Zihang finished speaking, the entire auction venue suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, scanning him back and forth like a searchlight. Shock, confusion, ridicule, and watching the fun, all kinds of emotions intertwined and collided in these gazes. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? I don't know, I've never seen him before and he looks very unfamiliar. 1 billion, he thought it was 100,000 yuan? I guess it's some ignorant kid who's crazy about showing off. Whispers spread throughout the venue like a tide. Everyone was guessing about Yu Zihang's identity, wondering who he was and how he dared to speak so arrogantly at a gathering of Jinling's top circle. You have to know that those present tonight are all well-known figures in Jinling and even across the country. Any one of them is worth over 100 million. Even the richest people in the country came tonight. In this kind of situation, anyone who dares to say, I want this piece of ancient jade, must be either really powerful or out of his mind. Soon, someone recognized Yu Zihang. Ha! This person looks familiar. I also think he looks familiar. Oh, now I remember, he is the lottery guy who was very popular on the internet some time ago? Lottery guy? The one who rinsed his mouth with 4 million red wine? Yes, that's him. As soon as the name of Lottery Brother came out, there was a commotion at the scene again. Everyone's eyes turned toward Yu Zihang and became more complicated. Some people suddenly realized it, some were skeptical, and some sneered at it. It turns out to be Lottery Brother, no wonder he is so arrogant. What happened to Lottery Brother? He just won the lottery, but he thinks he is a big shot? That is, even if he is lucky and wins several 100 million, it is still not enough to buy this ancient jade. I think he just wants to hype it up and attract attention. Just as everyone was talking about it, someone recognized Yu Zihang's other identity. Wait, you said, this lottery guy is the one. Yu Zihang? Yu Zihang? Which Yu Zihang? Who else could it be? The unlucky guy who was kicked out of the Meng family. Ha! It's him? Yu Zihang's ex-girlfriend's identity was revealed, and the atmosphere at the scene became more subtle. When everyone looked at Yu Zihang, in addition to surprise and confusion, there was also a bit of sympathy and ridicule. It turned out to be him, no wonder. Wasn't his company swindled away by the Meng family? How could he have the money to buy ancient jade? I guess he wants to take this opportunity to hype himself up. Ha, it's really pitiful. He was cheated of money by a woman and now he wants to attract attention in this way. Maybe they want to attract attention and attract some investment, which is quite quick thinking. All kinds of discussions reached Shen Mengyao's ears, making her feel distressed and worried. She turned to look at Yu Zihang, only to see that he was still calm, with no panic or embarrassment on his face, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Shen Mengyao was filled with confusion and shock. She couldn't understand why Yu Zihang, who had always been low-key and introverted, suddenly became so high-profile and so aggressive? Could it be that he was really angered by what Zhao Yiming said just now? Could it be that he really wanted to stand up for himself so much that he was willing to confront Zhao Yiming? The more Shen Mengyao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She knew that although Yu Zihang looked calm and composed on the surface, deep down inside, he was actually a very proud and strong-willed person. He would never allow anyone, especially his former enemies, to show off in front of him, nor would he allow anyone to hurt the people he cared about. Thinking of this, Shen Mengyao felt a warm feeling in her heart. She looked at Yu Zihang, her eyes filled with emotion and heartache. Yu Zihang did this all for himself. However, she was also extremely worried about Yu Zihang. She knew very well that the starting price of this ancient jade was as high as 1 billion. Even if Yu Zihang really attracted investment recently, it would probably be far from enough. Besides, the money people invest cannot be used to buy ancient jade. What's more, Zhao Yiming is the eldest son of the Zhao family in Jinling. He is wealthy and has a strong background. He will never give up this ancient jade easily. Yu Zihang is now at odds with Zhao Yiming. What if? Shen Mengyao didn't dare to think about it anymore. She held Yu Zihang's hand tightly, her palms were full of sweat. She wanted to persuade Yu Zihang to give up and told him that she didn't need this ancient jade, as long as he was safe. However, looking at Yu Zihang's determined eyes, she didn't know how to start. She knew that Yu Zihang had a strong sense of self-esteem and he would never allow himself to back down in such an occasion. For a moment, Shen Mengyao was caught in a dilemma. She didn't know what to do and could only pray silently for Yu Zihang in her heart, hoping that he could get through this safely. Unlike Shen Mengyao's worries, Zhao Yiming's mood at this moment can be said to be extremely angry. He widened his eyes and stared at Yu Zihang, his eyes full of hatred and murderous intent, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He never dreamed that Yu Zihang, whom he regarded as an ant, would dare to challenge him in public, snatch the ancient jade from him, and snatch the woman from him. What made him even more unacceptable was that Yu Zihang actually dared to be so disrespectful to him and target him in front of so many people. This is a blatant humiliation to him. Zhao Yiming has always been the center of attention since he was a child. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? He was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face turned blue, and the veins on his forehead bulged as if he would explode at any time. Yu Zihang. Zhao Yiming spoke through gritted teeth, every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, full of hatred. He pointed at Yu Zihang's nose and roared, "How dare you, you dare to go against me? Do you know who I am?" Ding, Zhao Yiming's hatred value detected, 60. System prompt, Zhao Yiming's hatred value has reached 60 points. The host has completed the face slap, which can trigger a tenfold rebate. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yu Zihang smiled. Chapter 14. Is this the money power of Taimiao? Dear distinguished guests, the exciting moment has finally arrived. The auction host's voice was sweet and passionate, like a spring breeze blowing across the water, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a climax. I believe that everyone can't wait to see the true appearance of this ancient jade, and can't wait to own it. Well, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Now, I announce that the auction of this ancient jade has officially begun. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was a burst of warm applause, echoing in the venue like thunder. Everyone's eyes were focused on the ancient jade, their eyes were filled with desire and greed, as if they wanted to devour the ancient jade. Starting price, 1 billion, each bid will be increased, and must not be less than 100 million. The host's voice sounded again, clear and pleasant, but with unquestionable majesty. The starting price of 1 billion makes many people hesitate. However, for those truly top wealthy people, 1 billion is just a number that can be used to measure their identity and status. 1.1 billion. A deep voice sounded, breaking the silence in the meeting room. 1.2 billion. Then, another voice sounded, no less powerful. 1.3 billion. Soon, people started bidding. The bidding sounds came one after another like waves, and the prices soared at an astonishing speed. 1.5 billion. One voice instantly drowned out the other bidding sounds, like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Yiming holding up the number plate in his hand high with a look of pride and complacency on his face. It's Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming also took action. It seems that Zhao Yiming is determined to get this piece of ancient jade. I heard that Mr. Zhao has always been in poor health, and this piece of ancient jade is probably prepared for him. Zhao Yiming's move made the atmosphere on the scene even more tense, like a taut bowstring that could break at any time. Many people who originally wanted to participate in the bidding gave up. They exchanged glances with each other and shook their heads helplessly. After all, they knew they had no chance of winning against a top-tier wealthy family like Zhao Yiming. Rather than bringing disgrace upon themselves, it was better to withdraw early. 1.6 billion. 1.7 billion. A few more people joined the bidding, but were soon suppressed by Zhao Yiming's higher bid, like fallen leaves blown away by the wind, falling helplessly. 2 billion. Zhao Yiming raised the sign again, with a determined smile on his face, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. 5 billion. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, instantly breaking the deadlock on the scene, like dropping a bomb on a calm lake, causing huge waves. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu Zihong slowly raising the number plate in his hand. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he was just doing something insignificant. There was no expression on his face, as calm as a pool of deep water, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Is it him? Lottery brother? How dare he compete with Zhao Yiming? Where does he get the confidence from? Yu Zihong's move caused another commotion at the scene, which was even more intense and chaotic than before. The expressions people gave Yu Zihong became more complicated. Some were surprised, some were confused, some were disdainful, and some were gloating, as if they were watching a wonderful circus performance. Shen Mengyao's heart was in her throat. She held Yu Zihong's hand tightly, her palms were sweaty and sticky, and she felt uncomfortable. She didn't know how much money Yu Zihong had, but she knew that 5 billion was definitely not a small amount. She was worried that Yu Zihong would lose, and even more worried that he would be hurt because of it. 6 billion. Zhao Yiming frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he raised the sign again, with a hint of majesty and warning in his voice. 10 billion. Yu Zihong followed without hesitation. His tone remained calm, but it was like an invisible blade piercing Zhao Yiming's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. 11 billion. Zhao Yiming's voice began to tremble, and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that this young man would be so difficult and so ungrateful. 50 billion. Yu Zihong raised the card again, and this time, he directly increased it to 50 billion. His face remained calm, as if the 50 billion was just an insignificant number to him and not worth mentioning at all. Anybody else bidding? The host's voice sounded again, and her eyes swept around the venue, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. No one responded. The meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. 50 billion once. 50 billion twice. Just as the MC was about to drop the hammer, Zhao Yiming suddenly sneered, and the laugh sounded particularly harsh in the quiet conference room. Humph, pretending. He looked at Yu Zihong, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule, as if he was watching a clown performing. I just don't believe you can really come up with 50 billion. He curled his lips, his tone full of contempt and provocation. He paused and said, even if you can come up with 50 billion, what can you do? This ancient jade will eventually be mine. It must be mine. There was a hint of madness and determination in Zhao Yiming's voice, as if he had lost his mind. The reason why he said this was because the purpose of coming here today was to buy this ancient jade for the family and prolong his grandfather's life. This was an important task given to him by the family, and he had to complete it without any mistakes. The Zhao family had long known about the magical effects of this ancient jade and had made adequate preparations, even going so far as to use the family's reserve funds. Just now, I took this opportunity to perform well in front of Shen Mengyao, let her see my strength, and let her know that I am the most suitable man for her and the one who can make her happy. However, he never expected that a Changyao Jin would appear halfway, and it turned out to be Yu Zihong, the pretty boy, the ant he had always looked down upon and trampled under his feet. He never expected that this guy, whom he regarded as an ant, actually had such terrifying financial resources that he dared to compete with him and steal his limelight. 50 billion. This is not a small amount. Even for the Zhao family, it is not an easy task to come up with so much cash. He originally thought that he could easily crush Yu Zihong, but he didn't expect that he would be crushed to pieces by him. However, he did not give up completely. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. He believed that as long as he continued to raise the price, Yu Zihong would be scared off. After all, 50 billion was already an astronomical figure. He didn't believe that Yu Zihong could really come up with so much money. He thought that Yu Zihong must be bluffing and deliberately making things mysterious. At the same time, he began to think that if he sold or mortgaged some assets, with the influence of the Zhao family, it wouldn't matter if he paid the money later after the auction. 60 billion. Zhao Yiming raised his card again, and there was a hint of madness and determination in his voice, as if he was making a big bet. This time, he directly added 10 billion. His hands were shaking slightly, and his palms were full of sweat, but he pretended to be calm and tried to make himself look more confident. 70 billion. Yu Zihong followed without hesitation. His tone remained calm, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting Zhao Yiming's heart so hard that his heart almost stopped beating. 80 billion. Zhao Yiming's voice had begun to tremble and even became a little hoarse. He felt as if his throat was blocked by something, and breathing became difficult. 90 billion. Yu Zihong remained calm, as if this fierce bidding was just a game to him, a game in which he could squander money at will. 95 billion. Zhao Yiming almost roared out the number, his voice was completely out of control, and became sharp and piercing. He had already mortgaged everything he could, and even planned to use some shady means. His body was shaking violently, as if he would fall down at any time. His face was as pale as paper, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his eyes were full of madness and despair. 100 billion. Yu Zihong continued to quote calmly. His voice was still calm, but it was like a sharp knife that stabbed into Zhao Yiming's heart and made him feel miserable. Chapter 15. Chapter 14. Is this the money power of Tai Miao? He looked at Zhao Yiming quietly, his eyes full of mockery and ridicule, as if he was looking at a dying clown. I don't believe you have so much money. Zhao Yiming suddenly let out a hysterical roar. He stood up suddenly, his body swaying as if he would fall down at any time. He pointed at Yu Zihong, his fingers trembling violently, and roared, You must be bluffing. You don't have so much money at all. You are just randomly bidding. You liar. His voice, echoing in the quiet auction venue, sounded particularly harsh and crazy. Everyone was stunned by Zhao Yiming's loss of composure. They had never seen Zhao Yiming lose his composure like this, and they had never seen Zhao Yiming so crazy. Everyone looked at Yu Zihong, their eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. Yes, 100 billion. This is not a small amount. Even among the top wealthy people present, I'm afraid not many of them can easily come up with so much cash. Let alone one person, even if a few people come together, they may not be able to come up with the amount. Everyone has hundreds of billions of assets, but who has hundreds of billions of cash? Does Yu Zihong really have so much money? Or was he really just bluffing and deliberately raising the price to embarrass Zhao Yiming? For a moment, all kinds of speculations emerged in everyone's minds, surging like a tide. Even Shen Mengyao, who had always been full of confidence in Yu Zihong, couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. She held Yu Zihong's hand tightly, her palms were full of sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. This auction was far beyond her imagination. She didn't know how much money Yu Zihong had, but she knew that 100 billion was beyond her understanding. What if Yu Zihong was really just bluffing? Then the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Mengyao didn't dare to think about it anymore. She felt that her breathing was becoming difficult. She could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that Yu Zihong could get through this safely and hoping that a miracle would happen. The host was also awakened by Zhao Yiming's questioning voice. She was stunned for a few seconds before she came back to her senses. She looked at Yu Zihong with a hint of suspicion and distrust in her eyes, and even a hint of fear. Sir, may I ask, are you sure you can pay the bidding price of 100 billion? The host's voice was trembling and even stuttering. She felt like her tongue was about to get tied. She had hosted many auctions, but had never encountered such a high bid, let alone such a crazy bidder. What's more, the bidder was an unknown young man, a young man she had never heard of. She had to wonder if Yu Zihong was really able to pay such a huge sum of money. If he was really just bluffing, then she, the auctioneer, would probably have to bear some responsibility. Facing everyone's doubts, Yu Zihong seemed unusually calm. He smiled and said, Of course. If I'm worried, I can transfer the money immediately after the successful bidding. His tone was calm and confident, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The MC couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She felt her throat was a little dry and tight. She calmed down and started bidding. 100 billion for the first time. Her voice was trembling, but she tried to stay calm. 100 billion for the second time. It was so exciting. She had never thought that she would be able to participate in the auction of a treasure worth 100 billion in her lifetime. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She had never experienced such an exciting moment. The third transaction of 100 billion yuan for the ancient jade will belong to Mr. Yu Zihong. The host finally shouted excitedly. Her voice was completely out of control and became sharp and piercing. Ding, system prompts, complete the slap in the face of Zhao Yiming, trigger a 60x rebate, and get 6 trillion yuan. Okay, now you can transfer the money. After receiving the system notification, Yu Zihong signaled the hostess to come and collect the money. His tone was still calm, as if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with him. Yu Zihong's operation stunned everyone present. They opened their mouths and eyes wide, holding their breath, afraid of missing any details, as if they had seen something incredible. He really wants to transfer the money? 100 billion? Does he really have that much money? Could it be fake? How is this possible? All kinds of discussions rang out in the conference hall, like a boiling pot. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Zihong's cell phone, as if it was not a cell phone but a rare treasure. All right, please wait a moment. The MC hurriedly ran to the backstage and came out with her phone in her hand. Her hands were shaking slightly and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She had never experienced such a tense moment before and she felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Yu Zihong completed the transfer operation. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he was performing a solemn ceremony. Ding Dong received 100 billion. The crisp notification sound of the funds arriving echoed in the quiet auction venue, like the sound of nature, shocking and driving everyone crazy. Really, has it really arrived? 100 billion? Did he really transfer 100 billion? This is too incredible, right? This is simply a miracle. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was stunned by Yu Zihong's ability to make money. They felt that their worldview had been overturned. Everyone looked at Yu Zihong, their eyes filled with awe and envy, as if they were looking at a god who controlled endless wealth. This is the real rich man. Too arrogant and domineering. Zhao Yiming was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, like a puppet with his soul taken away. He opened his mouth and eyes wide, staring at Yu Zihong, his eyes full of disbelief and despair, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He never dreamed that Yu Zihong actually took out 100 billion and did it so lightly and nonchalantly. This was simply a naked humiliation to him and a ruthless trampling on his dignity. Congratulations again to Mr. Yu for buying this ancient jade at a price of 100 billion. The MC's voice brought Zhao Yiming back to reality from his shock, but this voice was like a sharp knife that stabbed into his heart and made him feel extremely painful. He knew that he had lost completely, utterly, and totally. He not only lost the jade, his face, but also his dignity and his self-confidence. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhao Yiming muttered to himself, his eyes filled with despair and madness, his body swayed as if he would fall down at any time. He couldn't accept this fact, he couldn't believe that he would lose to a guy who looked like a waste. He couldn't accept this humiliation, he couldn't accept this failure. He felt that his world had completely collapsed at this moment. At the same time, in the VIP room of the auction venue, an old man was closely watching the situation at the auction venue through surveillance. He was wearing a tang suit, with gray hair, but he was energetic, with a wise look in his eyes. When he saw Yu Zihong buy the ancient jade at a sky-high price of 100 billion, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This smile was very meaningful. This young man is quite interesting, no, very interesting. The old man muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with wisdom, as if he could see through everything. He gently stroked the teacup in his hand, thinking. Slow down. Just as Yu Zihong's fingers were about to touch the ancient jade that exuded a warm and lustrous luster, another old but powerful voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in the magnificent conference hall, instantly shattering the silence on the scene. Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Old Man Shen vs Old Man Meng. Slow down. Just as Yu Zihong's fingers were about to touch the ancient jade that exuded a warm and lustrous luster, an old but powerful voice, like a thunderclap, exploded in the magnificent conference hall, instantly shattering the silence on the scene. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old man in a tang suit, surrounded by a group of people, slowly walking over. He was tall and straight, and walked steadily. If it weren't for his silver hair, he wouldn't be an old man at all, at most he was middle-aged. This old man is the head of the Meng family, Meng Wuti. Although he was over 70 years old, he was in good spirits, and his eyes were still bright, as if he could see through people's hearts and all hypocrisy and lies. His face had a kind of majesty that was unique to those who had been in a high position for a long time, but at this moment, this majesty was mixed with a trace of imperceptible eagerness and anxiety. At this moment, he looked at Yu Zihang, and tried hard to force a kind smile on his face, but the smile seemed a little stiff and distorted, as if he hadn't smiled for a long time. It was also like a clumsy mask that looked out of place on his face. Zihang, I've heard about what happened between you and Shiyu. Young people are bound to have some misunderstandings and frictions. But as long as you truly love each other, these are not a problem. He paused, as if choosing his words, and continued, his tone carrying a hint of concern and consolation from an elder, but more of an unquestionable command. How about this? As long as you are willing to give this ancient jade to our Meng family, I will immediately let you get engaged and get married as soon as possible. What do you think? He seemed calm when he spoke, but his slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner nervousness and anxiety. He stared at Yu Zihang closely, afraid to miss any change in his facial expression, as if waiting for a crucial judgment. This guy shouldn't refuse, right? After all, he loved Shiyu so much before, and was willing to do anything for her. Now, as long as he nods, he can get the beauty and the support of our Meng family. What reason does he have to refuse? Meng Wuti secretly calculated in his heart, even if he has some money now, what can he do? In Jinling, in front of our Meng family, he is still not good enough. As soon as Meng Wuti finished speaking, the scene suddenly exploded like a boiling pot, with an uproar that was louder and more chaotic than any previous time. Damn, this old man Meng is so shameless. It has completely refreshed my 3 views. A young man couldn't help but curse in a low voice, his face full of contempt and anger. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he might rush up and punch Meng Wuti at any time. You cheated me of my company before, and now you want to cheat me of the jade pendant? You really think I'm a fool? People like me should be struck by lightning. The person next to him echoed, his tone full of disdain and disgust. He spat fiercely, as if he wanted to spit out all the anger in his heart. This person is thicker than a city wall. He is so shameless to the extreme. A middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He sighed helplessly, as if he was disappointed with the world. Various discussions came one after another, rushing towards Meng Wuti like a tide, drowning him. Everyone looked at Meng Wuti with contempt and disdain, as if they were looking at a clown, a despicable and shameless villain. Everyone knows that there is a past between Yu Zihang and the Meng family that is too painful to look back on, a past full of deception and betrayal. At the beginning, Yu Zihang was kicked out by the Meng family, and the company was also defrauded by the Meng family. It can be said that he was left with nothing and was in a very miserable state. At that time, Yu Zihang was like a stray dog, being bullied and slaughtered by others. Now, Yu Zihang has turned his life around and spent a huge sum of money to buy this priceless ancient jade, showing his amazing financial strength and courage, which shocked everyone and made them look at him with awe. Meng Wuti actually wanted to repeat his old tricks and use the guise of marriage to defraud this ancient jade. This is simply shameless and outrageous. This is simply an insult to Yu Zihang and the IQ of everyone present. When Shen Mengyao heard Meng Wuti's words, her face instantly turned pale as paper, bloodless, as if all her life had been sucked out of her. She held Yu Zihang's hand tightly. Her palms were full of sweat and stickiness, which made her feel flustered and frightened. She was worried that Yu Zihang would agree to Meng Wuti's request. After all, she had seen Yu Zihang's feelings for Meng Shiyu before, and could even say that she had witnessed it with her own eyes. That kind of almost obsessive love, that kind of unreserved devotion, that kind of humble attitude, made her feel distressed, unworthy, and angry. She was afraid that Yu Zihang would make the wrong decision because of his old feelings for Meng Shiyu, and would fall into the fire pit again, and be deceived and used by the Meng family again. She was even more afraid that she would lose Yu Zihang, the man who made her heart beat, the man who made her feel warm and safe. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed to jump out of her chest, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. She stared at Yu Zihang closely, her eyes full of anxiety and pleading. Zihang, you must not promise him. Shen Mengyao prayed silently in her heart. Have you forgotten how the Meng family treated you? Have you forgotten the humiliation you have suffered? Do you really still love Meng Shiyu? Just when Shen Mengyao was lost in thoughts and feeling confused, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the meeting room, like a thunderclap out of the blue, shattering the fear and anxiety in her heart. Meng Wuti, do you still have any shame? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, majestic old man striding out of the VIP room with undisguised anger on his face, like an enraged lion who might pounce on the enemy and tear it to pieces at any time. This old man is the head of the Shen family, Shen Mengyao's grandfather, Shen Wanjun. He was also the old man who had just commented on Yu Zihang as interesting in the VIP room. He was tall and vigorous. Although his hair was gray, his eyes were piercing, like two sharp swords, piercing people's hearts and making people dare not look directly at him. He had a majestic aura on his face, like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, exuding a powerful aura. He looked at Meng Wuti, his eyes full of contempt and anger, as if he wanted to eat him alive and cut him into pieces. Everyone knows that you cheated other people's companies before. Now you dare to steal jade pendants. Do you really think that our Shen family is just a decoration? Shen Wanjuan's voice, like the sound of a huge bell, echoed in the conference hall, making people's eardrums hurt, and also startled the whispering crowd, making the entire conference hall quiet. When Meng Wuti saw Shen Wanjun, his face changed slightly, and a trace of panic and fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shen Wanjun would intervene in this matter, and his attitude was so tough and merciless. Brother Shen, what do you mean? Meng Wuti suppressed the anger and uneasiness in his heart and asked in a deep voice, with a hint of questioning in his tone, but more of a sense of guilt and timidity. What do you mean? You know it in your heart. Shen Wanjun snorted coldly and said unceremoniously, his tone full of contempt and disdain, Yu Zihang is a friend of our Shen family, I will never allow anyone to bully him. He paused, his tone became more severe and firm. Also, Yu Zihang spent 100 billion to buy this ancient jade. It is his own thing. It is his freedom to deal with it as he wants. It is not your turn, the Meng family, to make decisions. Shen Wanjuan's words were loud and powerful, and every word was like a nail that pierced Meng Wuti's heart and made him feel a pang of pain. Everyone looked at Shen Wanjun, their eyes full of admiration and appreciation, as if they were looking at a hero who dared to speak up for justice. Mr. Shen is really righteous and great. Yes, with the support of the Shen family, it is really satisfying to see if the Meng family dares to be arrogant. Everyone was talking about it, praising Shen Wanjun for his righteous words and condemning the Meng family's shameless behavior. When Shen Mengyao heard her grandfather's words, her heart was filled with gratitude and warmth. She felt like she was protected by a powerful force, making her feel extremely safe and at ease. She knew that her grandfather showed up for her own good, to protect her and to prevent her from getting hurt. It turns out that Shen Wanjun has never been optimistic about Yu Zihang. It's not because of Yu Zihang's background or ability, but because he feels that Yu Zihang's feelings for Meng Shiyu are too humble and too dog-licking. He is worried that his granddaughter will be hurt, lose herself in this relationship, and become unlike herself. Therefore, he never made a clear statement to support their relationship. He just watched and evaluated silently. However, he did not intervene. After all, the Shen family doted on Shen Mengyao, and as long as it was something she liked, they would try their best to satisfy her and would not interfere too much. Moreover, although Yu Zihang was a bit of a bootlicker, he was still a relatively upright person and did not do anything out of line. Therefore, Shen Wanjun just turned a blind eye, allowing the two to develop their relationship and watching how things developed. After Yu Zihang was kicked out of the Meng family and had nothing, Shen Wanjun saw and remembered Shen Mengyao's concern and worry for Yu Zihang. He was even more certain that Yu Zihang was not worthy of his granddaughter, and he could not bring happiness to Shen Mengyao at all, but would only make Shen Mengyao fall into pain. He even thought about intervening and making the two of them completely sever their relationship. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one, and let Shen Mengyao be free as soon as possible. However, he was afraid that doing so would hurt Shen Mengyao's heart, causing her to fall into deeper pain and make her resent him. Therefore, he has been hesitating and has not taken any action. He is very conflicted and entangled inside. Until just now, Yu Zihang bought this ancient jade at a sky-high price of 100 billion, which completely shocked Shen Wanjun. It made him look at Yu Zihang with new eyes and re-recognize this young man. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake before, underestimated this young man, or even could say, misjudged this young man. This young man is definitely not as simple as he seems. How can he be so courageous? More importantly, his feelings for Shen Mengyao are sincere, deep, and can stand the test. For Shen Mengyao, he can spend a lot of money and even go against the top wealthy families like the Zhao family. He is desperate and regardless of the consequences. Such a man is the man who is truly worthy of entrusting one's life to, the man who can truly bring happiness to Shen Mengyao, and the son-in-law that the Shen family really needs. Therefore, Shen Wanjun decided to support Yu Zihang and back him up. He wanted everyone to know that Yu Zihang was someone recognized by the Shen family, a friend of the Shen family, and the Shen family's future son-in-law. As for those shameless people in the Meng family, they should give up their hope and stop dreaming about targeting Yu Zihang. Brother Shen, what you said is wrong. When Meng Wuti heard Shen Wanjuan's words, his face became even uglier, turning pale and blue. He suppressed the anger in his heart, tried to stay calm, and maintained his last bit of dignity, and said, Zihang and Shiyu are a couple. Now, there are just some misunderstandings between them. As an elder, is there anything wrong with me stepping in to mediate? Chapter 17 Chapter 15 Old Man Shen vs Old Man Meng Part 2. Zihang and Shiyu are a couple. Now, there are just some misunderstandings between them. As an elder, is there anything wrong with me stepping in to mediate? He tried to cover up the mistakes of the Meng family with misunderstandings, use his status as an elder to suppress Shen Wanjun, and use a pair to emphasize the relationship between Yu Zihang and Meng Shiyu, trying to make Shen Wanjun give up. Misunderstand? Shen Wanjun sneered and mercilessly exposed Meng Wuti's lies. His voice was full of contempt and anger, as if he wanted to tear Meng Wuti's hypocritical mask apart. Meng Wuti, stop pretending to be confused. Don't you know how your Meng family treated Zihang in the past? Now that you see Zihang is rich, you want to curry favor with him again? Do you really think that our Shen family is fools, and that everyone is a fool? His tone was full of contempt and anger, and he did not hide his disgust for Meng Wuti, as if he was looking at a despicable villain, a disgusting trash. You. Meng Wuti was speechless after being rebuked by Shen Wanjun. He felt his cheeks burning, as if he had been slapped hard in the face, making him lose face and feel ashamed. He didn't expect that Shen Wanjun would be so disrespectful to him and expose his past in public, making him lose face. He didn't expect that Shen Wanjun would protect Yu Zihang so much and value Yu Zihang so much, which made him feel extremely angry. At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded in the venue, breaking the awkward situation and attracting everyone's attention. Zihang, don't listen to them. I know you still have me in your heart. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Meng Shiyu coming out with tears in her eyes, with a pitiful expression on her face, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She was wearing a loose white dress, her hair was a little messy, and her face was pale, but it added a bit of weakness and charm, which made people feel pity for her, if you ignore what she did before. Meng Shiyu looked at Yu Zihang, her eyes full of pleading and expectation, as if she was waiting for the arrival of a savior, a hero who could save her from the water. What happened in the past was all my fault. I was not good enough and hurt your heart. But you have to believe that my feelings for you are real. She paused, her voice choked, and she spoke in a crying voice, as if she had suffered great injustice, like a poor abandoned woman. Besides, I am pregnant with your child now. Can you bear to leave our child without a father? As she spoke, she gently stroked her belly with her hand, with a hint of maternal glow on her face. Yu Zihang, you idiot, you will definitely be fooled. You will definitely not want to part with me. You will definitely not want to part with our child. Meng Shiyu thought proudly in her heart, as long as you agree, this ancient jade will be mine. No, it will belong to the Meng family. At that time, I will see who dares to look down on me and the Meng family. As soon as Meng Shiyu finished speaking, the scene was in uproar again, louder and more chaotic than before, like a powder keg that had exploded. What? Meng Shiyu is pregnant? How is this possible? Is this true? Is this child really Yu Zihang's? Could it be someone else's? This is too ridiculous, isn't it? Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. This is simply the drama of the year. Everyone quickly shifted their gaze to her lower abdomen, and hey, it was indeed slightly bulging. Everyone was talking about it, and their eyes were filled with surprise, confusion and contempt when they looked at Meng Shiyu. Everyone knows that Yu Zihang and Meng Shiyu have broken up for a long time. Moreover, Meng Shiyu was with Wei Zixuan before, and the two even had a scandal, which was a sensation and known to everyone. Now, she suddenly said that she was pregnant with Yu Zihang's child. How could this be possible? This is simply a fantasy. This is simply an insult to everyone's IQ. Everyone present was a shrewd person, and no one could tell whether it was real or not unless they lifted it up and took a look. Even if she is really pregnant, it may not be Yu Zihang's. When Shen Mengyao heard Meng Shiyu's words, her face instantly turned as pale as paper, bloodless, as if all the life had been sucked out of her. She held Yu Zihang's hand tightly. Her palms were full of sweat and sticky, making her feel very uncomfortable. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if she might fall down at any time. She was worried that Yu Zihong would believe Meng Shiyu's words, worried that he would return to Meng Shiyu because of this so-called child, and worried that he would be deceived by Meng Shiyu again and used by the Meng family. Her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making it difficult for her to breathe and making her feel suffocated. Zihong, as long as you agree to give the jade pendant to the Meng family for free, it will be enough to prove your love for me. Then I will marry you, okay? Meng Shiyu looked at Yu Zihong with tears in her eyes, slightly raised her slightly bulging belly, and her voice was full of temptation and expectation, as if she was waiting for a positive answer, an answer that would make her happy again. She tried to make herself look more pitiful, more weak and helpless, hoping to impress Yu Zihong, soften his heart, and make him change his mind. Yu Zihong, you idiot, you will definitely be fooled. You will definitely not be able to escape from my grasp. Meng Shiyu thought proudly in her heart, as long as you agree, I will be the mistress of this ancient jade. At that time, I will see who dares to look down on me and Shen Mengyao of the Meng family. You bitch, just wait and see, I will definitely make you regret it. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible sneer, which was so fleeting that no one could catch it. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a glimmer of cunning and complacency in her eyes, as if everything is under control. Chapter 18 Chapter 16 One sentence makes the little fairy break down. Yu Zihong stood there quietly, his figure as straight as a pine tree, but also like a silent rock, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. His eyes were as deep as a pool, without any emotional fluctuations, like two deep ancient wells, bottomless. His thin lips were pursed into a line, and his jawline was tight, outlining a cold and resolute profile. The whole person exuded an indifferent aura that kept people away from him, like an iceberg, making people dare not approach. The Shin family was as anxious as ants on a hot pot, running around in circles, but they were at a loss as to what to do. They were worried that Yu Zihong would be shaken by Meng Shiyu's words, that he would be deceived by the Meng family again, and that he would make the wrong decision. Shen Wanjun was so angry that his beard was twitching like two restless tentacles in the air. His shrewd eyes were wide open, and he wanted to eat Yu Zihong alive. He cursed in his heart, this stinky boy, is he still obsessed with that vixen? Does he really want to fall into the fire pit of the Meng family? He is really blind and blinded by lard. You kid. Shen Wanjun finally couldn't help it. He slammed the table so hard that the teacup jumped up and made a crisp clang. He pointed at Yu Zihong's nose, his fingers trembling violently, and his voice was a little out of tune. You are not still bewitched by that clumsy beauty trap, are you? Don't forget who kicked you out and who made you lose everything. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger, but his voice couldn't help but rise an octave, roaring like an angry lion. I tell you, Yu Zihong, if you dare to agree to the Meng family, I will break your legs. Do you hear me? Shen Wanjun, will do what I say. He paused, and then seemed to remember something. His tone softened a little, but it still carried a strong warning, and even a hint of seduction. Besides, what else can the girl from the Meng family do besides putting on makeup and dressing up? She only knows how to flirt with others all day long. How can she be compared to our Mengyao in terms of natural beauty, gentleness, and knowledge? Don't be confused, you will regret it later. Shen Wanjun's words were like stones thrown into Shen Mengyao's heart, stirring up ripples and making her feel confused. Her cheeks instantly flushed, like a ripe apple, and like the sunset glow in the evening sky, so beautiful that it was tempting to drip. She secretly raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Yu Zihong, her eyes intertwined with shy expectation and a hint of imperceptible sweetness, like a young girl in love, looking forward to a beautiful love. But more than that, she was deeply worried. She was afraid that Yu Zihong would be shaken by Meng Shiyu's words, and that she would lose him because of it. She unconsciously grasped the corner of Yu Zihong's clothes, and her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force, as if that was her only support, and she was afraid that he would suddenly break free and leave her, leaving her in loneliness and despair again. At this moment, Yu Zihong seemed to be isolated from the outside world, and was completely unaware of the hustle and bustle around him and the anxiety of the Shin family. His consciousness was immersed in a world that only he could see, and he was concentrating on studying the new functions of the system. Ever since he bought the ancient jade, his system has gained a function to award attribute points. This system is getting more and more powerful. With this new function, won't I become more and more powerful? Yu Zihong was secretly proud in his heart, Meng family? Zhao Hun, just wait and see, I will make you regret it. In the future, as long as he triggers a certain number of rebates, the system will reward him with a certain number of attribute points. This is simply a huge surprise, a chance for him to change his fate. Yu Zihong couldn't wait to open the system's property panel, as if he had opened a Pandora's box, full of unknowns and temptations that made him unable to stop. His various attributes were clearly displayed on it. Strength, 7. Constitution, 5. Agility, 6. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 15. Luck, 100. Destiny child. Seeing his own attributes, Yu Zihong couldn't help but smile bitterly, with a self-deprecating arc on his lips. Except for luck and charm, the other attributes were 10 points lower than the average level of ordinary people. No wonder I always felt weak and powerless before, and I was out of breath after a little exercise. It turned out that my physical fitness was so poor that I was just a weakling. Yu Zihong secretly complained in his heart, it seems that I have to exercise more in the future and can't be so decadent anymore. However, the luck value was as high as 100 points, and it also showed that he was the child of destiny. This surprised Yu Zihong, and even a little surprised? He touched his chin, thinking, could this be the reason why he was able to obtain the system? Could he really be the legendary chosen child? Destined to become an extraordinary person? Yu Zihong did not delve further into the matter. He began to study the function of these attribute points. Just now, Zhao Yiming triggered a 60-fold rebate, so the system rewarded him with 60 attribute points. How should I use the 60 attribute points? I have to think carefully about it and not waste it. Yu Zihong secretly thought in his mind, should I increase strength first, or increase physique first? Or increase agility first? This is really a difficult problem. He thought about it and decided to try to improve his physical condition. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. Only when the body is in good condition can one enjoy life better and take revenge on those who have bullied him. He gently clicked on the plus sign behind the physical condition with his mind, as if touching a mysterious switch and opening up a whole new world. Instantly, he felt a warm current, like a hot spring, gushing out from his dantian, flowing quickly throughout his body, moistening every inch of his skin, every cell, and every pore. He felt comfortable, as if all the pores in his body were opened, greedily breathing in the vitality brought by this warm current, as if a long drought had finally brought him new life. He subconsciously clenched his fists and felt that his body seemed stronger and full of strength than before, like a sleeping lion slowly waking up. However, this change is not very obvious, just like throwing a small stone into a calm lake, which only causes a few ripples and soon disappears. It seems that a little attribute point doesn't have a very obvious effect, Yu Zihong said to himself. Since the effect is not obvious, I don't believe that I can add a few more points. After adding so many attribute points, won't I become a Superman? Yu Zihong was very happy. Chapter 19 Chapter 16 One sentence breaks the fairy's defense. Without hesitation, he added another 4 points of physical fitness in one go. This time, the changes he felt were very obvious. He felt as if his body had been reborn, full of strength, as if he had endless energy, like a wild beast that had been released, full of wildness and vitality. After all, his original physical fitness was only 5 points, and now it has become 10 points, which is equivalent to doubling. He even felt that his 5 senses had become more acute, and the sounds, smells and lights around him had become clearer and more real, as if the whole world had become more vivid. It's amazing that this attribute point has such a magical effect. Yu Zihong couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone gently pulling his clothes, like a frightened kitten, cautiously testing. He suddenly came back to his senses and withdrew from consciousness. The scene in front of him gradually became clear, and the surrounding noise once again flooded into his ears. Shen Mengyao was looking at him with a worried look on her face. Her eyes were full of concern and anxiety, like a frightened deer, which made people want to protect her and comfort her. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried, and like a wounded little rabbit, which made people feel distressed. Zihong, are you okay? Shen Mengyao's voice was trembling, with a hint of tears. She bit her lower lip tightly, fearing that she would not be able to hold back her tears, and afraid that she would lose her composure in front of Yu Zihong. She didn't know what happened to Yu Zihong just now, why he just stood there motionless, silent, like a wooden man, as if he had lost his soul. She was worried that Yu Zihong would be hit by Meng Shiyu's words, and fall into self-blame and pain. She was even more worried that Yu Zihong would return to Meng Shiyu and leave her, leaving her alone and desperate again. Yu Zihong looked at Shen Mengyao, and then he remembered that he was at the auction just now, and there were many people around watching them, like watching a monkey show. He quickly recalled what had just happened, trying to piece together the fragments of memory and try to sort out his thoughts. He remembered that the old fox Meng Wuti actually wanted to use the guise of marriage to defraud his ancient jade. He was really calculating and shameless to the extreme. Meng Shiyu, that bitch, actually said that she was pregnant with her own child. It was ridiculous. Did she think she was still the foolish boy who let her control her? Did she think she would still believe her lies? If you're pregnant, just abort it. You're messing around all day anyway, so you don't necessarily know whose child it is. Yu Zihong looked at Meng Shiyu and said coldly, his tone full of disdain and disgust, as if he was looking at a dirty piece of trash, a disgusting bitch. His voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp knife, piercing Meng Shiyu's heart, making her feel so painful that she would rather die than live. Meng Shiyu's face turned pale as paper in an instant, bloodless, and her body trembled violently, as if she would collapse at any time. She stared at Yu Zihong with wide eyes in disbelief, as if she was looking at a stranger she had never seen before. She didn't expect Yu Zihong to be so heartless and merciless. He didn't even recognize his own child. He became so cold and heartless. She had never expected that Yu Zihong would say such humiliating words to her in front of so many people. This was even more painful than killing her. It was a ruthless trampling on her dignity. Meng Shiyu pointed at Yu Zihong, her fingers trembling violently, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Her heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe, and she was almost suffocated. Meng Shiyu could no longer control her tears, and they burst out. She covered her mouth tightly, trying not to cry out loud, but her body was shaking violently because of extreme sadness and anger. She originally thought that as long as she pretended to be pregnant, Yu Zihong would definitely relent and come back to her. After all, which man would have the heart to abandon his own flesh and blood? Which man would not care about his reputation? Which man would reject such a beautiful and excellent woman? However, she never expected that Yu Zihong would be so cold-blooded and heartless. He didn't even recognize his own child. He became so strange and scary. He actually didn't love her anymore. Why? Why is it like this? Hasn't he always loved me? Hasn't he always been obedient to me? Hasn't he always treated me as his goddess? Why did he become like this? Why did he treat me like this? Meng Shiyu screamed in despair in her heart. Could it be that he really fell in love with that bitch Shen Mengyao? Could it be that I really can't win him back? Yu Zihong, are you still a human? Meng Shiyu's mother, a well-maintained middle-aged woman, could not bear it any longer. She rushed forward like an angry lioness, pointed at Yu Zihong's nose, and shrieked. Her voice was so sharp and piercing that it seemed to pierce Yu Zihong's eardrums. Her face was full of anger and ferocity, and her eyes were wide open as if they were about to spit fire. My daughter is pregnant with your child, and you actually said such things. You are simply a beast and you will die a horrible death. She cursed and waved her arms as if she wanted to tear Yu Zihong into pieces. You ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, if it weren't for our Shiyu, would you be where you are today? Now, you actually dare to treat her like this, you are simply worse than pigs and dogs. She became more and more excited, and her voice became more and more shrill, as if she was going to overturn the entire venue. I tell you, Yu Zihong, you must give us an explanation today, otherwise, I will never let you go. She glared at Yu Zihong fiercely, her eyes full of resentment and hatred, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She didn't know that the baby in Meng Shiyu's belly was actually a fake. She only knew that her daughter had been wronged, and she had to stand up for her and make Yu Zihong pay the price. Chapter 20 Chapter 17 If you slap someone in the face, it has to make a loud noise, then it would be a waste of time. Beast? Yu Zihong sneered, his eyes full of ridicule and disdain, as if he was looking at a clown, a fool who didn't know how to live or die. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Meng Shiyu's mother, and said, Auntie, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You said she was pregnant with my child, do you have any evidence? Who would believe it without evidence? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you all like to make up stories and confuse right and wrong? He paused, and then continued, his tone full of contempt and disgust. Besides, even if she is really pregnant with my child, so what? Why should I be responsible for a woman who has betrayed me? Why should I be responsible for a bastard whose child I don't know? Am I that stupid? Or do you all like to be fathers and like to raise children for others? His voice was cold and ruthless, and every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing Meng Shiyu and her mother fiercely, making them feel miserable and ashamed. You are slandering me. Meng Shiyu's mother was so angry that she was shaking all over, her face flushed red, like a ripe tomato, or a cat whose tail was stepped on. She could explode at any time. She pointed at Yu Zihang, her fingers trembling violently, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. She felt her blood pressure soaring, she felt dizzy, and she could hardly stand, as if she could faint at any time. Slandering? Yu Zihang sneered, his mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm, and said, "Who was it that hooked up with Wei Zishuan, that pretty boy, behind my back? Who kicked me out for money? Who gave the things I gave her to someone else? Do I need to tell you all the dirty things your Meng family has done? Do you still have any shame? Is your Meng family's face attached to your buttocks?" His voice became louder and louder, and his tone became more and more severe, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and grievances, let everyone know the true face of the Meng family, and make the Meng family completely disgraced. Meng Shiyu's mother was speechless after being confronted by Yu Zihang. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, as if someone was strangling her throat and she couldn't make any sound. She was naturally clear about what the Meng family had done. At this moment, she felt like a clown, being stripped naked by Yu Zihang in public. She was so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never see anyone again. Meng Shiyu was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Yu Zihang said the truth, and she couldn't refute it at all. But deep in her heart, she felt a strong sense of grievance and unwillingness, as if someone had stepped on her and trampled on her dignity. Zihang. Meng Shiyu wanted to say something, but her voice was choked in her throat and she couldn't say anymore. She looked at Yu Zihang, her eyes full of despair and pleading, as if she was making a final struggle, hoping that he would change his mind, hope that he would forgive her, and hope that he would give her another chance. Enough! Meng Wuti couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, interrupting the conversation between Yu Zihang and Meng Shiyu, and also interrupting everyone's thoughts. He strode up to Yu Zihang, his face terribly gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "Yu Zihang, don't go too far. Even if there is any misunderstanding between you and Shiyu, you can't insult her like this. Don't forget, you are still a man." He paused, and then said, with a hint of threat and warning in his tone, "Moreover, the child in Shiyu's belly is indeed yours. I can guarantee this. I guarantee it on the reputation of the Meng family. If you don't believe it, we can go for a paternity test." When he spoke, his tone was firm and unquestionable, as if what he said was the truth. He tried to use the majesty of the head of the Meng family and the reputation of the Meng family to suppress Yu Zihang, make him surrender, and make him obey. This kid should be scared, right? After all, he loved Shiyu so much before, it is impossible for him to ignore her child. As long as he acknowledges the child, this ancient jade will definitely be ours. Meng Wuti secretly calculated in his heart, "Humph, you are still a little naive to fight with me." Guarantee? Yu Zihang sneered, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, as if he was looking at an idiot, a self-righteous fool. He looked at Meng Wuti and said, "Meng Laoding, what do you guarantee? Your old face? Or the reputation of your Meng family? Sorry, these two things are worthless to me. Do you think you are still the head of the Meng family who can call the wind and rain? Do you think your Meng family is still the Meng family that can cover the sky with one hand? Wake up and eat shit." He responded to Meng Wuti bluntly, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. He didn't take him seriously at all, as if he was talking to an unrelated stranger. "You?" Meng Wuti's face turned pale after being scolded by Yu Zihang. He didn't expect that Yu Zihang would be so disrespectful to him and embarrass him in public. He felt that his authority had been challenged unprecedentedly, and his dignity was trampled under Yu Zihang's feet. "Meng Wuti, are you not only old and confused, but also blind?" Yu Zihang said with a smile, his voice full of sarcasm and ridicule. "Look at me now, am I still the loser who let you bully me? You are so naive and ridiculous." He paused, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like two sharp knives, piercing Meng Wuti's heart, making Meng Wuti feel palpitations and fear. "I tell you, the present is different from the past. You can't afford to offend the Meng family now. In my eyes, you are just an ant. I can crush you to death at any time. If you don't believe it, you can try it." His voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty and dominance, which made everyone present feel a palpitation, as if there was an invisible force that was pressing them to the point of suffocation, as if a sleeping lion had awakened and revealed its sharp claws. Meng Wuti was even more frightened by Yu Zihang's momentum, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He felt like a prey being targeted by a hunter, with no power to resist and could only be slaughtered. He didn't expect that Yu Zihang would dare to despise the Meng family so much and not take him seriously. He actually dared to go against the Meng family. What on earth had he encountered that gave him such confidence and strength? Meng Wuti suddenly realized that he might have really offended someone he shouldn't have offended, an opponent he could never defeat, an enemy who might bring ruin to the Meng family. Okay. Meng Wuti suppressed the fear in his heart and said 3 okay words in a row. He pointed at Yu Zihang, his fingers trembling violently, and said with gritted teeth, Yu Zihang, you wait for me. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. I will make you regret everything you did today. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking back, as if there was a flood beast chasing him. When he left, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, like a poisonous snake, which made people shudder, as if he was brewing some conspiracy, ready to take revenge, ready to give Yu Zihang a fatal blow. Meng Shiyu and her mother also hurriedly followed him and left the venue in disgrace, like 3 dogs that had lost their homes, in a state of embarrassment. Before leaving, Meng Shiyu looked at Yu Zihang deeply, her eyes completely filled with resentment. Yu Zihang, I won't let you go. I will make you regret it. I will make you pay the price. Meng Shiyu thought viciously in her heart, and Shen Mengyao, you bitch, I will make you live a life worse than death. I will make you taste the feeling of losing everything. The farce ended here, but the impact of the farce was far from over. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses narrowed his eyes slightly, with a playful smile on his lips, as if he was watching a wonderful drama. He shook his head gently and said to himself, interesting, really interesting. It seems that this drama has just begun. This young man is not simple, definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Who is he? He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a shrewd gleam flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something, or calculating something. Everyone looked at Yu Zihang with awe and admiration. They didn't expect that Yu Zihang was so courageous and bold that he dared to challenge a wealthy family like the Meng family, and even won. Xin Wanjun even praised Yu Zihang. He walked to Yu Zihang, patted Yu Zihang's shoulder heavily, and said with a smile, good boy, you are worthy of being the person I, Xin Wanjun, have chosen. Don't worry, I am here in the future, no one dares to bully you. Anyone who dares to bully you is making things difficult for me, Xin Wanjun, and our Xin family. His voice was loud and powerful, full of confidence and domineering. He announced to everyone that Yu Zihang belonged to his Xin family. Anyone who dared to touch Yu Zihang would be an enemy of the Xin family. Shen Mengyao also looked at Yu Zihang with admiration, her eyes full of love and pride. She snuggled up to Yu Zihang, feeling the sense of security and warmth emanating from him, as if she had found a harbor to rely on. Yu Zihang, however, was in an extremely calm mood at the moment. He looked at the 3 men from the Meng family leaving in a panic, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Meng family? Humph, just wait and see, I will let you know what regret is. I will let you know what it means to be worse off than dead. Yu Zihang swore in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Shen Mengyao, his eyes full of tenderness. He gently stroked Shen Mengyao's hair and said softly, Mengyao, I made you worry. I'm not worried, I believe you. Shen Mengyao leaned against Yu Zihang's arms and said softly, having completely forgotten the uneasiness she had just felt. Chapter 21 Chapter 18 Yu Zihang, you big pig hoof. The Meng family was really scared. Even the head of the Shen family came out to defend Yu Zihang. No matter how arrogant the Meng family was, they didn't dare to confront the Shen family head-on. The power of the Shen family was not something that the Meng family could easily shake. If his Meng family was really powerful, they wouldn't have to rely on Meng Shiyu to deceive Yu Zihang. Moreover, Yu Zihang is no longer the same as he was before. He spent 100 billion without blinking an eye. Who knows how much power he still has behind him? What other cards does he have? Everyone in the Meng family also left the venue in disgrace, with their heads down, looking like a group of stray dogs, looking extremely miserable. The farce ended here. Yu Zihang looked at Shen Mengyao with a hint of apology and helplessness in his eyes. He had not expected the Meng family to do such a thing, and the way he had just been obsessed with the system had obviously made her worry about misunderstanding. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, a good idea came to my mind. He took out the ancient jade from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, feeling its warm touch, and then, in full view of everyone, threw it directly to Shen Mengyao, as if he was not throwing a priceless piece of ancient jade, but an ordinary stone. Here, it's for you. Yu Zihang's tone was understated, as if he was just giving a trivial little gift, not a priceless treasure, as if this piece of ancient jade was really just an ordinary stone. Ah! Shen Mengyao was startled by Yu Zihang's action. She screamed and hurriedly caught the ancient jade, fearing that she would accidentally break it. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She had never experienced such a thrilling moment. This is a treasure worth 100 billion. If it breaks, she can't afford it even if she sells herself. Zihang, what are you doing? Shen Mengyao looked at Yu Zihang, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. She didn't understand why Yu Zihang would suddenly throw such a valuable thing to her. Take it, it's useless to me anyway. Yu Zihang said with a smile, his tone relaxed. The reason why the ancient jade was given to Shen Mengyao was because this piece of ancient jade had triggered a new function of the system. To him, the material value of this piece of ancient jade had lost its meaning. It was just a medium that allowed him to gain more powerful power. Instead of keeping it in my own hands, I might as well give it to Shen Mengyao, as a reward for her continued support and encouragement. By the way, I can also tease her and see how she reacts. Yu Zihang couldn't help laughing when Shen Mengyao clumsily caught the ancient jade. He thought Shen Mengyao was so cute and moved him. Shen Mengyao was furious when she saw Yu Zihang smile. She knew that Yu Zihang was just teasing her. She pinched the soft flesh on Yu Zihang's waist hard and said angrily, You were so bad that you actually teased me. There was a hint of coquettishness and sweetness in her voice. He must have misunderstood that I liked this ancient jade, so he spared no expense to buy it and gave it to me. He must like me, otherwise he wouldn't be so good to me. However, this piece of ancient jade is too valuable and she cannot accept it, which makes her feel uneasy and guilty. Zihang, this is too expensive, I can't have it. Shen Mengyao shook her head and said firmly, You should keep it for yourself. You spent 100 billion to buy it. She paused, then continued, with a hint of hesitation and uneasiness in her voice, Besides, we are just friends, I can't accept such an expensive gift from you. This is inappropriate. As soon as Shen Mengyao finished speaking, Shen Wanjun suddenly walked over, his face filled with a smile of joy and excitement, as if he was 10 years younger. He looked at Shen Mengyao and said with a smile, Yes, if his Meng family wants it, why can't my Shen family have it? Why can't I have it? Zihang gave it to you, so you should take it. This is his intention for you, how can you refuse it? Grandpa, why are you like this? Shen Mengyao blushed when she heard what Grandpa said. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly. She didn't expect that Grandpa would say this, and actually said such words in front of so many people, which made her feel extremely embarrassed and shy. Girl, don't be shy. Shen Wanjun said with a smile, his tone full of love and doting, We all see how Zihang feels about you. This ancient jade is a token of love he gave you, how can you not want it? This is his love for you. If you don't want it, won't it hurt his heart? He paused, looked at Yu Zihang again, and said, his tone full of admiration and expectation, Zihang, don't worry, our Shen family is not a shameless liar like the Meng family. We all know your feelings for Mengyao. I will arrange an engagement for you two in a while. You must behave well and don't let our Mengyao down. Shen Wanjuan's words stunned Yu Zihang. He opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect that everyone misunderstood him and Shen Wanjun would actually announce in public that he wanted to get them engaged. Grandpa Shen, you misunderstood. Mengyao and I are just friends, not what you think. I gave her the ancient jade, just a gift between friends. Yu Zihang said hesitantly, this engagement was too sudden, it caught him off guard, and he really didn't know how to explain it. What? When Shen Wanjun heard Yu Zihang's words, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect that Yu Zihang would say this and deny his feelings for Shen Mengyao. You kid, don't you like our Mengyao? Shen Wanjun pointed at Yu Zihang and said angrily, his voice trembling a little, as if he had suffered a great blow, didn't you take this ancient jade for her? Didn't you go against the Meng and Zhao families for her? Now you tell me that you are just friends? Are you kidding me, an old man? Grandpa Shen, Yu Zihang wanted to explain, but Shen Mengyao couldn't listen anymore. In an instant, Shen Mengyao's heart sank suddenly, as if something precious was shattered in her heart. Although the sound was subtle, it was clear and piercing, as if the whole world had collapsed. It turned out that everything was her fantasy. It was his unintentional action that she gave too much meaning to and interpreted as love. The priceless ancient jade did not carry his affection, but it was just a gift he gave casually, a gift for a friend. Whoa! Shen Mengyao couldn't hold it in any longer, tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran out of the venue. Chapter 22 Chapter 19 Moon, oh Moon, tell me, am I really stupid? You kid, you are still playing dumb with me. Shen Wanjun was so angry that his beard almost flew up, like two restless tentacles, shaking in the air. He grabbed Yu Zihang by the collar, with such force that he seemed to lift him up. His eyes widened, and those originally shrewd eyes were now full of anger, as if he wanted to eat Yu Zihang alive. That is a treasure worth hundreds of billions, and you told me that you gave it as an ordinary gift. Do you think I am a fool or a blind man? Ha! Yu Zihang looked confused. He blinked, his eyes clear like an innocent college student. He really didn't understand why Shen Wanjun was so excited and angry. He scratched his head and said with some confusion, Mengyao is my good friend. Isn't it normal to give her a gift? Besides, I haven't finished talking yet, why did she run away? Grandpa Shen, you are really something. Why did you suddenly bring up the engagement? This is inappropriate, right? Just good friends? Shen Wanjuan's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, his body trembling a little, pointing at Yu Zihang's nose, cursing, his voice hoarse and sharp, just good friends, why are you giving me an ancient jade worth hundreds of billions? Yes. Yu Zihang actually nodded, his tone was as if it was a matter of course. Shen Wanjun felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, his eyes went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. He felt his blood pressure soaring, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He had lived for most of his life, and had seen all kinds of storms and waves? What kind of cunning and treacherous people had he not seen? But today, he was so angry at a young boy. The most annoying thing was that he couldn't tell whether Yu Zihang was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Then Shen Wanjun tried to make his tone sound calmer, but his trembling fingers still revealed his inner excitement and anxiety. Then don't you like Mengyao? You have no interest in her, at all? Don't tell me that you really only have feelings for her as a friend. As he spoke, he stared into Yu Zihang's eyes, trying to catch even the slightest trace of love in his eyes. His fingers were trembling slightly. He was both expectant and afraid that he would hear a disappointing answer from Yu Zihang, afraid that his precious granddaughter was really just unrequited love. I like her. Yu Zihang answered without hesitation, with a natural smile on his face. Mengyao is so beautiful, gentle, considerate, and understanding. How could anyone not like her? Of course I like her. When Shen Wanjun heard this, the fire of hope that was about to go out suddenly reignited, and burned even more vigorously than before. His eyes lit up, as if he saw the dawn of hope, and he became much more energetic, as if he was 10 years younger. Then why did you refuse the engagement? Shen Wanjun asked hurriedly, with an anxious and puzzled tone, since you like her, why don't you get engaged to her? Do you know how many people are lining up to marry our Mengyao? We have always been friends and have not officially been in love, so how can we get engaged right away? Yu Zihang explained seriously, Grandpa, your thinking is too old-fashioned, isn't it? What era is it now? Dating should be done step by step. Shouldn't we date first and then consider getting engaged? This order is wrong. After listening to this, Shen Wanjun suddenly felt that what Yu Zihang said seemed to make some damn sense. He was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Although he had no power to refute Yu Zihang's logic, when he thought of his precious granddaughter who ran away heartbroken because of this boy's straight man speech and must be hiding in a corner secretly wiping tears, he was so angry that he wanted to twist Yu Zihang's head off and kick it like a ball. Shen Wanjun pointed at Yu Zihang, trembling with anger, his chest rising and falling violently, but he didn't know what to say. He felt like a deflated ball, all the strength in his body was drained away, leaving only endless anger and helplessness. Finally, he kicked Yu Zihang's butt hard and roared, go and catch up with Mengyao and coax her for me. If you can't coax her well, don't come back. You are not welcome in the Shen family. Yu Zihang staggered after being kicked by Shen Wanjun and almost fell. He ignored the pain in his buttocks and quickly steadied himself and ran in the direction where Shen Mengyao left. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and understood why Shen Mengyao ran away crying and why Grandpa Shen was angry. As he ran, he cursed himself for being dumb and stupid. He obviously liked Shen Mengyao, so why did it become so strange when he said it out loud? Damn, this girl ran too fast. Yu Zihang was out of breath, but he didn't even see the shadow of Shen Mengyao. He now realized that Shen Mengyao had misunderstood him, and knew that if he didn't explain it clearly in time, this girl might get stuck in a rut. On the other side, Shen Mengyao ran all the way, her eyesight blurred by tears. She didn't know how long she had been running or where she was running to. She just felt a tightness in her chest, as if there was a fire burning her internal organs and making her almost suffocate. "Yu Zihang, you big fool, big bad guy, big pig." She choked and her voice was blown away by the wind into the night sky, carrying with it endless grievances and unwillingness, like a wounded little animal, making its last wail. She thought that Yu Zihang also had feelings for her. He stood up for her, spent a lot of money on her, and even went so far as to make enemies with the Zhao and Meng families. She thought that they had a tacit understanding between them, and the only thing left was to break the window paper. But in the end, he said that they were just friends, just friends. Friend. Ah, what a good friend. Shen Mengyao smiled at herself, but her tears flowed even harder. She felt like a fool, giving one-sidedly, but in the end, she only got the word friend in empty joy. Shen Mengyao walked aimlessly and unknowingly came to a park. The park was quiet, with only a few dim street lights emitting weak light, making her figure lonely and desolate, like a child abandoned by the world. She found a bench and sat down, looking up at the night sky. The moon was very round and bright tonight, like a huge jade plate, hanging high in the sky, emitting a cold light, as if overlooking the joys and sorrows of the world. "Moon, oh moon, tell me, am I really stupid?" Shen Mengyao murmured to herself facing the moon, her voice full of confusion and helplessness. Chapter 23 Chapter 20 Hundreds of billions of ancient jades are nothing. I just want to fall in love first. "Moon, oh moon, tell me, am I really that stupid? I knew he didn't like me, so why did I plunge into it? I knew it was impossible for us to be together, so why did I still have illusions? I knew. Am I really that bad? Am I really not worthy of him? Am I really not worthy of being loved?" Her voice became lower and lower, and finally, only silent sobbing remained. She covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders trembled slightly, like a wounded little animal, licking her wounds alone and enduring the pain alone. Not far away, Yu Zihang finally caught up. He saw Shen Mengyao sitting on the bench from a distance, saw her thin shoulders trembling slightly, and heard her intermittent crying. Although he couldn't hear the specific content, the sadness and despair were clearly conveyed to his heart, making him feel the same. At that moment, he felt like a sinner, pushing the girl he loved into the abyss of pain with his own hands. "Mengyao," he called softly, his voice full of heartache and self-blame, as well as indescribable tenderness. His footsteps were very light, for fear of disturbing her. He slowly walked to Shen Mengyao and sat down beside her. He did not start to explain immediately, but quietly accompanied her, feeling her inner sadness and helplessness, and feeling the faint sadness emanating from her. He knew that at this time, any words were pale and powerless, and only companionship was the best comfort and the best healing medicine. After a long while, Shen Mengyao seemed to calm down a little, at least she stopped crying. She raised her head, looked at Yu Zihang with red eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice, "You, why are you here?" Her voice was soft and weak. Yu Zihang looked at her red and swollen eyes, feeling very distressed. He stretched out his hand, wanting to wipe away the tears on her face, but was afraid that she would resist and think he was frivolous, so he stopped his hand in mid-air, not knowing what to do. His eyes were full of apology and pity, and a little panic, as if he was a child who had done something wrong, waiting for punishment from an adult. Let me explain to you," he said awkwardly. In front of Grandpa Shen, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that we were just friends, I meant. I know." Shen Mengyao interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of loneliness and self-mockery, as well as a hint of unspeakable relief. "You are right, we are just friends. I was too sentimental, and I misunderstood your meaning." She lowered her head and looked at her toes, not daring to look into Yu Zihang's eyes. She was afraid to see sympathy or pity in his eyes, which would make her feel more uncomfortable and embarrassed than directly rejecting her. "No," Yu Zihang hastily denied it. He grabbed Shen Mengyao hand with such force that he seemed to crush it. He said firmly, his voice full of anxiety and sincerity, "I'm not saying that we are just friends. I think Grandpa Shen is too anxious. We are just friends. How can we get engaged right away? Shouldn't we get to know each other slowly first, develop slowly, and then? We think the next step should be. The more he talked, the more confused and anxious he became. Finally, he simply shut his mouth and looked at Shen Mengyao with an annoyed look. He wanted to slap himself. Why was he so stupid? He had a lot of things to say, but when he said them, they all changed. He liked Shen Mengyao, but the words he said made her misunderstand him. Shen Mengyao looked at his helpless look, and her originally depressed mood miraculously improved a little. She looked at Yu Zihang holding her hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm, and a warm current surged in her heart, as if a beam of sunshine shone into her dark heart. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, with tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes, like a dewy pear blossom, delicate and beautiful. "What are you laughing at?" Yu Zihang was even more embarrassed. He felt his cheeks getting hot and his ears turning red, like a child who had done something wrong. He didn't know what to do, and didn't know how to face Shen Mengyao's smile. "I laughed at you for being stupid." Shen Mengyao wiped the tears from her eyes. "You obviously like me, why don't you just say it? Do you know how hurtful what you just said is? Do you know that I almost thought?" "I almost thought." She raised her head and looked into Yu Zihang's eyes with anticipation, as if she was a little girl waiting for her lover to confess his love. Yu Zihang was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Mengyao to be so direct. He stammered, his face flushed red, like a young boy who has just fallen in love and is at a loss when facing his beloved girl. "What do you mean?" Shen Mengyao glared at him with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. "Do you know how hurtful what you just said was? Do you know that I almost thought? I thought you really didn't like me, and that we were really just friends." She gently pulled her hand back, lowered her head, played with the corner of her clothes, not daring to look into Yu Zihang's eyes. "I'm sorry." Yu Zihang lowered his head and whispered, his voice full of apology and self-blame, "I really didn't mean it. I just don't know how to express it. I'm too stupid." He felt a deep regret and wished he could turn back time to a few minutes ago so that he could give himself a good beating for speaking without thinking. "Am I too stupid? I rejected Grandpa Shen's proposal of engagement because I thought we should fall in love first. How can we get engaged before falling in love? This is illogical." Yu Zihang finally plucked up the courage, his tone full of firmness and sincerity. "It was all my fault just now. I shouldn't have said that. Actually, I like you very much, Shen Mengyao." He finally mustered up the courage to speak his mind, saying what he had always wanted to say but had not dared to say. He raised his head and looked into Shen Mengyao's eyes, which were full of love and tenderness, as if to melt her. When Shen Mengyao heard his confession, a pleasant smile appeared on her face. That smile was as warm as the spring sunshine, as bright as the summer flowers, as sweet as the autumn fruits, and as pure as the winter snowflakes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, and she had been waiting for these words for a long time. She felt like she was dreaming. Happiness came too suddenly and was too beautiful. She couldn't believe it and was at a loss. Can you say it again?" she asked softly, with trembling and expectation in her voice. "I said, I like you, Shen Mengyao." Yu Zihang looked into her eyes and said word by word, his tone firm and sincere, as if he was swearing and promising, "I like you, not the love between friends, but the love between men and women. I want to be with you, want to spend every day of the future with you, and want to grow old with you." His eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, sparkled with dazzling light, illuminating Shen Mengyao's heart and dispelling the haze in her heart. Shen Mengyao's tears burst out again. However, this time, they were tears of happiness, joy, and emotion. She felt like a small boat drifting in the sea, finally finding a harbor to dock and a shoulder to lean on. She threw herself into Yu Zihang's arms and hugged him tightly, fearing that he would suddenly disappear, fearing that this was just a dream. She buried her head in his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, smelling his faint scent, and her heart was filled with a sense of security and happiness, as if she owned the whole world. "Me too, I like you too, Yu Zihang." She choked up and said, her voice full of joy, excitement, and relief, "I like you for a long, long time. I have been waiting for you to say this to me, waiting for you to give me a clear answer." Yu Zihang hugged her back tightly, feeling her body temperature and smelling her faint fragrance, as if he owned the whole world. Under the moonlight, the two people in love hugged each other tightly, their figures were stretched very long, as if they were about to merge into one. Chapter 24 Chapter 21 The Zhao family collapses under pressure of 5.9 trillion debt. The moonlight gently shone on the two people who were embracing each other, isolating the surrounding noise and creating a quiet world that belonged only to them. Yu Zihang gently stroked Shen Mengyao's long hair, feeling her body trembling slightly, which was the afterglow of happiness, her deep affection for him, and her unreserved trust in him. His heart was filled with an unprecedented tenderness, and all his troubles and sorrows disappeared. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Shen Mengyao's smooth forehead, carefully. His voice was low and gentle, with a hint of doting, a hint of pity, and a hint of unspeakable happiness. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild anymore. In my heart, there is only you, and I only love you. Shen Mengyao raised her head, her eyes washed by tears became clearer and brighter, reflecting Yu Zihang's figure. She sniffed gently, her voice with a hint of coquettish nasal tone. Well, I know. From now on, I will never let my imagination run wild again. She snuggled tightly into Yu Zihang's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. At this moment, all the uneasiness and grievances disappeared, leaving only sweetness and happiness. The two of them hugged each other quietly, without words, only the sound of each other's heartbeats intertwined and echoed in the quiet night sky, telling of their love. However, Zhao Yiming on the other side was in a very bad mood at the moment. I had been planning to put on a big show tonight, to show off, and to win the girl's heart. Unexpectedly, in the end, instead of becoming strong, he was raped and even his companions were abducted. A great shame. Just as I was about to leave the venue, my cell phone rang. He frowned in annoyance. The name that appeared on the phone made his heart skip a beat, his father, Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Yiming's heart began to beat uncontrollably. He had a strong sense of foreboding. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner anxiety, and pressed the answer button with trembling fingers. The moment the call was connected, the receiver heard the rapid and hoarse voice of Father Zhao Tianlong, filled with deep anxiety and fatigue, completely devoid of the majesty and confidence that he had in the past when he was in control of everything. Yiming, where are you? Zhao Tianlong's voice was full of anxiety and uneasiness. Dad, I'm outside. What's wrong? What happened? Zhao Yiming's voice also began to tremble, with a hint of barely perceptible fear. Something big happened. Zhao Tianlong's voice was low and hoarse, and every word struck Zhao Yiming's heart. Just now, the family was suddenly attacked by numerous hackers from all over the world. Not only did they steal all the family's property, but they also used the family's assets as collateral to frantically borrow money from major banks to cash out. In less than 5 minutes, the family's funds were wiped out, and they owed more than 5.9 trillion yuan in debt. This is simply a premeditated and carefully planned financial massacre. Zhao Tianlong's voice became deeper and deeper, more and more hoarse, with endless pain and despair, with endless anger and unwillingness. In the end, he could no longer speak, leaving only a long, powerless sigh. Zhao Yiming froze in place as he listened to his father's words, unable to move. His mind was blank and buzzing, and he was completely unable to understand what his father said, and could not accept this cruel reality. His family, the Zhao family that was so powerful in Jinling, the Zhao family that had so much wealth and power, actually went bankrupt in just a few minutes? It became a debt-ridden empty shell? How is this possible? No way, absolutely no way, Dad, are you kidding me? This must be fake. Zhao Yiming's voice was trembling, and every word he spoke was filled with tears, and his tone was full of despair and collapse. He hoped so much that this was just a joke, a prank, played by his father. But he knew that this was impossible. His father would never joke with him like that. Moreover, his father's voice was so real, so desperate, and so painful that he could not deceive himself or escape reality. Yiming, listen to me, now is not the time to joke. Zhao Tianlong's voice sounded again, with an unprecedented seriousness and determination in his tone. Now, you must leave Jinling immediately, the farther the better, never come back, never set foot in Jinling again. Dad, what do you mean? Why do you want me to leave Jinling? I won't leave. I want to be with you. I want to live and die with my family. Zhao Yiming felt even more uneasy when he heard his father's words. A chill ran from his feet to his head, making him tremble all over. He vaguely felt that his father seemed to be arranging his funeral affairs. Yiming, don't ask anymore. Listen to me and leave Jinling immediately. Remember, never come back and never have any contact with the Zhao family again. Zhao Tianlong's voice sounded again, with a hint of urging and anxiety in his tone. Dad, I won't leave. I want to be with you. I want to face everything with you. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Zhao Yiming could no longer control his emotions and shouted loudly. He didn't want to leave his father, and he didn't want to escape alone. Yiming, you have to go. If you stay here, you will die. Only if you live, there is hope for our Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong's voice became stern. Dad. Zhao Yiming wanted to say something, but there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Dad hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Zhao Yiming felt dizzy. He stared at his phone blankly, still unable to accept this sudden change. Just then, his cell phone rang again. This time, it was not a phone call, but text messages, one after another collection messages. He mechanically lowered his head and stared at the screen with dull eyes. On the screen, there were collection text messages, which constantly irritated his nerves. Dear Mr. Zhao Yiming, hello, we have checked that the Rolls-Royce Phantom you mortgaged with our bank was mortgaged to multiple banks at the same time. In view of your breach of contract, our bank has the right to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with you. Please repay the loan as soon as possible, otherwise, our bank will take legal measures to hold you accountable. Dear Mr. Zhao Yiming, hello, we have found that the Bentley Mulsanne you mortgaged with our bank was mortgaged to multiple banks at the same time. In view of your breach of contract, our bank has the right to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with you. Please repay the loan as soon as possible, otherwise, our bank will take legal measures to hold you accountable. Dear Mr. Zhao Yiming, hello, we have found that the Ferrari you mortgaged with our bank was mortgaged to multiple banks at the same time. In view of your breach of contract, our bank has the right to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with you. Please repay the loan as soon as possible, otherwise, our bank will take legal measures to hold you accountable. The collection text messages made Zhao Yiming feel miserable. Only then did he realize that what his father said was true. My family is really finished, completely finished. And I am about to face an unprecedented crisis. He looked at the collection text messages that kept jumping on the screen of his mobile phone, and felt dizzy, his hands and feet were cold, and his whole body was shaking. I must leave Jinling as soon as possible. Otherwise, what awaits you will be imprisonment. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He tried hard to recall what his father had just said. As he walked out of the venue, he began to think about how he could escape from Jinling. He had to leave here as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Who is it? Who is it? Who is behind all this? Who wants to kill our Zhao family? Zhao Yiming screamed frantically in his heart, could it be Yu Zihang? It must be him. Only he has this motive and this ability. Chapter 25 Chapter 22 Burning with jealousy, Zhao Yiming turned completely evil. Zhao Yiming staggered out of the auction venue, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and every step he took was weak. At this moment, his mind was in a mess, with his father's desperate cries and the alert tone of debt collection text messages alternating in his head. He subconsciously wanted to take out his cell phone and call his father again, thinking that all this was not real, just a terrible nightmare, an absurd joke. But as soon as his fingers touched the cold, hard screen, he pulled them back abruptly as if they were scalded. He was afraid. He was afraid to hear his father's voice full of despair and helplessness again. He was afraid to completely confirm the cruel fact that the Zhao family was really finished and had completely collapsed. He didn't dare to face the reality and was afraid of losing everything he had. The lights in the venue were still bright and dazzling. Those guests, who were well dressed and covered in jewels, were still immersed in the excitement brought by the auction banquet, talking and toasting. Little did they realize that a huge storm had quietly arrived, completely overturning the once glorious Zhao family and throwing the once high and mighty eldest son of the Zhao family into an abyss from which there was no escape. Several bosses who had a good relationship with the Zhao family, or were dependent on the Zhao family, saw Zhao Yiming walking out in a daze, and immediately put on fawning smiles and quickly surrounded him. Young Master Zhao, I am really enlightened today. You have such courage and generosity. There are few people in Jinling who can compare to you. You are young and promising, and you have a bright future. A middle-aged boss who was as fat as a hill and had a slightly bald head, with a round belly sticking out, came up to Zhao Yiming and gave him a thumbs up. He was so flattering that he almost praised Zhao Yiming to the sky. He had a fake smile on his face and his eyes were narrowed into slits, with a shrewd and calculating light flashing in them. Mr. Zhao, I heard that you are developing a project in the west of the city. Our company has a batch of high-quality building materials with fair prices and excellent quality. How about finding a time to discuss cooperation in detail? I promise to give you the most favorable price. A tall and thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind, and impatiently took out a gold-stamped business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Yiming with both hands. His eyes were full of expectation, hoping that Zhao Yiming would give him some benefits. His attitude was so humble, like a lowly servant. Mr. Zhao, are you free tonight? Let's go to Tianshan Rinjian to relax. I'll treat you. There are a few new girls there. They are so beautiful. I guarantee you will linger there. A young man wearing a floral shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck came up to Zhao Yiming with a wink, his tone revealing ambiguity and an indescribable vulgarity. He deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was sharing some unspeakable secret. In the past, Zhao Yiming enjoyed the feeling of being treated like a star and flattered by everyone. He would accept these compliments with pride, and then pick a few that he liked according to his mood, and together they would live a life of debauchery, squandering the family wealth and enjoying the luxury of the upper class. But now, he just felt bored and sick. He even felt that behind these hypocritical smiles, there was nothing but ridicule and sarcasm towards him, laughing at his poverty and incompetence, and laughing at his miserable appearance as he was about to fall from the clouds into the quagmire. Zhao Yiming suddenly pushed away the fat boss who was blocking his way. His force was so great that the other party was caught off guard. He lost his balance, staggered back a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. His eyes were cold and he said one word expressionlessly, "Get out." The voice was hoarse and low, filled with hostility and irritability. The fat boss was pushed and staggered, the smile on his face froze instantly, and surprise and anger flashed in his eyes. He could never have imagined that Zhao Yiming, who was usually polite and even a little indulgent to him, would be so rude and merciless. He could not have imagined that Zhao Yiming would become so scary and strange. The other people around were also startled by Zhao Yiming's sudden action. They stopped and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The smiles on everyone's faces froze, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and tense, and the air seemed to be frozen. Zhao Yiming didn't care about these people's reactions and stumbled out of the venue. He didn't know where to go next, but he knew he had to leave here quickly and escape from this suffocating and desperate place. Walking out of the magnificent gate of the conference hall, a cold night wind blew in his face, which made Zhao Yiming's confused mind clearer, but he also felt a bit of chill. He stood blankly on the side of the empty road, looking at the bustling city night scene with bright lights before him, but his heart was as desolate as a ruin. Thinking back to everything that happened today, every detail and every scene kept flashing back in his mind like a movie, and his heart felt so painful that it tightened. From the high-spirited and ambitious person when he left the house in the morning, to the confident person who was determined to win at the auction, to Yu Zihang's sudden appearance and overwhelming victory, to the family's bankruptcy and heavy debts in the end. All this made him feel more and more unwilling to accept it, and the more he thought about it, the angrier, more frustrated and desperate he became. Why? Why did I end up like this? Why is it that Yu Zihang can step on my head and show off his power and steal the limelight? Why would Shen Mengyao, the girl he loved so much, fall into the arms of that boy? An intense hatred spread wildly in his heart, quickly devouring his sanity and corroding his soul, making him increasingly insane and twisted, no longer like a human being. He pushed all the blame onto Yu Zihang and Shen Mengyao, thinking that these two people had joined forces to push him into an abyss from which there was no escape and forced him into a desperate situation. Why? Why did my family go bankrupt when I met you? Why did everything I had become ruined? Zhao Yiming's voice was hoarse and trembling. Why am I suddenly destitute, while you are the one who gets the beauty? Why? This is not fair. He looked up suddenly, his eyes were red and bloodshot. Yu Zihang, Shen family, just wait for me. I will not let you go. I will make you pay the price. Zhao Yiming spoke with gritted teeth, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with resentment, madness, hatred and despair, and his teeth made a chattering sound. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and drops of blood dripped onto the cold concrete floor, but he seemed unconscious and didn't feel any pain at all. Now, he wanted revenge and make those who had hurt him pay a heavy price. He wanted to make Yu Zihang and Shen Mengyao regret coming into this world, make their lives worse than death, and let them experience the same pain and despair as he did. Suddenly, he thought of Shen Mengyao, the woman who had haunted his dreams but could not get her, the woman he loved and hated. She might be leaning on Yu Zihang's arms at this moment, saying sweet words to him, or even. When Zhao Yiming thought of this scene, his heart was like a fire burning. He was burning with jealousy, which made him feel miserable and almost crazy. He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand the fact that his beloved woman was possessed by another man, and he couldn't stand the fact that the man was his most hated enemy, an ant that he once thought he could crush to death at will. Shen Mengyao, Yu Zihang, you two bastards. There was a crazy and twisted light in Zhao Yiming's eyes, and even a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had nothing left, nothing to lose. In this case, let's perish together and go to hell together. He wanted Yu Zihang and Shen Mengyao to pay a heavy price for their actions and die in pain and despair. Zhao Yiming turned around abruptly and ran in the direction where Yu Zihang had chased Shen Mengyao. He remembered that Shen Mengyao ran out crying, and Yu Zihang chased after her. Neither of them was driving, so they couldn't have run far and must have been nearby. As Zhao Yiming ran, he was frantically planning and imagining in his mind. He wanted to find them, take revenge on them, and let Yu Zihong watch with his own eyes his beloved woman being humiliated and tortured by him. Thinking of this, cruelty, perversion and the pleasure of revenge flashed in Zhao Yiming's eyes. His breathing became more and more rapid and heavy, and his footsteps became faster and faster. The night grew darker and darker. Zhao Yiming's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Not long after running, Zhao Yiming saw two figures hugging each other under the dim street lights not far ahead. It was Yu Zihong and Shen Mengyao, hugging each other tightly, like a pair of lovers, expressing their love and enjoying this hard-earned happiness. Zhao Yiming's heart was beating wildly, as if it was going to burst through his chest. The blood rushed wildly in his veins, making him dizzy. His breathing was rapid and heavy, which was particularly harsh and terrifying in the silent night sky. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with flames of jealousy, hatred, and madness. He approached quietly, picked up a fist-sized stone from the side of the road, and held it tightly in his hand. He walked closer and closer to Yu Zihong and Shen Mengyao. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. There was a crazy and cruel light in Zhao Yiming's eyes, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised the stone in his hand high, aimed it at the back of Yu Zihong's head, and smashed it down with all his strength. "Go to hell, you two dogs, go to hell!" He roared madly in his heart, his voice hoarse and distorted. "I have nothing anyway, so don't expect to have an easy life." Zhao Yiming's mind was full of crazy thoughts. He wanted to inflict the most extreme pain on these two people. Didn't Shen Mengyao fall into Yu Zihong's arms? But he insisted on letting her be shrouded in despair and fear that night. For the rest of her life, whenever she recalled this night, she would tremble all over and regret why she was born into this world. As for Yu Zihong, when Zhao Yiming thought of him, hatred surged like a raging tide, about to drown him. He wanted to do the most unbearable thing to Shen Mengyao in front of Yu Zihong, let this man watch his beloved being desecrated, feel the feeling of having his soul crushed and all hopes shattered, and experience what it meant to be worse than death. In Zhao Yiming's twisted heart, Yu Zihong must die and pay for everything he has done with his life. He wanted Yu Zihong to be swallowed by boundless pain and despair when he was on the verge of death, and to go to the underworld with endless regret. And he, Zhao Yiming, would become the nightmare that this couple could never get rid of. When everything is over, even if they go to hell, they must know clearly during every minute and second of torture and repentance that all these sufferings are caused by him, Zhao Yiming. Chapter 26 Chapter 23 Crisis Shen Mengyao blocked the fatal blow for Yu Zihong. Bang! A dull bang broke the tranquility of the night and made Shen Mengyao's heart sink to the bottom. Yu Zihong felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his vision went dark in an instant, and his consciousness became blurred. He instinctively wanted to reach out and grab Shen Mengyao, but he caught nothing. His body fell forward uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Hang! Shen Mengyao screamed in despair. Her voice echoed in the silent night sky, carrying endless fear, worry and heartache. She watched Yu Zihong fall in a pool of blood, with bright red blood flowing from the back of his head, staining the ground beneath him red. The glaring red color made her feel so painful that she could hardly breathe. Her mind went blank, her body was stiff, and she couldn't move at all. She felt like her breathing had stopped, and the whole world lost its color, leaving only the shocking blood red in front of her. Zhao Yiming had a ferocious and crazy smile on his face. He approached Shen Mengyao step by step, his eyes full of cruelty, violence, and the pleasure of revenge. "Shen Mengyao, don't you like this pretty boy? Didn't you reject me again and again for him? Now, I will let you see with your own eyes how he died in my hands. I will make you regret your original choice. I will make you live a life worse than death." Zhao Yiming's voice was hoarse and distorted. He raised the stone high again, aimed it at Yu Zihong's head, and was about to smash it down without hesitation. "No, don't." Shen Mengyao finally came back to her senses from the great shock and fear, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. A gleam of cruelty and determination flashed in Zhao Yiming's eyes, and the stone in his hand, with a whistling sound, smashed hard on Yu Zihong's head. At this critical moment, Shen Mengyao threw herself on Yu Zihong without hesitation and used her body to block the fatal blow. Zihong, are you okay? Zihong, wake up quickly." Shen Mengyao shouted loudly to Yu Zihong regardless of her injuries. Bang! There was another dull thud, and the stone hit Shen Mengyao's back hard. "You stinky bitch, you dare to help him block me, I let you block me, I let you block me." Zhao Yiming was like crazy, hitting Shen Mengyao with a stone. Jealousy made him completely lose his mind. Shen Mengyao groaned in pain and felt a sharp pain coming from her back and quickly spreading throughout her body, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Mengyao, how are you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Yu Zihang was completely stunned by Shen Mengyao behavior. He ignored the severe pain coming from the back of his head. He quickly stretched out his arms, hugged Shen Mengyao tightly, and asked anxiously, his voice trembling. I'm fine, cough cough. Zihang, you should leave, don't worry about me. Shen Mengyao endured the severe pain in her back and tried to force out a weak smile. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help coughing, and more blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her face was as pale as paper, her forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and her body was shaking slightly. Zhao Yiming looked at the two people lying on the ground, with a brief flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shen Mengyao would even risk her own life for Yu Zihang. But then, this trace of surprise was replaced by an even crazier and more perverted grin. Ha 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 ha. Shen Mengyao, you are such a bitch that you are willing to sacrifice your life for this good-for-nothing pretty boy. Okay, since you two love each other so much and are so affectionate to each other, I will fulfill your wish and let you go to hell together. You will be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same fate. It will be good for you to have a companion on your way to the underworld. Zhao Yiming's voice was filled with horror and madness. He raised the stone in his hand again, and this time, his target was Shen Mengyao, who had no ability to resist. Zhao Yiming, stop it, you lunatic. This is Jinling, the territory of the Shen family. If you dare to mess around, the Shen family will never let you go. You will definitely pay the price and you will definitely regret it. Shen Mengyao looked at Zhao Yiming's twisted and ferocious face, and felt the strong murderous intent emanating from him, her heart filled with fear and despair. She endured the severe pain from her body, and used all her strength to warn Zhao Yiming fiercely. However, her words not only did not have any effect, but made Zhao Yiming even crazier. The Shen family? Ha ha ha, the Shen family is shit. Zhao Yiming laughed loudly towards the sky, his laughter full of disdain, ridicule, and madness. Shen Mengyao, do you think I am still the Zhao Yiming who obeyed you in everything? Do you think I am still afraid of your Shen family now? I am not afraid of anything now. I have nothing left. I have nothing to lose. I want you to be buried with me. I want you to pay a more painful price than me. I want you to live a life worse than death and never be reborn. His voice became higher and higher, more and more crazy. His eyes became more and more fierce and cruel. He approached Shen Mengyao step by step. Shen Mengyao, don't you like this pretty boy? Don't you have a special liking for him? Okay, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I play with you. I'll make you regret your original choice. I'll make you regret not choosing me. Zhao Yiming's voice was filled with obscenity, perversion, and the pleasure of revenge, which made Shen Mengyao feel nauseous. She looked at Zhao Yiming's twisted and hideous face, felt the strong malice emanating from him, and her heart was filled with despair. She hugged Yu Zihang tightly, closed her eyes, and waited for the judgment of fate. Zihang, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely. Shen Mengyao thought silently in her heart, I love you. Yu Zihang was lying on the ground. Although he suffered a severe blow to the head and felt dizzy, he did not lose consciousness. He clearly heard the conversation between Zhao Yiming and Shen Mengyao, and also felt Shen Mengyao fear, despair, and determination to die. His heart was filled with anger, self-blame, and unwillingness. He hated himself for not being able to protect Shen Mengyao. He wanted to stand up immediately and cut Zhao Yiming into pieces. However, he felt his body was heavy and he couldn't move at all. He tried to struggle, but found that his limbs were completely out of control. He could only watch Zhao Yiming approaching Shen Mengyao step by step, but he was powerless to do anything. If I hadn't added 5 points to my physical fitness before, I would never be conscious now. Oh, I also have the system. At this critical moment of life and death, Yu Zihang suddenly thought of his system. He remembered that he had obtained 60 attribute points before, and had added 5 points to Constitution, leaving 55 points unused. He now has no other choice but to place all his hopes on the system. He called the system with his mind, almost frantically, System, quickly take out 25 attribute points and add them all to the physical fitness. Immediately. Almost instantly, Yu Zihang felt a warm and powerful energy surging from his dantian and quickly flowing throughout his body. He felt that his body was injected with a powerful vitality, and the original weakness and pain disappeared in an instant. The wound on the back of the head was healing quickly, and the blood that had been constantly flowing out had stopped flowing. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in them. At this time, Zhao Yiming had already walked in front of Shen Mengyao, stretching out his claws, ready to tear off Shen Mengyao's clothes, with an obscene and perverted smile on his face. "Stop it, you beast, let her go." Yu Zihan let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound exploded in the silent night sky, deafening. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced on Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming was shocked by Yu Zihan's sudden action. He had never expected that Yu Zihan, who had been beaten half to death by him, could still stand up and was so powerful. He subconsciously turned around to avoid Yu Zihan's attack. But it was too late. Yu Zihan's speed is too fast. He only felt a flash before his eyes, a black shadow passed by, and then a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhao Yiming's body flew backwards and fell heavily on the hard concrete floor with a dull thud. Yu Zihan rushed forward without any hesitation, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. He used all his strength, raised his right foot high, and then stepped hard on Zhao Yiming's crotch. Ah! Zhao Yiming let out an extremely shrill scream. The sound was heart-wrenching and echoed in the silent night sky, making people shudder. His body twitched violently, and he struggled desperately, but to no avail. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His body curled up in pain, and his limbs trembled constantly. He felt an excruciating pain in his lower body, almost causing him to faint. It was as if something had broken inside his body and was flowing out. Chapter 27 Chapter 24 System Upgrade New Function Attribute Sharing. The severe pain made Zhao Yiming curl up on the cold ground, his body twitching as if he had been electrocuted. Every tremor involved the unspeakable wound in his lower body, and the pain tore his nerves like a knife. He opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out, only silent whimpers and rapid gasps, which seemed so futile in this desperate struggle. He could feel that something was quietly draining away from his body, not just blood, but also his dignity as a man, which was ruthlessly taken away by this pain. Fear surged into his heart like a tide, drowning him in an instant. His former glory, those flattering faces, those nights of indulgence, everything he once had, now disappeared without a trace like a passing cloud. He lost everything: the glory of his family, his immense wealth, his prominent status, his dignity as a man, and even his ability to be a man was completely lost. He stared at Yu Zihan with bloodshot and resentful eyes, his eyes full of confusion and unwillingness. He didn't understand why fate was so cruel. How did he end up like this? After suffering such a severe blow to the back of his head, how could Yu Zihan suddenly attack like a completely different person? This is simply cheating. Zhao Yiming's voice was hoarse and weak, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat with difficulty, full of pain, despair, anger, and unwillingness. He wanted to curse, threaten, and beg for mercy, but when the words came to his lips, he was powerless to spit them out. He had lost all his strength. Yu Zihan looked down at him, his eyes cold and without any mercy. He wished he could kill Zhao Yiming right away. "Zihan, I am in so much pain, am I going to die?" Shen Mengyao's weak voice was like a fine needle, piercing the anger in Yu Zihan's heart. Her face was as pale as paper, her forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and her body was shaking slightly, like a candle swaying in the wind, which could go out at any time. Yu Zihan immediately came back to his senses, hugged Shen Mengyao tightly in his arms, and comforted her softly. "Mengyao, don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. Believe me, you will be fine. You will definitely make it through." He gently stroked Shen Mengyao's hair, his eyes intertwined with heartache and self-blame. He hated himself for not being able to protect Shen Mengyao and causing her to suffer such a severe injury. He also hated Zhao Yiming's despicable behavior and wished he could grind him to ashes. While comforting Shen Mengyao, Yu Zihan quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the police and the emergency number. His fingers trembled slightly, but his voice remained as calm and composed as possible. "Hello, is this 110? There was an attack here, someone was injured, and emergency assistance is needed. The address is near the south gate of Jinling Park. Yes, the injury is very serious. Please get there as soon as possible. The sooner the better." He reported the location and situation in a concise manner, with anxiety and worry in his tone. After hanging up the phone, he hugged Shen Mengyao tightly and kept talking to her, trying to keep her awake and prevent her from falling into a coma. "Mengyao, hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. You will be fine. Believe me, you must be strong. Zihan. I'm so cold. Am I about to die?" Shen Menyao's voice became weaker and weaker, and her body became colder and colder, as if her body temperature was gradually dissipating and her vitality was disappearing bit by bit. Yu Zihong took off his coat and carefully wrapped Shen Mengyao around him, trying to warm her with his body temperature and let her feel his presence and love. He gently placed Shen Mengyao's head against his chest so that she could hear his strong heartbeat. "Mengyao, don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Do you remember the first time we met? At that time, you wore a white dress, beautiful like an angel. You were so nervous that you stuttered when you spoke, so cute." Yu Zihong began to tell every detail of their acquaintance and love, trying to use these beautiful memories to arouse Shen Mengyao's will to live, so that she could persevere and defeat death. A few minutes later, the sound of police sirens and ambulance sirens came from far away, breaking the silence of the night and bringing hope of life. Yu Zihong saw the flashing lights of police and ambulance, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Police cars and ambulances roared in, and the dazzling red and blue lights illuminated the bloody and violent area. The police quickly took control of the scene, arrested Zhao Yiming, and took him into the police car. He will be subject to legal sanctions. Medical staff provided emergency treatment to Yu Zihong and Shen Mengyao and carefully examined their injuries. The patient has a head injury and needs an immediate CT scan. The patient has a back injury and has lost too much blood. He needs a blood transfusion immediately. The medical staff's voices were hurried and tense, making Yu Zihong's heart hang in his throat. He held Shen Mengyao's hand tightly, fearing that she would leave him if he let go. "Mengyao, you must hold on. You will be fine. I can't live without you. You can't leave me." Yu Zihong's voice trembled, with tears in his eyes, full of fear and love. Shen Mengyao tried hard to open her eyes, looked at Yu Zihong, smiled weakly, and said, "Zihong, I'm not afraid. As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if it's death. I'm willing to." Her voice became weaker and weaker, and finally, it went out like a candle in the wind. Her eyes slowly closed, losing their luster, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Mengyao, wake up, don't scare me. You can't leave me alone." Yu Zihong's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, and he let out a cry of grief. Doctor, please save her, I beg you, you must save her, she can't die. Yu Zihong hugged Shen Mengyao and begged to the medical staff at the top of his lungs. The medical staff quickly carried Shen Mengyao onto a stretcher and sent her to the ambulance. Yu Zihong also got on the ambulance and stayed with Shen Mengyao all the way, holding her hand tightly as if that was his only hope. Grandpa, Mengyao is injured. Please come to the hospital quickly. Come to Jinling First People's Hospital quickly. She is dying." In the ambulance, Yu Zihong called Shen Wanjun. His voice was trembling, crying, and full of fear and despair. "What? Mengyao is injured? Where? I'll be there soon. Don't worry, Mengyao will be fine." On the other end of the phone, Shen Wanjun's anxious and angry voice came, mixed with unconcealed worry and fear. The hospital was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, and feelings of repression, anxiety, suffocation and despair were spreading in the air. Yu Zihong sat on a bench outside the operating room, his hands clasped together, his palms full of sweat. His eyes were fixed on the door of the operating room, not blinking, for fear of missing any movement. Everything that had just happened kept flashing back in his mind, and every scene was like a sharp knife, repeatedly stabbing his heart. He hated himself for not being able to protect Shen Mengyao. He hated Zhao Yiming even more and wanted to cut him into pieces. "Zihong, how are you? Are you injured?" Shen Wanjun rushed to the hospital and saw Yu Zihong sitting there. He quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. His face was full of worry and anxiety, and there was a trace of indescribable self-blame. Because they were on the Shen family's territory, he was careless and did not let anyone follow Shen Mengyao. "I never expected that the boy surnamed Zhao would be so crazy." "Grandpa, I'm fine. Mengyao is still in the operating room. The doctor said that she was seriously injured. The situation is not optimistic. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of losing her." Yu Zihong's voice was hoarse and low, with fatigue and worry, and fear that was hard to conceal. Shen Wanjun looked at Yu Zihong, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He felt sorry for Shen Mengyao, but was also grateful to Yu Zihong. He knew that if it weren't for Yu Zihong, Shen Mengyao would probably have. He walked to Yu Zihang, patted his shoulder gently, and comforted him. Zihang, don't worry, Meng Yao will be fine. I have contacted the best doctors, and they will do their best to treat Meng Yao. You don't have to worry too much, you have to trust the doctor. He paused, and then said, his voice full of anger and murderous intent, I already know about the Zhao family. Don't worry, I will make the Zhao family pay a heavy price. My granddaughter, Shen Wanjun, is not someone who can be bullied by everyone. I will destroy their family and make them never stand up again. I will make them regret coming into this world. His voice was deep and powerful, with unquestionable authority. Grandpa, thank you. Yu Zihang looked at Shen Wanjun and said gratefully. He knew that Shen Wanjun really cared about Shen Mengyao. He didn't complain about him in this situation, and he really treated him as a family member. Silly child, why thank me? I have known about you and Mengyao for a long time. You two are both good children. When Mengyao gets better, I will get you two engaged. I want to let everyone know that you, Yu Zihang, are my Shen Wanjun's grandson and my Shen family's son-in-law. Shen Wanjun said with a smile, his tone full of love and relief. Yu Zihang was stunned for a moment, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Yu Zihang suddenly felt that some wonderful changes had taken place in his body. His heart moved and he quickly opened the system panel. The system panel clearly displayed. System upgraded. New feature, attribute sharing can share your own attribute points with the specified target at a ratio of 2:1. Current properties. Strength, 7. Constitution, 35. Agility, 6. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 15. Luck, 100. Destiny Child. Remaining attribute points, 30. Attribute sharing? Yu Zihang's mind was moved. He didn't expect that the system would be upgraded again and a new attribute sharing function would be added. He quickly checked the description of the attribute sharing function. Attribute sharing, the host can share its own attribute points with the designated target at a ratio of 2:1. That is, the host consumes 2 attribute points and can add 1 attribute point to the designated target. This is simply a life-saving straw. Yu Zihang's heart was filled with surprise, excitement, and gratitude. This feature came just in time. Chapter 28 Chapter 25 Attribute Sharing Saves Life. Jinling Storm, starting with the destruction of the Zhao family. Give this chapter a title that fits the tomato novel. Without hesitation, he used his mind to control and share the remaining 30 attribute points with Shen Mengyao through the attribute sharing function. Attribute sharing successful, host consumes 2 attribute points, target's constitution +1. Attribute sharing successful, host consumes 2 attribute points, target's constitution +1. A series of system prompts sounded in Yu Zihang's mind, making him feel at ease. Outside the operating room, the atmosphere was suffocating. Although Shen Wanjun seemed calm on the surface, his furrowed brows and slightly trembling fingers still revealed his inner anxiety and worry. He looked at the door of the operating room from time to time, his eyes full of anticipation. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed to be torturing Yu Zihang's heart, and every second was filled with torment and waiting. He felt as if his body was hollowed out. He could only clench his fists tightly, digging his nails deep into his palms, trying to use the pain to relieve his inner anxiety and uneasiness. I don't know how long it took, but the red light in the operating room finally went out. Yu Zihang stood up suddenly from the chair. His body was numb from sitting for a long time. He staggered and almost fell. Shen Wanjun quickly supported him, and the two of them walked quickly to the door of the operating room. The door of the operating room slowly opened, and a doctor wearing a mask and looking tired walked out. There was a sense of relief and a hint of unbelievable surprise in his eyes. Doctor, how is Mengyao? Is she okay? Is she still alive? Yu Zihang asked anxiously, his voice hoarse and trembling, full of worry and expectation. Shen Wanjun also stared at the doctor closely, waiting for his answer. His heart was in his throat. The doctor took off his mask, revealing a tired but relieved face. He looked at Yu Zihang and Shen Wanjun and said slowly, the operation was very successful, and the patient is out of danger. She is still alive. Hearing the word alive, Yu Zihang felt like he had returned from hell to the human world. He took a long breath, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and he was so weak that he almost collapsed. But, hearing the word but, Yu Zihang's heart sank suddenly. He quickly asked, but what? Doctor, please tell me, Mengyao, how is she? The doctor smiled and said, however, the patient's recovery speed is really amazing. It is simply a miracle in medical history. We have conducted a detailed examination on her and found that her various body functions are recovering at an incredible speed. At this rate, she will wake up soon, and there will be no sequelae. Really? That's great, that's great. Meng Yao is fine. Meng Yao is fine. Yu Zihang was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He held the doctor's hand tightly and thanked him repeatedly. Shen Wanjun also breathed a sigh of relief, with a gratified smile on his face. He patted Yu Zihang on the shoulder and said, Zihang, you did a great job. It is Meng Yao's blessing to meet you. The doctor looked at Yu Zihang and Shen Wanjun, and added, to be honest, in all my years of medical practice, this is the first time I have seen a patient with such amazing recovery ability. This is simply a medical miracle. We even suspect that the patient's body has undergone some unknown mutation, or, in other words, some kind of evolution? Yu Zihang's heart moved. He knew that this must be the attribute sharing function at work. Doctor, thank you for saving Meng Yao. You are our lifesaver. Yu Zihang expressed his gratitude to the doctor again. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is our duty. The doctor smiled and said, the patient needs to rest now, you can go in and see her, but don't disturb her for too long. Okay, we got it. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Yu Zihang nodded repeatedly, and couldn't wait to see Shen Mengyao. He and Shen Wanjun tiptoed into the ward. Shen Mengyao lay quietly on the hospital bed. Although her face was still a little pale, it had regained a bit of color. Her breathing was steady and even. Yu Zihang walked to the bedside, gently held Shen Mengyao's hand, felt the warmth of her palm, felt her weak pulse, and his heart was filled with tenderness and love. He lowered his head and gently kissed Shen Mengyao on the forehead. Shen Wanjun stood aside, watching this scene, a gratified smile on his face. After a long time, Shen Mengyao slowly opened her eyes. She saw Yu Zihang standing by the bed, a trace of confusion flashed across her eyes, and then she showed a weak but happy smile. Zihang, her voice was very light and soft. Mengyao, you're awake now. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Don't scare me. Yu Zihang asked hurriedly, his voice full of concern and worry. Shen Mengyao shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired, a little weak. Zihang, I almost died. Silly, what are you talking about? You are the most important person to me, how can I let anything happen to you? How can I let you leave me? Yu Zihang gently stroked Shen Mengyao's hair and said softly. The two embraced each other affectionately and talked to each other from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten everything around them, and only each other was left in the world. Shen Wanjun watched this scene and quietly left the ward, leaving the space to the young couple. Walking out of the ward, the smile on Shen Wanjun's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn and serious expression. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, it's me. How's the investigation going on with the Zhao family? Is there any new progress? His voice was deep and majestic. Master, I have checked it out. The Zhao family is indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. This time, they probably can't get up. Zhao Yiming seems to be too stimulated, so... A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone, but at the end, it became a little hesitant. Very good. If he dares to touch my granddaughter, there is no need for him to continue to exist in this world. Shen Wanjun's voice was cold and ruthless. In the ward, Yu Zihang and Shen Mengyao were still immersed in the joy of reunion. They snuggled together tightly. Mengyao, don't worry, I won't let you get hurt again. I swear, I will use my life to protect you for the rest of your life. Yu Zihang's voice was deep and firm. Shen Mengyao nodded, buried her head in Yu Zihang's arms, feeling his warm embrace. However, Yu Zihang was not completely relaxed in his heart. He knew that the fall of the Zhao family was just the beginning, and the road to revenge was long. He looked at the weak but still beautiful Shen Mengyao lying on the hospital bed. Besides pity, his heart was filled with the fire of revenge and the determination to become stronger. He wants to use the system to become stronger and never allow something like today to happen again. The first thing to do is to avenge the Meng family to earn attribute points. He wanted to completely destroy the Meng family, make them disappear from Jinling, and make Meng Wudi and Meng Shiyu suffer the bitter consequences of their family being torn apart and their reputations being ruined. Meng family, your good days are over. Chapter 29 Chapter 26 Epic Face Slapping, Attribute Points Break Thousands. Yu Zihong walked out of the hospital. Night fell, but Jinling was still prosperous. Neon lights flashed, cars flowed endlessly, and the bustling city was like a huge Vanity Fair, performing the joys and sorrows of the world. He took a deep breath, and the cold air made his chaotic brain clearer, and the hatred in his heart became stronger. He had just learned from Grandpa Shen about the demise of the Zhao family. Next, he wanted to make the Meng family completely disappear from Jinling's business landscape. He took out his phone and looked through the information he had collected about the Meng family. The Meng family had been operating in Jinling for many years, with businesses covering catering, entertainment, retail and other fields, and had a deep foundation. But Yu Zihong discovered a fatal weakness: most of the Meng family's business was rented venues. As long as these venues are controlled, it is equivalent to grasping the lifeline of the Meng family, which is tantamount to cutting off the source of the fire. Yu Zihong's mouth curled up in a cold arc. He dialed a number, his voice low and calm. "Hello, it's me. Please help me contact someone." He gave a series of names. These people were the owners of major commercial properties in Jinling and the landlords of many Meng family stores. "Tell them I want to make them a deal they can't refuse." Yu Zihong barely slept for the next 2 days. He rushed to every corner of Jinling and had secret talks with those real estate bosses. The conditions he offered were extremely generous. Not only was he willing to pay a price far higher than the market price to directly purchase the entire site, he was also willing to bear the penalty for breach of contract to the Meng family and promised to pay it all in cash. Faced with such tempting conditions, the bosses signed secret agreements with Yu Zihong and transferred the venue originally rented to the Meng family to Yu Zihong. These bosses were not without concerns. After all, the Meng family was a well-known family in Jinling, and offending the Meng family would probably cause trouble. But Yu Zihong's words dispelled all their doubts. "Don't worry, in 3 days, the Meng family will no longer exist, just like the Zhao family. You just need to follow the agreement, and leave the rest to me." He learned from Grandpa Shen that the Zhao family suddenly owed a sum of money that was exactly equal to the rebate from the purchase of the ancient jade. Even if Yu Zihong was slow, he knew that the demise of the Zhao family was related to the system. His tone was calm and confident, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. The bosses looked at the young man in front of them, and inexplicably felt a sense of awe in their hearts. They didn't know where Yu Zihong's confidence came from, but the downfall of the Zhao family was indeed strange. Judging from Yu Zihong's appearance, it was obviously closely related to this young man. Everything was ready, and Yu Zihong began his second plan. He released a brief and arrogant statement on major social platforms. 3 days later, I, Yu Zihong, will purchase all the commercial sites leased by the Meng family and drive the Meng family out of Jinling. This statement was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, instantly detonating the entire Jinling network. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? The Meng family is a well-known family in Jinling. Who does he think he is? Isn't this Lottery Brother? This is too arrogant. Hype? Are you crazy about being famous? Waiting for a slap in the face. On the internet, there was a constant stream of doubts and ridicule. Most people thought Yu Zihong was just daydreaming. The younger generation of the Meng family scoffed at Yu Zihong's statement. Is this kid out of his mind? Meng Shiyu was scrolling through her phone and couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw Yu Zihong's statement. A useless person who was kicked out of the family dares to speak so arrogantly. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The other young people of the Meng family also echoed him. They simply didn't believe that Yu Zihong had the ability to acquire all of the Meng family's commercial locations. In comparison, the older generation of the Meng family is much more cautious. This Yu Zihong has come with bad intentions. Meng Wudi looked at the statement on the phone with a frown on his face. He recalled the scene of Yu Zihong spending a lot of money at the auction a few days ago. He had a vague feeling that this young man was not just talking nonsense. "Dad, are you worrying too much? He is just a young boy, what kind of waves can he make?" Meng Qi disagreed. "It is better to be safe than sorry." Meng Wudi shook his head and said, "Go contact those landlords and confirm the situation." Although Meng Wei disagreed in his heart, he still followed his father's instructions and called the landlords. On the other end of the phone, the landlords assured Meng Rui that they would never transfer the venue to Yu Zihong. "Mr. Meng, don't worry, we have signed a contract. If we take back the site early, we will have to pay a huge penalty. We will not do such a stupid thing. Yes, Mr. Meng, just focus on your business and don't worry about these." After hearing the landlord's assurances, Meng Wei's heart finally settled down a little. He felt that his father might have really grown old and become a little suspicious. "Dad, look, I said it's okay, right?" The landlords all said they would not transfer the site to Yu Zihang. Meng Wei said to Meng Wudi with a smile. Meng Wudi nodded and said nothing more, but he still felt a little uneasy. To celebrate the false alarm, the Meng family held a grand banquet. At the banquet, the guests and hosts were all having a great time. The younger generation of the Meng family took advantage of the alcohol to ridicule Yu Zihang. "Didn't that you guy say he would buy out our Meng family site in 3 days? Now 2 days have passed, why is there no movement at all? I think he is just a clown, just trying to attract attention. Wait 3 days and see how he ends." Meng Qi felt proud when he heard these words. He felt that his previous worries were completely unnecessary. 3 days passed in a flash. On the internet, the discussion about Yu Zihang has reached its peak. The 3 days were up, but where was Yu? Why was there still no movement? Could he have run away? "I told you, he's just bragging. I waited in vain. Brother Lottery, you really disappoint me." All kinds of questioning, mocking and gloating remarks flooded the air. Just then, Yu Zihang finally appeared. He did not choose to attack during the day, but at night, when everyone thought he had failed, and suddenly launched a counterattack. He started a simultaneous live broadcast on multiple platforms and posted a message: "The show is about to begin." Instantly, countless netizens rushed into the live broadcast room. They all wanted to see how this young man who once spoke so arrogantly would end up. In the live broadcast, Yu Zihang was standing on the most prosperous commercial street in Jinling, with the Meng family's largest flagship store behind him. "Good evening, everyone." Yu Zihang smiled at the camera. "I know many people are waiting to see me make a fool of myself. But I am sorry to disappoint you." He paused and continued, "Today, I will fulfill my promise, acquire all the commercial sites rented by the Meng family, and drive the Meng family out of Jinling completely." His voice was calm and confident. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Shit, is he serious? No way? He can really do it? I don't believe it unless he shows me the acquisition agreement." Yu Zihang seemed to have expected such a reaction. He smiled slightly, took out a document from his pocket and showed it to the camera. "This is the purchase agreement I signed with the landlord of this store. From now on, this store belongs to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of uniformed staff members walked into the Meng family's flagship store. "What are you doing?" The manager of the store panicked when he saw these uninvited guests. He rushed forward and tried to stop them. "This is our Meng family's store, you can't come in. We are sent by the new landlord. Please move out immediately." The leading staff member said expressionlessly. "What? New landlord?" The manager was confused. He had no idea what was going on. "This is the acquisition agreement, you can take a look." The staff handed a document to the manager. The manager took the document, but before he had time to read it, a young man rushed over from behind and snatched it away. "Bullshit, what a bullshit acquisition agreement. I think you are tired of living. This young man is Meng Hao, the son of Meng Yu." He tore up the documents in his hand and shouted arrogantly, "This is our Meng family's territory. You bugs, dare to come here and make trouble? I think you are crazy. You don't even know whose territory this is, and you dare to come to our Meng family to cause trouble? I think you are tired of living." Several of Meng Hao's cronies also followed suit, looking ferocious and ready to take action. "I think you are the ones who have gone crazy." Yu Zihang said coldly, "This is my territory now, you Meng family, get out of here immediately." "Your territory?" Meng Hao seemed to have heard a big joke. He pointed at Yu Zihang and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? A waste who was kicked out of the house, a nouveau riche who made a little money by winning the lottery, dares to be arrogant in front of our Meng family? Who do you think you are? The richest man in Jinling? I think you are daydreaming. Brother Hao, why waste your time talking to him? Just beat him up. Fight them and let them know how powerful our Meng family is." Several of Meng Hao's followers shouted and were about to take action. "I see who dares," Yu Zihang shouted coldly, and he snapped his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound of snapping fingers was like a signal. The next moment, countless sturdy men in black suits emerged from all directions. They were all tall and strong, with stern faces and sharp eyes. Like a tide, they instantly surrounded Meng Hao and others. These were all contacted by Yu Zihang in advance. There were hundreds of security personnel under the major real estate bosses, and each of them was a carefully selected thug with extraordinary skills. Meng Hao and the others were stunned. They could not have imagined that Yu Zihang had already made preparations and had called so many people. What do you want to do? Meng Hao shouted fiercely, his voice trembling. What? Of course I want you to get out. Yu Zihang said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You dare Meng Hao to be stubborn. 3, 2. Yu Zihang ignored him and started counting down. 1. The countdown ended. Yu Zihang waved his hand and said, let us do it. Hundreds of thugs in suits rushed towards Meng Hao and others like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Ah! Don't hit me! Help! Screams and pleas for mercy rang out one after another. Meng Hao and his companions were no match for these professional thugs. They were beaten black and blue and fled in panic. Stop! Stop! Let us go! Let us go! Meng Hao was beaten to the ground and begged for mercy. You want to leave now? It's too late, Yu Zihang said coldly, beat them up so hard that they will remember this lesson. The thugs in suits became even more ruthless, punching and kicking without mercy. Meng Hao and others were beaten so hard that they screamed and howled in agony. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I was wrong, I was wrong. Meng Hao knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Do you know you are wrong now? What did you do before? Yu Zihang looked at him coldly and said, keep beating them until they can't say anything. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Damn, this is so refreshing. Lottery brother is mighty. If you fight well, you should teach these arrogant guys a lesson. The Meng family's flagship store was in a mess. Meng Hao and the others were beaten black and blue and lay on the ground, unable to move. Yu Zihang walked up to Meng Hao and looked down at him. Now, do you know whose territory this is? Meng Hao nodded repeatedly, not daring to resist anymore. Get out of here, Yu Zihang shouted coldly. Meng Hao and others fled out of the flagship store tumbling. Yu Zihang turned around and said to the camera, everyone, did you see this? This is my first step. He paused and continued, next, I will continue to acquire other stores of the Meng family until they are completely driven out of Jinling. There was cheering in the live broadcast room. Next, Yu Zihang took this group of thugs in suits to visit the Meng family's shops one by one. Similar scenes happen in every store I go to. The people of the Meng family tried to resist at first, but every time they were beaten to a pulp by the thugs brought by Yu Zihang, and they were unable to fight back. Later, when the people of the Meng family saw Yu Zihang, they were like mice seeing a cat. They were so scared that they dared not resist and handed over the shop obediently. The entire process is broadcast live on the entire network. Every time an acquisition is completed, the number of people in the live broadcast room will surge. Since it was a live broadcast on the entire platform, Yu Zihang's live broadcast room quickly became the one with the most viewers. As everyone watched Yu Zihang transfer billions of dollars every time he arrived at a business district, their shock gradually turned into numbness. They didn't know what to say anymore and could only watch silently as Yu Zihang took over the Meng family's stores one after another. And every time Yu Zihang completes an acquisition, he will receive a huge cash back from the system and a large number of attribute points. Because it was a live broadcast, every time he took action, countless people who had doubted and ridiculed him would be shocked. However, among them, only a few hundred people had a hatred value of more than 60 points. But even so, the attribute points Yu Zihang obtained were already considerable. 1245 points. By the time Yu Zihang had acquired these industries, his attribute points had exceeded 1,000. System, increased strength, agility and quality by 200 points each. Yu Zihang gave instructions to the system with great ambition. Chapter 30 Chapter 27 The Meng family is completely desperate and takes the treasure to Yu Zihang. Ding, it is detected that the host's attribute points have exceeded the limit of ordinary humans, and the excess attribute points will be returned. Strength, 100 has reached the limit of ordinary humans. Physical fitness, 100 has reached the limit of ordinary humans. Agility, 100 reaching the limit of ordinary humans. Spirit, 8. Charisma, 15. Luck, 100 Destiny Child. Remaining attribute points, 993 points. What? Yu Zihang was a little confused. Why is there an upper limit? In the suburbs of Jinling, a dilapidated villa stood alone. Surrounded by weeds, mottled walls, and broken windows, it exuded an endless desolation. Inside the villa, the light was dim, the musty smell was pungent, and there was an air of despair. Meng Wuti slumped on the stained sofa, his wrinkled suit making him look particularly shabby. His face was gray, his eye sockets were sunken, his eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze was dull. In just a few days, he seemed to have aged by a dozen years, and his former arrogance was gone. Meng Shiyu knelt on the carpet beside him, head lowered, her long black hair covering her haggard face. She bit her lower lip tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly, the fear and despair in her heart were beyond words. Ever since the Meng family was crushed by Yu Zihang, they have been in a desperate situation. Those who used to flatter and fawn on them now avoid them, and their family is deserted and the world is indifferent. What made them even more terrified was that all the accounts of the Meng family, just like the Zhao family before, were attacked by mysterious hackers. The funds were robbed and they were burdened with huge debts. This debt far exceeded all the assets of the Meng family and was enough to put all the blood relatives of the Meng family in life imprisonment. This means that the Meng family will not only lose their wealth and status, but even their freedom. The entire Meng family is facing a catastrophe. Meng Wuti knew that all this was done by Yu Zihang. But now he no longer had any thoughts of revenge and only wanted to preserve the last bloodline of the Meng family. Shiyu, Meng Wuti's voice was hoarse and weak, and every word seemed extremely difficult. He raised his head and looked at Meng Shiyu with turbid eyes. When Meng Shiyu heard her grandfather's voice, she slowly raised her head, revealing a pale face. Her eyes were full of confusion and fear. Go and get that thing. Meng Wuti spoke intermittently, motioning Meng Shiyu to go to a room deep in the villa. Meng Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but still stood up silently and walked towards the room. After a while, she came back with an antique wooden box. The box looked quite old, with intricate patterns carved on it, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Meng Wuti took the wooden box with trembling hands, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. He slowly opened the wooden box, and inside lay a yellowed ancient book with a few ancient seal characters Xian Yuanju written on the cover. This is? Meng Shiyu looked at the ancient book with surprise in her eyes. Meng Wuti did not answer immediately. He just handed the ancient book to Meng Shiyu and motioned her to open it. Meng Shiyu carefully took the ancient book and gently opened it. The paper of the ancient book had turned yellow and brittle, and it was filled with densely packed small characters and some strange patterns. Although she couldn't understand it, she could feel that this ancient book contained some kind of mysterious power. Grandpa, what is this? Meng Shiyu couldn't help asking. Meng Wuti took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is the last bargaining chip of our Meng family, and also our only hope." His voice was intermittent, and every word was extremely difficult to say. He paused, and then said, "Shiyu, do you remember that I once told you that our Meng family is actually controlled by a mysterious family?" His voice trembled. Meng Shiyu nodded. She remembered that her father had mentioned this matter before, but she always thought it was just a lie made up by her father. That family is not an ordinary family. They are a family of immortals that has been passed down since ancient times. Meng Wuti's voice was full of fear. Immortal cultivation family? Meng Shiyu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her ears. Yes, the immortal cultivation family. Meng Wuti said affirmatively, "They have powers that we cannot imagine, they can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, they can call the wind and rain, and they can even live forever." He paused, and then said, "Our Meng family is just a tool they control. They taught us a method of cultivating immortals, which is this book Xian Yuanju, and a small magic that can bewitch people." A little magic that can bewitch people? Meng Shiyu suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, "Could it be that I was able to easily bewitch those men before because of this magic?" Meng Wuti nodded, "Yes. This spell can make it easier for you to gain the trust of others, but it can only work on people with weak willpower." He sighed and said, "The reason why our Meng family plundered wealth by any means is also because of the requirements of that family. They need a lot of wealth to maintain their cultivation. If we slack off, we will be severely punished." Punishment? Meng Shiyu's body trembled. She remembered that 10 young men in the Meng family had died suddenly and mysteriously before, and it was said that their deaths were extremely horrible. Yes, punishment. Meng Wuti's voice became even deeper, his eyes filled with fear. They can plunder people's lives. I saw with my own eyes that the 10 young men were sucked dry of their energy by the people they sent, and finally died of old age. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. He knew that if he could not complete the mission of that family, the Meng family would face the same fate. Grandpa, what should we do now? We have no money left, and we can't meet their demands at all. Meng Shiyu's voice was filled with tears. Meng Wuti was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Let us go find Yu Zihang." Yu Zihang? Meng Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Yes, Yu Zihang. Meng Wuti said, since he was able to defeat the Zhao family and our Meng family, it means he must have extraordinary means. Perhaps, he can help us. He paused, and then said, we will give him this Xian Yuan Ju, tell him the truth, and ask for his forgiveness and help. This is the only hope for our Meng family. In Yu Zihang's villa, Meng Wuti and Meng Shiyu sat on the sofa uncomfortably. Yu Zihang sat on the sofa opposite them, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking calmly at the down-and-out father and daughter in front of him. Mr. Yu, I know that our Meng family has let you down and Miss Shin down. We deserve to die, but we are forced to do so. Meng Wuti's voice was filled with a hint of pleading. With trembling hands, he handed the book Xian Yuanju to Yu Zihang. This is the immortal cultivation method we have obtained, and it is also our last bargaining chip. We give it to you, only asking you to forgive us and help us. Yu Zihang took the ancient book and flipped through it. Although he couldn't understand the contents, he could feel that this ancient book contained some mysterious power. He looked at Meng Wuti and said calmly, "Cultivating immortals? Do you think I would believe such nonsense?" Meng Wuti said quickly, "Mr. Yu, what I said is true. Our Meng family is really controlled by a cultivation family. They have power that we cannot imagine." He repeated everything he had said before. Yu Zihang listened quietly without saying anything, but his heart was stirred. Although he seemed to be indifferent, he was a person with a system, so he naturally trusted these words a little more. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding detects that the host has obtained the immortal cultivation method Xian Yuanju, the system is upgraded and the cultivation function is enabled. Chapter 31 Chapter 28 Huge surprise attributes doubled again. After sending away the grandfather and grandson of the Meng family, Yu Zihang began to study Xian Yuanju alone in the room. His fingertips gently stroked the yellowed pages of Xian Yuanju, and the simple touch brought a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Looking carefully, the originally obscure text became clear after the system upgrade, and every symbol seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. A brand new interface appeared on the system panel, which listed in detail the realms of cultivation, Qi refining, foundation building, elixir, nascent soul. Each realm represented a leap in strength and the sublimation of life. Is this cultivating immortals? Yu Zihang muttered to himself, his voice filled with irrepressible excitement and yearning. Following the instructions in the Xian Yuanju, he sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, his back straight, his eyes slightly closed, and began to try to draw the qi into his body. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual, just that the air around him was fresher and his breathing was smoother. But he didn't give up, but continued to follow the instructions in the exercises, adjusting his breathing, emptying his mind, and feeling the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Gradually, he felt a weak stream of air coming from all directions, slowly flowing into his body and flowing along specific meridians. This stream of air was warm and comfortable, nourishing his dry meridians and dantian. Is this spiritual energy? Yu Zihang was delighted. He knew that he had successfully taken the first step in cultivating immortality. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy flowing through his body, and wherever it passed, it brought a tingling sensation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully entering the qi refining stage. The system notification sounded again, making Yu Zihang even happier. Yu Zihang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He opened the system panel and found that the attribute points that had been unusable before could be used again. What surprised him even more was that even if he didn't actively use the attribute points, his various attributes would continue to grow with practice. This growth rate was much faster than the attribute points he had previously obtained through rebates. After the attributes stopped growing, all attributes doubled. Strength, 200. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 16. Charisma, 30. Luck, 100. Destiny Child. Remaining attribute points, 645 points. This is too amazing. Yu Zihang couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. He tried to add an attribute point to strength. Strength, 202. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 16. Charisma, 30. Luck, 100 Destiny Child. Remaining attribute points, 644 points. I only clicked 1 point of strength, but the panel increased by 2 points. Thinking of the introduction to the Qi refining stage in Xian Yuan Ju, it seemed that 1 level of Qi refining would double a person's strength, and I suddenly realized something. At this moment, Yu Zihang felt like he had been reborn and had infinite power. He stood up and lightly jumped up to a height of more than 3 meters, landing silently. He threw a punch, and a slight explosion sounded in the air. Is this the power of cultivating immortals? Yu Zihang looked at his hands, his eyes filled with shock. 1 day later, Meng Wuti and Meng Shiyu received a summons from Yu Zihang and came to the Shin family, waiting for Yu Zihang's trial in fear. They didn't know how Yu Zihang would deal with them, they only knew that their fate was completely in Yu Zihang's hands. They didn't even dare to look up at Yu Zihang. Meng Shiyu looked at her father's haggard face, her heart filled with guilt and regret. She knew that it was her own willfulness and ignorance that pushed the Meng family into the abyss. Dad, I'm sorry. Meng Shiyu's voice was filled with tears and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Meng Wuti sighed, stretched out his trembling hand, and gently stroked Meng Shiyu's hair. Silly child, this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame our Meng family for being too greedy. His voice was hoarse and weak. He looked at Meng Shiyu, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Shiyu, if Mr. Yu really wants to punish us, don't resist, I will take all the responsibility. You are still young, you still have a future. Meng Shiyu shook her head, tears blurring her vision. She choked and said, Dad, we have to face it together. I won't let you bear it alone. No matter what the result is, I will be with you. The father and daughter hugged each other and cried. They knew that the best possible outcome was a long and dark prison life. Yu Zihang looked at the father and daughter in front of him without a single wave of emotion in his heart. He knew that he could not be soft-hearted and that the Meng family must pay the price for what they had done. He looked at Meng Wuti and said coldly, Meng Wuti, your Meng family has committed many evils and crimes. I will not kill you because it dirty my hands. But you can't escape the punishment of the law. His voice was cold and ruthless. When Meng Wuti and Meng Shiyu heard this, their faces turned pale and their bodies could not help but tremble. Although they were able to survive by handing them over to the law, the huge debt they owed was enough to make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Mr. Yu, please, let us go. We are willing to give you the Xian Yuan Ju and only ask you to give us a way to live. Meng Wuti knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Yu Zihang remained unmoved. Xian Yuan Ju originally belonged to me, as for your life and death, it will be decided by the law. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this the police station? I want to report a crime. Meng Wuti. Soon, the sound of sirens came closer and closer, and the police arrived and took Meng Wuti and Meng Shiyu away. Before being taken away, Meng Shiyu looked back at Yu Zihang, her eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. She knew that she would spend her whole life in prison, and all this was caused by Yu Zihang. She hated Yu Zihang. Yu Zihang looked at Meng Shiyu without a trace of pity in his heart. He knew that being kind to the enemy was being cruel to himself. Chapter 32 Chapter 29 With just this little ability, you dare to call yourself an immortal? In a secluded tea house in Jinling City, there is an antique atmosphere, sandalwood tables and chairs, several ink landscape paintings hanging on the wall, the aroma of tea, and a sense of tranquility. 2 men in ancient costumes sat opposite each other. One was wearing a green robe, with a stern face and a murderous expression between his brows. A jade pendant with a flame pattern hung around his waist. The other was wearing a white gown, with a feminine face, handsome with a hint of evil, and playing with a folding fan with a picture of Misty Jiangnan in his hand. They exuded a faint pressure, which was not directed at ordinary people, but at people who also possess spiritual power, making the air around them seem to stagnate. The owner of the tea house, a shrewd middle-aged man, stood trembling at the side, with fine beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead, and he dared not breathe. Although he did not know martial arts, let alone cultivating immortals, he knew with his years of experience and keen intuition that these 2 guests were definitely not ordinary people. Have you found out what happened to the Meng family? The man in green robe spoke slowly, his voice low and majestic. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The man in white put away his folding fan and tapped the table with the handle of the fan, in a slow and regular rhythm. He said, I have found out. The Meng family was destroyed by a young man named Yu Zihang. This man is ruthless. Yu Zihang? The man in green robe frowned slightly, as if he was unfamiliar with the name. He put down the teacup and gently stroked the rim of the cup with his fingers. Yes. This person's origin is unknown, but his methods are extraordinary. Not only did he completely destroy the Meng family and business, he also made the Meng family bear a huge debt. He was eventually arrested by the police. The whole process was clean and neat. The man in white shirt reported in detail. Oh. Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed in the green robe man's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Does he know that the Meng family is a subsidiary family of our Xiantian sect? Does he know that when beating a dog, you have to look at the owner? He probably doesn't know. The man in white shook his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. He should be just an ordinary person with some means, and he doesn't know the existence of the immortal world. Humph, the ignorant are fearless. The man in green robe snorted coldly, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Since he dared to touch our Xiantian sect's people, let him pay the price. He paused, and then said, "Go meet this Yu Zihong, give him a chance, and let him submit to our Xiantian sect. If he knows what's good for him, we'll spare his life and let him serve as a dog for the Meng family. If he doesn't know what's good for him." He didn't continue speaking, but the cold light in his eyes showed his attitude. The man in white nodded, "I understand. I will let him know the consequences of offending our Xiantian sect." A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and slowly walked out of the tea house. His figure seemed a little ethereal in the sunlight. In Yu Zihong's villa, sunlight shines in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating every corner. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed, breathing evenly, practicing the Xian Yuan Ju. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, his body was also undergoing subtle changes. His skin became smoother and more delicate, his eyes became brighter and more energetic, and his temperament became more extraordinary. Suddenly, he felt a strange breath approaching his villa. Although the breath was weak, it was hostile. He opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It came so fast. He muttered to himself, with a sneer on his face. He had expected that the Meng family's affairs would not end like this. He stood up, walked out of the room and came to the yard of the villa. I saw a man in a white gown standing in the middle of the yard, his hands behind his back, looking around, with a hint of arrogance and disdain on his face. "Are you Yu Zihong?" The man in white asked indifferently, looking at Yu Zihong, with a hint of questioning and contempt in his tone. Yu Zihong looked at him quietly, feeling the faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from the other person. He sneered in his heart that the immortal cultivation family was so weak. Each time one breaks through a level in the qi refining stage, their strength doubles, but this is only based on basic attributes. The average basic strength of ordinary people is 10 points, and these immortal cultivators use medicinal baths to improve their physique, so their basic attributes are at most between 20 and 30 points. At the third level of qi refining, his strength was no more than 100. However, with the system adding points, his attribute had reached 100 before he cultivated immortality, and it doubled to 200 after breaking through the qi refining stage. Dealing with this third level of qi refining was like child's play. "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" The man in white was annoyed when he saw Yu Zihong didn't answer. He took a step forward, and an invisible pressure came towards Yu Zihong. Yu Zihong stood there, motionless. He looked at the man in white, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "With just this little ability, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me?" he said lightly. The white-shirted man's face changed. He didn't expect that Yu Zihong could ignore his pressure. He was a little surprised, but more of it was disdain and anger. "Boy, you are very arrogant. But do you know who I am?" he said coldly. "Who are you and what does it have to do with me?" Yu Zihong asked back. "I am the envoy of Xiantian sect, I represent the entire Xiantian sect," the man in white said proudly. "You have offended our Xiantian sect, now, I give you a chance, kneel down and surrender, I can spare your life, otherwise, you will regret coming to this world." Xiantian sect? Yu Zihong raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the first time he heard of this name. That's right. The white-shirted man from Xiantian sect thought Yu Zihong was scared, and the arrogance on his face became even stronger. He said proudly, "Our Xiantian sect is a sect of immortal cultivation that has been passed down for thousands of years. We have power that you can't imagine. In front of us, you are just an ant." He stretched out his hand, palm up, and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. The flame danced and emitted a burning breath. "Did you see it? This is the power of our Xiantian sect," the man in white said proudly. Now, do you still think you are qualified to fight us? Yu Zihan looked at the flame with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This level of flame posed no threat to him at all. Is this your power? Really? Ha, as ridiculous as a circus clown, he said lightly. The white-shirted man's face darkened. He had not expected that Yu Zihong would be so ungrateful. He snorted coldly, since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. He waved his hand and the ball of fire flew towards Yu Zihong. Yu Zihong stood there, motionless. The flame struck him, but went out instantly, leaving no trace. How could this be possible? The man in white shirt widened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw. His fire control technique, which he was so proud of, had no effect on Yu Zihong. With just this little ability, you dare to call yourself an immortal? Yu Zihong looked at the man in white shirt, his eyes full of ridicule. You so-called immortal cultivators are just a bunch of frogs in the well. He walked towards the man in white shirt step by step, his aura growing stronger and stronger. The man in white felt a strong pressure coming towards him, which made it difficult for him to breathe and his heartbeat accelerated. He wanted to resist, but found that his body could not move. Who are you? He asked in horror. I am someone you can't afford to offend, Yu Zihong said calmly. He walked up to the man in white, stretched out his hand, and patted him gently. The man in white shirt flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, spurting blood from his mouth. He struggled to stand up, but found that his body was completely out of control and the spiritual energy in his body became chaotic. What did you do to me? He asked in horror. It's nothing, it just broke your dantian, Yu Zihong said lightly. He walked up to the man in white shirt and looked down at him. Now, tell me, what is the origin of your Xiantian sect? Why do you want to control the Meng family? What other conspiracy do you have? Chapter 33 Chapter 30 It's so cool to force a confession and then rob the treasure house. In the dark basement, the damp musty smell was mixed with a faint smell of blood. The man in white shirt was tied up and hung in the air. The ropes were deeply entangled. His originally pure white shirt had long been soaked with sweat and blood, dirty and filthy. He was covered with wounds and looked extremely miserable. He looked at Yu Zihong, who was sitting on a chair and drinking tea leisurely. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, and his body was shaking slightly. Yu Zihong put down the celadon teacup in his hand, and the cup collided with the table, making a crisp sound, which was particularly harsh in this silent basement. He raised his head and said lightly, "Tell me everything you know. Don't try to hide it, and don't try to lie, my patience is limited." His voice was calm and indifferent, but with unquestionable majesty. The man in white shuddered. He knew he had no room for bargaining. The young man in front of him was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said slowly, We were originally a big sect in the world of immortal cultivation, with great strength and a long history, but later due to some changes, internal fighting in the sect, our lineage was defeated by the lineage of the sect master, and was exiled here, to this low-level plane with thin spiritual energy. His voice was filled with reluctance and helplessness. He paused, and then continued, This is a low-level plane, with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources, and it is not suitable for cultivation at all. We have been trapped here for hundreds of years, and it is difficult to make any progress in cultivation. We can only survive. His tone was full of despair. Low-level plane? Yu Zihong's eyes flashed with surprise. It was the first time he heard this term. Yes, a low-level plane. The man in white shirt explained that in the world of immortal cultivation, planes are divided into high and low. The high-level planes are full of spiritual energy and rich in resources, and are the paradise of immortal cultivators. On the contrary, the low-level planes are thin in spiritual energy and scarce in resources, and are the hell of immortal cultivators. He looked at Yu Zihong, with a flash of envy in his eyes. You can cultivate to this level in this environment, it's really incredible. He could feel the powerful spiritual power fluctuations in Yu Zihong's body, far beyond his own. Yu Zihong didn't say anything, he was thinking in his heart. He didn't expect that the earth he was on was just a low-level plane. And those so-called hidden families were just a group of exiled and downtrodden immortal cultivators. How many people are there in your Xiantian sect now? What is the cultivation level of the strongest one? Yu Zihong asked. He needed to understand the strength of Xiantian sect. We only have less than 100 people left, most of them are in the chi refining stage, only a few are in the foundation establishment stage, and the strongest is our elder, who is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, but he is approaching the end of his life and has not taken action for many years. The man in white shirt answered truthfully. The peak of the foundation building stage? Yu Zihong sneered in his heart. This kind of cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of him. He still has more than 600 attribute points that are not being used. Where is your base on Earth? What is your purpose in controlling the Meng family? Yu Zihong continued to ask. The man in white shirt hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. If he told the location of the stronghold, it would be like betraying the sect, but if he didn't tell it, he would probably die immediately. Finally, he gave an address in the suburbs of Jinling City. He knew that he had no choice. Yu Zihong wrote down the address and asked some basic questions about the world of immortal cultivation. The man in white answered them one by one, not daring to hide anything. Through the narration of the man in white, Yu Zihong had a preliminary understanding of the world of immortal cultivation. The world of immortal cultivation was much more vast and complex than he had imagined. There were countless sects, countless powerful people, countless opportunities, and countless dangers. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It seems that my previous vision was too narrow. Yu Zihong sighed inwardly. He originally thought that he had stood at the top of the world, but now it seems that he is just a drop in the ocean. He looked at the man in white and said calmly, "I will verify what you said. If I find out that you lied, I will make you live a life worse than death." Although his voice was calm, it was filled with cold, murderous intent. I dare not, what I said is true. I would never dare to lie to you," the man in white shirt said hurriedly, his body trembling even more violently. Yu Zihong nodded. He believed that the man in white shirt would not dare to lie to him. He stood up and prepared to leave. "Wait," the man in white shirt suddenly called him, with a hint of pleading in his voice. "Is there anything else?" Yu Zihong turned around and asked. Can you let me go? I can do things for you. I can tell you everything I know, including the secrets of Xiantian sect and the secrets of the world of immortal cultivation. I can also help you find cultivation resources, as long as you spare my life." The man in white begged. Yu Zihong looked at him and said coldly, "Do you think you are still useful? Do you think I would trust someone who betrayed the sect?" The man in white was suddenly speechless and his face turned pale. Yu Zihong ignored him and turned to leave the basement. The Kunlun Mountains tower up into the sky, with rolling peaks shrouded in mist. The mountains are covered with towering ancient trees, and the occasional bird calls and animal roars add to the mystery. Yu Zihong shuttled between the mountains and hills with his light and agile movements and extremely fast speed. He followed the route provided by the man in white, first flew to Kunlun Mountain, and then headed west, looking for the Xiantian sect stronghold on Earth. After several hours of trekking, he finally came to a hidden valley. The entrance to the valley was blocked by a dense forest and could not be found without detailed route instructions. Yu Zihong pushed aside the branches and walked into the valley carefully. Suddenly, the view in front of him opened up. There was actually a small palace in the valley, hidden in the green trees. The palace was built on the mountain. Although it was a bit simple, it was quite imposing with its flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted buildings. Is this the base of Xiantian sect? Yu Zihong looked at the palace in front of him and thought to himself. He could feel that there was a faint spiritual fluctuation around the palace. He approached the palace cautiously, his mind highly focused. He found that there was a simple spirit gathering array around the palace, which slowly gathered the surrounding spiritual energy into the palace. Yu Zihong stepped into the formation and immediately felt that the spiritual energy around him was denser than that outside. He opened the system panel and found that his attributes were indeed growing faster in the spirit gathering formation. This spirit gathering array is a good thing. Yu Zihong was delighted and decided to set up a similar array in his villa when he returned to Jinling. He walked into the palace and found that it was indeed empty. The furnishings inside were very simple, even crude. There was nothing else except a few cushions, tables and chairs. There was no decoration on the walls either, just simple stone walls. It seems that these downtrodden immortal cultivators also lead a very hard life. Yu Zihong sighed inwardly. According to the prisoner's explanation, they usually scatter around the world in search of resources. In this palace, only the elders in the foundation establishment stage are in seclusion now. He searched everywhere in the palace and finally found a secret room at the back of the palace. The door of the secret room was made of a huge stone slab with a smooth surface and some strange runes engraved on it. These runes flickered with a faint light. Yu Zihong studied the runes. Although he didn't know much about formations and restrictions, there were some basic introductions in Xian Tianju. These restrictions were not difficult. He tried to inject spiritual energy into the runes and guide the flow of spiritual energy in a specific order and rhythm. The stone slab slowly opened with a creaking sound, revealing a deep passage. This should be the Xiantian sect's treasure house, or a treasure room is more appropriate. Yu Zihong thought to himself. He could feel a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the passage. He walked into the passage, walked along it for a while, and soon reached the end. A stone room appeared in front of him. The stone room was not big, but there were several wooden shelves inside. Some items were neatly placed on the wooden shelves, emitting a faint light. Yu Zihong walked forward and took a closer look. He found that there were some low-level spiritual stones, elixirs and exercises on the wooden shelf, which was a considerable gain for Yu Zihong now. The spiritual stone was light green, crystal clear, and emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. The pills were placed in some small porcelain bottles, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. The skills were some yellowed ancient books, the paper was a little brittle, and it was filled with densely packed small characters. Good stuff, especially these spirit stones and elixirs. It seems that I will make continuous breakthroughs. Yu Zihong was secretly excited. He collected all the spiritual stones, elixirs, and techniques on the wooden shelf, and felt so happy. Chapter 34 Chapter 31 1 Shen Mengyao equals 50 Yu Zihong? The secret room is filled with spiritual energy. Yu Zihong sat cross-legged, with the spiritual stones looted from the Xiantian sect's treasury floating in front of him. As he practiced the Xianyuanju, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones was absorbed into his body like a thread, transformed into pure spiritual power, and flowed through his meridians. In his dantian, a vortex of spiritual energy spun rapidly, and every rotation strengthened his aura. Snap! A slight cracking sound was heard. That was the sound of the realm barrier being broken. Qi refining level 3. Qi refining level 4. Qi refining level 9. The light of the spirit stone gradually dimmed, and finally turned into powder. He swallowed all the pills, and the medicinal power dissolved and nourished his limbs. When the power of the last pill was completely absorbed, Yu Zihong slowly opened his eyes gleaming with brilliance. He felt the surging power in his body, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The 9th level of Qi refining. This feeling is really good. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt relaxed all over and every cell in his body was full of energy. Then he slowly walked out of the secret room and came to the basement where the man in white was imprisoned. The man in white shirt was still hanging in the air, but his injuries had healed a lot, and he obviously had some self-healing skills. He heard footsteps, slowly raised his head, and saw Yu Zihong, with a trace of fear in his eyes. "You, what are you doing here again?" His voice was weak and trembling. Yu Zihong did not answer, but just looked at him quietly, with a powerful aura emanating from him. When the man in white felt this breath, his face turned pale instantly and his body began to tremble violently. You broke through? How is this possible? It's only been a few days?" His voice was hoarse and full of disbelief. "A few days?" Yu Zihong smiled faintly. "What do you think cultivation is? Is it just playing house?" He walked up to the man in white and looked down at him. "Now, I'll ask you again, what are the strengths of those foundation-building elders of Xiantian sect? Don't try to hide it, otherwise, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." The man in white shirt looked at Yu Zihong's cold eyes, and the last bit of hope in his heart was shattered. He knew that if he dared to conceal it again, he would probably die without a burial place. I said, he said quickly, "there are 3 elders in Xiantian sect, all of them are in the foundation building stage. The first elder is in the late foundation building stage, and the other 2 are in the middle foundation building stage. They are very strong, but they are definitely not your opponents." He carefully observed Yu Zihong's expression, fearing that he might say something wrong. Yu Zihong nodded, thinking to himself. He was in the late stage of foundation building, 1 realm higher than himself, but he had the blessing of the system, and his attribute points could be infinitely stacked, so he might not be without the ability to fight. "I still have more than 600 attribute points that I haven't used yet." "Very good," he said calmly, "you are sensible." He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked back at the man in white. "By the way, what is your name?" The man in white was stunned for a moment and said quickly, my name is Bai Chen. Bai Chen, Yu Zihan repeated it, then turned and left the basement. Jinling, Shen family villa. Shen Mengyao has fully recovered. She is wearing a light and elegant dress, sitting on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a magazine. The sunlight shines through the French windows onto her, giving her a golden halo, making her look even more beautiful. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Yu Zihang walking in with a happy smile on her face. Zihang, you're back. She put down the magazine and stood up to greet him. Yu Zihang looked at her, his eyes full of tenderness. Well, I'm back. How is your health? I'm completely fine now. Look, am I more beautiful now than before? Shen Mengyao said with a smile, and turned around in front of him. Yu Zihang looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. Yes, my Mengyao will always be the most beautiful. He walked forward and gently held her in his arms. Shen Mengyao snuggled in his arms, feeling his warm embrace, her heart filled with happiness and sweetness. Zihang, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid her voice choked with sobs and she couldn't continue. Yu Zihang patted her back gently and comforted her. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Do we need to say thank you? But the reason you were able to save your life is because I taught you the skills before. Therefore, not only did you save your life, but your physical fitness also increased significantly. Shen Mengyao raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of surprise. Transmitting power? Improving physical fitness? What's going on? Yu Zihang smiled and told her the details of the cultivation. Of course, he still kept some core secrets of the system to himself. He explained attribute sharing to Shen Mengyao through power transmission. Shen Mengyao was stunned after hearing his story. She could never have imagined that there were such magical things in this world. Zihang, is what you said true? Can you really become an immortal? Her voice was trembling, full of disbelief. Yu Zihang nodded. Of course it is true, look. He stretched out his hand, palm up, and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. The flame danced and emitted a burning breath. Shen Mengyao looked at the flames with shock in her eyes. She knew that Yu Zihang had not lied to her. Zihang, then, can I also cultivate immortality? A hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Yu Zihang smiled and said, of course, I will teach you Shen Tianju. He taught Shen Mengyao the practice methods of a Shen Tianju in detail. Shen Mengyao followed his instructions, sat cross-legged, and began to try to practice. To her surprise, she soon felt the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and successfully introduced it into her body. I succeeded. I felt angry, she said excitedly. Yu Zihang looked at her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Shen Mengyao talent was so high and she could feel the energy so quickly. He opened the system panel and checked Shen Mengyao attributes. Name, Shen Mengyao. Spiritual root, water attribute spiritual root. Cultivation, Qi refining level 1. Yu Zihang, who had a water attributed spiritual root, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's wrong? What is a spiritual root? Shen Mengyao asked in confusion. Yu Zihang explained, spiritual roots are the talents of cultivators, which are divided into 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each attribute is divided into 5 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and heavenly spiritual roots. Heavenly spiritual roots are the best spiritual roots, and the cultivation speed is 10 times that of low-grade spiritual roots. He looked at Shen Mengyao, with a flash of envy and even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. And I, not only have the worst low-grade spiritual roots, but also a mixed 5-element spiritual root. My cultivation speed is pitifully slow, about 1/50th of your speed. At this point, Yu Zihang couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He had practiced hard for so many days before, but when he caught Bai Chen, he had just reached the 2nd level of Qi training. In the past few days, he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training, all thanks to spirit stones and pills. Now that the spirit stones and pills were used up, he could only upgrade at a snail's pace in the future. Shen Mengyao looked at his depressed expression and couldn't help laughing. Zihang, you are already very good, don't be discouraged. She held his hand and said softly, I will practice hard, and I will protect you in the future. Yu Zihang looked at her serious expression and felt a warm feeling in his heart. It would be great if I could find some magical dual cultivation technique in the future so that you can lead me to success. Yu Zihang expressed his wish with great longing, and at the same time gave Shen Mengyao an ambiguous look. I hate what you are saying. Shen Mengyao blushed immediately. Chapter 35 Chapter 32 The dragon has a reverse scale, touching it means death. In Jinling, Yu Zihan's villa, the atmosphere is warm. Shen Mengyao snuggled in Yu Zihan's arms, and the two whispered and looked forward to the future. Suddenly, a strong aura descended without warning and enveloped the villa. This aura was far stronger than Bai Yichen's, and it brought a suffocating sense of oppression. Yu Zihan's face changed, knowing that it was the Shintian Sect's foundation building elder who came. He protected Shen Mengyao behind him with a sharp look in his eyes. "Who are you, you rat? Get out here, you hiding your head and showing your tail." Yu Zihang shouted coldly, his voice containing spiritual power, like a loud thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard of the villa. He was an old man in a grey Taoist robe, with white hair and a youthful face, a thin body, but his eyes were bright and sparkling. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly, and every step seemed to step on people's heartbeats, making people palpitate. "Youngster, you are the one who destroyed our Shintian Sect's affiliated family and killed our people?" The old man spoke in a hoarse and low voice, questioning and angry. Yu Zihang looked at him and felt the powerful spiritual power fluctuations from him. He was alert in his heart, but his face remained calm. "So what?" A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes. He didn't expect Yu Zihang to be so calm when facing him. He used his spiritual sense to scan Yu Zihang and explore his cultivation. The 9th level of qi refining? The old man frowned slightly, with doubt in his eyes. He couldn't believe that in a place like Earth, there were actually natives who could cultivate to the 9th level of qi refining on their own. Could they be geniuses? No, this spiritual power fluctuation, why is it so mixed? The old man's face suddenly changed, and he finally found the problem. Although Yu Zihang's spiritual power was strong, it was mixed, with all 5 elements, and each attribute was very weak. You have mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements? And you are low grade? The old man's voice trembled, full of disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that a low-grade qualification of mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements could cultivate to the 9th level of qi refining in a place like Earth where the spiritual energy is so scarce. This is simply a fantasy. You used up all those spirit stones and elixirs? The old man suddenly thought of something, his face instantly turned pale, and he roared, his voice full of anger and heartache. He originally thought that Yu Zihang was a disciple of a hidden family, with a strong background and resources, as well as an astonishing talent, which allowed him to improve his cultivation so quickly. But now it seems that he was completely wrong. Yu Zihang was just an ordinary person who got lucky. The reason why he could cultivate to the 9th level of qi refining was entirely due to the accumulation of spirit stones and elixirs. Those spirit stones and elixirs were the last treasure of Shintian Sect, which they had prepared to keep for their survival when the end was near. Now, they were wasted by Yu Zihang, a loser. "So what?" Yu Zihang said calmly, having guessed the truth from the old man's reaction. You damn waste, how dare you waste the treasures of our Shintian Sect?" "I want," the old man roared, and his aura suddenly burst out, and a powerful pressure pressed towards Yu Zihang. Before he finished speaking, his spiritual sense swept across the entire villa. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Shen Mengyao, and a greedy light instantly burst out in his eyes. This is, the water-attributed spiritual root." Old man's voice trembled, full of ecstasy, and she was still a virgin. This is an excellent furnace tripod." He stared at Shen Mengyao intently, as if he had seen a rare treasure. His original anger was instantly replaced by ecstasy. The so-called furnace tripod refers to a woman with a special physique or spiritual root. Through special techniques, practicing with her can greatly improve your cultivation and even break through bottlenecks. And a virgin with a water-attributed spiritual root is the best among the furnace tripods, which is hard to come by. The old man never thought that he would encounter such a top-quality furnace in a place like Earth where the spiritual energy is scarce. This is simply a godsend. Ha! God really helped me to have this furnace. Not only can I break through to the golden core stage, I can even hope to reach the nascent soul stage. The old man laughed loudly towards the sky, his eyes full of greed and madness. He looked at Shen Mengyao and walked towards her step by step, completely ignoring Yu Zihang's presence. "Little girl, just follow me obediently, I will let you enjoy endless happiness and make you the best among men." The old man's voice was hoarse with a hint of temptation. Shen Mengyao looked at the old man's greedy eyes, her heart filled with fear and disgust. She tightly grasped Yu Zihang's arm, her body trembling slightly. "Zihang." Her voice trembled and was full of helplessness. Yu Zihang sensed Shen Mengyao's fear and was furious. He looked at the old man with murderous intent in his eyes. Old thing, if you dare to touch a hair on her head, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yu Zihong roared, his voice full of murderous intent. As soon as he thought about it, 600 attribute points were instantly added to his strength. Strength, 1402. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 16. Charisma, 30. Luck, 100. Destiny child. Remaining attribute points, 44 points. A powerful force instantly filled his body, and Yu Zihong felt as if he had been reborn and possessed infinite power. He stomped his feet suddenly, the ground cracked instantly, and he rushed towards the old man like a cannonball. The old man who was looking for death saw that Yu Zihong dared to attack him, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand casually, and a spiritual power barrier appeared in front of him. In his opinion, Yu Zihong was just a junior in the chi refining stage and it was impossible for him to break through his spiritual power barrier. However, the next moment, the contempt on his face froze instantly. Bang! With a loud bang, Yu Zihong's fist slammed hard on the spiritual barrier. The spiritual power barrier shattered in an instant and dissipated into tiny points of light. How could this be possible? The old man's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. A young man in the chi refining stage actually shattered his spiritual power barrier with one punch. Old thing, go to hell! Yu Zihong roared and rushed towards the old man again. This time, he was faster and stronger. The old man's face changed drastically, and he finally realized that he had underestimated the enemy. He quickly mobilized all his spiritual power and wanted to fight back. However, it was too late. Yu Zihong punched out, hitting the old man in the chest. Puff! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but found that his dantian had been shattered by Yu Zihong's punch, and all his cultivation was wasted. You dare to destroy my cultivation? His voice was hoarse, full of despair and resentment. Yu Zihong didn't say anything. He walked up to the old man and looked down at him. Originally, I wanted to spare your life and force you to tell me some things, but now, I have changed my mind. He said lightly that daring to set his sights on Shen Mangyao had completely touched his reverse scale. He stretched out his hand and slapped the old man on the head. No, you can't kill me. I am the elder of Xiantian sect. If you kill me, Xiantian sect will not let you go. The old man shouted in horror. Xiantian sect? Ha, I will go find them myself. Yu Zihong sneered and his palm fell. Bang! With a dull thud, the old man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white objects splattered all over the ground. Yu Zihong looked at the old man's body without a trace of pity in his eyes. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself, especially when the other party is coveting your lover. He decided to go to Kunlun Mountain again immediately. This time, he wants to completely solve the hidden danger of Xiantian sect. Chapter 36 Chapter 33 Bloodbath of Xiantian sect. Jinling, Yu Zihong's villa. There was still a faint smell of blood in the air, which was the trace left by the elders of Xiantian sect. Yu Zihong was preparing to set off for Kunlun Mountain to completely eliminate the threat of Xiantian sect. Zihong, that. Shen Mangyao hesitated and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. What's wrong, Mangyao? Yu Zihong turned around and looked at her in confusion. Shen Mangyao pointed at the old man's body on the ground and reminded in a low voice, could there be something good on him? Yu Zihong slapped his head and just remembered this. In the world of immortal cultivation, killing people to rob treasures is a common practice. He walked to the old man's body and began to search. Soon, he found a simple-looking ring on the old man's shriveled finger. The entire ring is dark silver in color, with some mysterious patterns carved on it, faintly emitting faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Is this a storage ring? Yu Zihong's mind moved. He remembered that the jade slip he got from the Xiantian sect's treasure room mentioned this kind of treasure from the world of immortal cultivation. He tried to inject spiritual power into the ring, and suddenly, a space of about 1 cubic meter appeared in his perception. A large number of items are neatly arranged in the space. The first thing that caught my eye was a pile of spirit stones that were gleaming with a faint light. There were thousands of them. Next to it were some jade bottles filled with various elixirs, emitting a strong medicinal aroma. Yu Zihong picked up a jade bottle, uncorked it, and a refreshing aroma filled his nose. He poured out a pill and observed it carefully. The pill is light green in color, with a few shallow lines on the surface, and looks quite extraordinary. This is foundation building pill? Yu Zihang's eyes flashed with surprise. He had seen the introduction of foundation building pill in those jade slips. This is a precious pill that can help chi refining stage cultivators break through to the foundation building stage. I didn't expect that this old man had such a good thing. In addition to spirit stones and elixirs, there are also some jade slips containing exercises and some miscellaneous materials in the storage ring. Yu Zihang was excited to have made a fortune. With these resources, he could quickly improve his cultivation. He looked at Shen Mengyao, smiled and said, "Mengyao, you are really my lucky star." Shen Mengyao smiled slightly, a little embarrassed. "I'm just guessing." Yu Zihang nodded and continued to count the items in the storage ring. After the inventory, he found that the resources in this storage ring were much richer than those in the previous Xiantian sect stronghold. It seems that this old guy has a high status in Xiantian sect, Yu Zihang thought to himself. He looked at the storage ring in his hand and made a decision. "Mengyao, I decided to retreat for a while, break through to the foundation building stage, and then go to Kunlun Mountain," he said to Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao was a little worried, but is it dangerous? Otherwise, should we call the police? Yu Zihang shook his head. It's useless. The police can't deal with immortal cultivators. Moreover, the hidden danger of Xiantian sect must be completely solved, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Don't worry, I will be fine. You stay at home and wait for me to come back. He sent Shen Mengyao back to her room and told her not to go out. Then he went into the secret room of the villa alone and began to meditate. He sat cross-legged, took out the spirit stones and pills from his storage ring, and began to practice. As he practiced the Xian Yuan Ju, the spiritual energy in the spirit stone rushed into his body frantically, transformed into pure spiritual power, and flowed through his meridians. He swallowed the pills one by one, and the medicinal power dissolved, nourishing his limbs and bones, breaking through the bottleneck of the foundation building period. As time passed, Yu Zihang's aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, after using up all the spirit stones and elixirs, the spiritual power in his body reached a critical point. Boom! A loud noise came from his body. In the dantian, the originally gaseous spiritual power began to liquefy and eventually condensed into a golden droplet. Successful foundation building. Yu Zihang slowly opened his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He felt the surging spiritual power in his body, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Foundation building stage. Is this what it feels like to be in the foundation building stage? It is indeed much stronger. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt relaxed all over and every cell in his body was full of energy. He opened the system panel and checked his properties. Strength, 2804. Constitution, 400. Agility, 400. Spirit, 32. Charisma, 60. Luck, 100. Destiny Child. Remaining attribute points, 44 points. Sure enough, after building the foundation, the attributes doubled again. Yu Zihang felt excited. He already knew when he read those jade slips that the strength would double when breaking through the foundation. He walked out of the secret room without disturbing Shen Mengyao, left the villa alone and headed straight for Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountains, the stronghold of Xiantian sect. Yu Zihang stood at the entrance of the valley, looking at the palace hidden in the green trees. He did not hide his figure, but strode directly towards the palace. Who? At the palace gate, two disciples of Xiantian sect discovered them, immediately drew their swords and shouted loudly. Yu Zihang didn't even bother to look at them. He just waved his hand and two streams of spiritual power shot out. Puff! The two disciples didn't even have time to scream before they were hit by the spiritual power and fell to the ground dead. Yu Zihang walked into the palace and had a smooth journey. He did not rush into a killing spree, but instead used his spiritual sense to search for the location of the elders of Xiantian sect. Soon, he discovered three powerful auras in a secret room deep in the palace. 3 foundation building stages, 2 in the early stages, and 1 in the middle stage, Yu Zihang thought to himself. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneer. He walked silently to the door of the secret room and kicked the stone door open. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone door shattered into pieces. Inside the secret room, 3 elders of Xiantian sect were meditating and practicing, and were startled by the sudden loud noise. Who? They opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the door. There was a young man looking at them with a sneer on his face. It's you. The three elders recognized Yu Zihan and their faces suddenly changed. After the treasure house was stolen, several people came out of seclusion and checked the surveillance. So they recognized Yu Zihan at a glance. Boy, you actually dare to come here to die, the leading elder in the middle stage of foundation building roared. To die? Yu Zihan smiled disdainfully. Just you? He flashed and instantly appeared in front of an elder in the early stage of foundation building and punched him. Bang! With a dull thud, the elder was hit by Yu Zihan's punch before he could even react. He flew backwards, hit the wall, spit out blood, and died on the spot. The third. The other two elders cried out in shock, their eyes bloodshot. Boy, you're looking for death. They attacked Yu Zihan at the same time. Ha, this is interesting. Yu Zihan sneered. He did not dodge, but went straight to meet it. Bang bang bang. A series of collision sounds were heard. Yu Zihan was fighting 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all. How could this be possible? The two elders became more and more frightened as they fought. They could never have imagined that Yu Zihan's strength was so powerful. Your strength really disappoints me. Yu Zihan shook his head, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He decided not to waste any more time and to use all his strength. Die! He roared and threw out both fists. Bang bang! With two dull thuds, the two elders flew backwards at the same time, fell heavily to the ground, and vomited blood. They struggled to stand up, but found that their dantian had been shattered by Yu Zihan, and all their cultivation was wasted. You actually destroyed our cultivation? Their voices were hoarse, filled with despair and resentment. Yu Zihan didn't say anything. He walked up to the two elders and looked down at them. He wanted to kill them right away, but suddenly, he stopped. Killing them seems too easy for them. But how can I use them to gain more attribute points? Yu Zihan thought to himself. He looked at the two elders and fell into deep thought. Chapter 37 Chapter 34 A plan comes to mind. Yu Zihan looked at the elders of Xiantian's sect who were lying on the ground like two puddles of mud, his eyes flickering. A thought flashed through his mind. Since you can get a rebate by slapping someone in the face with money, what about slapping someone in the face with spirit stones? He squatted down and tapped the cheek of one of the elders with his fingers, his voice cold. Tell me the contact information of all the disciples of Xiantian sect, as well as their detailed information, cultivation background. No one can be left out. The elder's body trembled, his eyes filled with fear, and he shook his head with difficulty. No, this is a sect secret, I can't tell. Yu Zihan sneered, raised his hand slowly, and a ray of spiritual power gathered at his fingertips, emitting a dangerous aura. Secret? There are no secrets in front of me. Do you not want to tell me, or do you want to experience the feeling of having your bones crushed again? Seeing this, another elder hurriedly said, I said, don't do it. He struggled to sit up, took out a jade slip from his arms, and handed it to Yu Zihan with trembling hands. This is the sect's roster, which contains the information of all the disciples. Yu Zihan took the jade slip, probed into it with his spiritual sense, and quickly browsed the contents. He found that the jade slip not only recorded the names of the disciples, their cultivation levels, and contact information, but also their family backgrounds, personality traits, and even some unknown secrets. Very good. Yu Zihan nodded with satisfaction, but he did not stop there. He looked at the elder in the middle stage of foundation building and asked, in addition to this, is there any more detailed information? For example, the skills they are good at, the bottleneck of cultivation, and what they most desire to get. The elder's face turned pale. He knew that Yu Zihan must have some bad intentions, but he didn't dare to resist. After a little thought, the two elders looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. The next moment, they began to take turns telling Yu Zihan everything they knew about the disciples of Xiantian sect. Li Qing, Qi refining level 7, is good at fire-based techniques, but he has recently encountered a bottleneck in his practice and has been unable to break through. Wang Meng, Qi refining level 8, was born into a family of immortal cultivators, but his family resources were limited, and he had always longed to obtain a foundation building pill. Zhao Shui, who is at the 6th level of Qi refining, has an arrogant personality, but she longs for recognition from others and has always wanted to possess a powerful magic weapon. The two elders spoke for more than 2 hours before they finished telling all the information they knew. Yu Zihan listened very carefully and memorized all the information firmly in his mind. He brought the 3 captives back to the Shen family villa and told Mr. Shen about the plan. After hearing this, Mr. Shen was shocked at first and then excited. He immediately used the resources of the Shin family to prepare for a special auction. This auction was not open to the public, but only to cultivators. In fact, it was a carefully designed scheme by Yu Zihang. Except for the Xiantian sect disciples, all the other cultivators who came were arranged as agents. He disguised some ordinary medicinal materials, rare stones, porcelain, etc. as natural treasures, elixirs and magical instruments, and smeared them with crushed spiritual stone powder to create an illusion of overwhelming spiritual energy. Those Xiantian sect disciples were only at the qi refining stage and couldn't tell the real from the fake. After everything was ready, Yu Zihang asked the three elders to post a message in the Xiantian sect's internal group. He first asked the middle stage foundation building elder to send a voice message in the group. Attention all Xiantian sect disciples, there will be a special auction in Jinling in 3 days. There will be a large number of rare natural treasures, elixirs, and magical instruments. This is a great opportunity for you to improve your strength. You must participate. As soon as this message came out, the group was quiet for a few seconds, and then it exploded. What? An auction? Or something about cultivating immortals? A disciple named Li Qing was the first to ask. Is this true? Elder, you are kidding, right? Another disciple named Wang Meng asked immediately. This is too sudden, right? How come we have never heard of it? A female disciple named Zhao Shui also expressed her doubts. The disciples were discussing the matter, full of doubts and confusion, and all kinds of news kept appearing on the screen. The middle stage foundation building elder took a deep breath and continued to speak in the group according to the words Yu Zihang had taught him in advance. I know you have a lot of questions, but please believe me, this auction is absolutely real. In fact, there have always been some hidden immortal cultivation families on Earth. They have powerful strength and abundant resources, but they have always been hidden in the dark and unknown to outsiders. This auction was held by these families to recruit talents. They hope to find some young people with potential and talent, train them, and expand their power. He paused for a moment and added, the items in this auction are all treasures that these families have treasured for many years. They will be of great help to your cultivation. You must seize this opportunity and bid for as many useful items as possible. This will be an important turning point in your path to immortality. The elders in the early stage of foundation building also chimed in, yes, everyone, don't miss this opportunity. I heard that this auction is specially held for qi refining disciples, and there will be all kinds of natural treasures that can help you. Another elder in the early stage of foundation building also agreed, yes, it is said that there are all kinds of magic weapons, skills, elixirs, everything is available. You must prepare well and try to take pictures of the treasures you like. The three elders took turns to promote the auction in the group, portraying it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and a stage that could change one's destiny. As the disciples looked at the news released by the elders, the doubts in their hearts gradually dissipated, replaced by excitement and anticipation. I'm going to take a picture of a powerful magic weapon, so that those who look down on me will look at me with new eyes, Zhao Shui also said excitedly. I want to go too. I want to take pictures of some rare treasures that can help me break through the bottleneck. Li Qing also made up his mind. More and more disciples in the group expressed their desire to participate in the auction. They were eager to try, hoping to gain something from this auction. One of the disciples, named Wang Meng, privately sent a message to the elder in the middle stage of foundation building. Elder, are the items in this auction really all treasures? I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and urgently need a foundation building pill. I wonder if I can get it this time. The middle stage foundation building elder looked at the message sent by Wang Meng, and his expression became extremely complicated. He was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He knew that these things were false, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, let alone disobey Yu Zihang's order. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety, and replied, of course it's true. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize it. As for the foundation building pill, it may appear at this auction, but whether you can get it depends on your luck and financial resources. Remember, you must do your best and don't leave any regrets. He deliberately emphasized the tone of the 4 words do your best. Great. Wang Meng replied excitedly, I will definitely do my best. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Seeing Wang Meng's excited reply, the middle stage foundation building elder felt mixed emotions. He didn't know what the consequences of this auction would eventually be, but he had no choice. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yu Zihang, who was standing beside him with a playful smile on his face. Deep fear flashed in his eyes. Chapter 38 Chapter 35 Extremely mocking, Yu Zihang is going to be the villain today. 3 days passed like a flash. In the suburbs of Jinling, the Shen family's secret manor was decorated with lights and colors, and was magnificently decorated. Deep in the manor, a spacious hall was transformed into an auction venue. The crystal chandelier emitted a soft light, and the precious mahogany tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Several antique calligraphy and paintings were hung on the walls, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. Mr. Shen stood on the stage, looking energetic. He was wearing a dark blue tang suit, which made him look more majestic. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. I, Shen Wanjun, am honored to be the host of this auction." He paused, looked around the audience, and continued, "I believe you have all heard that this auction is jointly held by several secluded immortal cultivation families. These families have a long history and profound heritage. They usually live in seclusion, concentrate on cultivation, and do not care about worldly affairs. But now, in order to cope with the upcoming great changes in the world, they have decided to come out, recruit talents, and expand their power. This auction is an opportunity they give you. Here, you will have the opportunity to see all kinds of rare natural treasures, elixirs, and even legendary magic weapons and techniques. These things are treasures that have been collected by those hidden families for many years. Each one is priceless and has immeasurable help for your cultivation. This auction is not only to make good connections, but also to prove their strength to everyone. After the auction, the major families will openly recruit new members." Mr. Shen's words were full of ups and downs, and were very contagious. Offstage, the disciples of Xiantian sect listened to his bold words, looked at the luxurious decoration, and smelled the faint spiritual energy in the air. Each of them was overwhelmed with excitement. Their lineage has been trapped on Earth for hundreds of years. The rare treasures in the Xiantian sect were all the assets they brought with them from their original lives. It is extremely difficult for ordinary disciples to get some materials for cultivation on a daily basis, so they are extremely excited at this moment, rubbing their hands, and preparing to do a big job. However, just as everyone was immersed in beautiful fantasies about the future, an abrupt voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. "TSK, these are the disciples of Xiantian sect? Why do they all look like country bumpkins who have never seen the world?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking up to the stage. It was Yu Zihang. He was wearing a white casual suit, which was out of place in this solemn occasion. He had a cynical smile on his face, and his eyes were full of contempt and ridicule. "You look so poor, are you worthy enough to attend the auction? Look at your eyes that have never seen the world, you are just a bunch of poor guys," Yu Zihang said bluntly, his voice full of contempt. When the disciples of Xiantian sect heard this, their faces turned pale and they all glared at him. Although they were angry, they did not dare to get angry easily because the other party was from a hidden family. This fellow Taoist, please be careful with your words," a disciple of Xiantian sect said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. "Be careful with your words? Ha ha ha," Yu Zihang laughed up to the sky, "isn't what I said the truth? Look at yourselves, who of you looks like you can take out a spirit stone? I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible, don't embarrass yourself here." His words were like adding fuel to the fire, completely enraging the disciples of Xiantian sect. You are going too far." A young disciple could no longer bear it and roared. "Bullying too much? I am bullying you, what can you do?" Yu Zihang sneered, his eyes full of provocation. "You?" The disciple was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't dare to do anything. "Okay, stop arguing." Seeing this, Mr. Shen hurried out to smooth things over. "Everyone, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. The auction is about to begin, so let's focus on the auction items." He glared at Yu Zihang, signaling him to restrain himself. Yu Zihang shrugged, looking indifferent. Mr. Shen shook his head helplessly, then walked to the front of the stage and picked up a tray covered with a red cloth. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction of the first item will begin now." He lifted the red cloth, revealing a Ganoderma lucidum. This Ganoderma lucidum is as big as a wash basin. It is purple-red all over, covered with fine lines on the surface, and exudes a faint spiritual energy. This is a 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum, a natural treasure that grows in extremely in places. It has the effect of improving cultivation and prolonging life. The starting price is 10 spirit stones, Mr. Shen said loudly. The disciples of Xiantian sect looked at the Ganoderma lucidum with their eyes widened and their breathing became rapid. They really felt the overwhelming spiritual energy. It turns out that this is what the natural treasures are like. Before they came, They were worried that they didn't have the ability to identify the treasures, but now they are all relieved. I want 10 spirit stones, the disciples shouted impatiently. 11. 12 pieces. Bidding sounds continued and prices soared. Yu Zihang suddenly asked for 50 yuan and directly raised the price by a large margin. Everyone was stunned and looked at him. What? You poor fellows, can't afford the price? Yu Zihang sneered. With just this little spiritual stone, you want to buy 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma lucidum? It's really wishful thinking. You. The disciples of Xiantian sect gnashed their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing. They did not have many spirit stones on them. 60 yuan. A disciple gritted his teeth and shouted out a higher price. Yu Zihang raised the price again without hesitation, 100 yuan. You are deliberately raising the price, the disciple roared. So what? I am rich and I am willful. Yu Zihang said proudly, this kind of garbage is used to feed pigs in my family, and only you country bumpkins treat it as a treasure. However, I don't like you country bumpkins, I won't leave it for you even if I feed it to pigs. You, just wait, our Xiantian sect will not let you go. One of the disciples was so angry that he was shaking all over, pointing at Yu Zihang and said sternly. Xiantian sect? Ha, just a bunch of trash. Yu Zihang said disdainfully, if you have the guts, come and beat me up now. You, don't be so arrogant. Once you leave this door, I guarantee you won't live past tomorrow, another disciple said viciously. Yu Zihang looked at their angry expressions and felt secretly happy. As the auction items were pushed onto the stage one by one, Yu Zihang repeated his old tricks, constantly raising the prices and mocking them, raising the hatred level of the Xiantian sect disciples to an extremely high level. Finally, when a forged magic weapon was pushed onto the stage, a disciple named Li Qing could no longer bear it. Boy, you are going too far. He roared, and his spiritual power burst out. He was on the verge of losing control, but when he thought that this was the territory of a hidden family, he controlled himself. Ding, Li Qing's hatred towards the host has reached 60 points. The system prompt sounded in Yu Zihang's mind. Yu Zihang was in high spirits, thinking to himself, it's finally here. Chapter 39 Chapter 36 became a massive spiritual stone rebate. Yu Zihang looked at Li Qing with a playful smile on his face, not taking it seriously. As the auction continued, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Finally, the most anticipated foundation building pill is here. Old Master Shen carefully took out a jade bottle, which contained a foundation building pill. This foundation building pill is light green in color, with a few shallow lines on the surface, and exudes a rich spiritual energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final treasure of this auction, the foundation building pill. Old Master Shen said loudly, this foundation building pill was made by a master of alchemy from a hidden family. He spent decades of hard work and collected 9,981 kinds of rare medicinal materials to refine it. Taking this pill can 100% break through the foundation building stage and become a true immortal cultivator. His words were like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, causing huge waves. The Xiantian sect's disciples all opened their eyes wide and their breathing became rapid. The foundation building pill is actually a foundation building pill. 100% success rate? Are you serious? As expected of a secluded family, the one in our sect is said to only increase the probability by 40%. Oh my god, I must get it. This is a magic medicine that can change your destiny. The disciples were talking about it, and each of them was very excited. The starting price is 100 spirit stones, Mr. Shen announced. 110 yuan, a disciple shouted impatiently. 120 yuan. 150 yuan. Bidding sounds continued and prices soared. 200 yuan. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and shouted out a higher price. He looked at the foundation building pill with his eyes full of desire. He had been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for a long time and had been unable to break through. If he could get this foundation building pill, he would have the hope of breaking through to the foundation building stage and becoming a true immortal cultivator. Another disciple was not to be outdone, offering 250 yuan. Wang Mang raised the price again to 300 yuan. The price continued to rise and soon exceeded 500 spirit stones. Yu Zihang suddenly asked for 600 yuan and directly raised the price by a large margin. Everyone was stunned and looked at him. What? You poor fellows, can't afford the price again? Yu Zihang sneered, with just this little spiritual stone, you want to buy the foundation building pill? It's really wishful thinking. You. The disciples of Xiantian sect were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but they could do nothing. They really didn't have many spirit stones left. 650 yuan. Wang Mang gritted his teeth and shouted out a higher price. He looked at Yu Zihong, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Yu Zihong raised the price again without hesitation to 700 yuan. 750 yuan, Wang Mang almost shouted out. Yu Zihong remained calm despite the 800 yuan. 850 yuan. Wang Meng's voice was already trembling. 900 yuan, Yu Zihong said lightly. 950 yuan. Wang Meng's eyes were already red. Yu Zihong raised the price again to 1,000 yuan. Wang Mang almost used up all his strength to get the 1,050 yuan. Yu Zihong remained calm despite the 1,100 yuan. 1,150 yuan. Wang Meng's voice was hoarse. Yu Zihong paid the 1,200 yuan without hesitation. The price continued to rise and soon exceeded 2,000 spirit stones. 2,100 yuan. Wang Meng's voice already sounded somewhat desperate. 2,200 yuan, Yu Zihong said lightly. Wang Meng opened his mouth, but could not utter any more words. All the spirit stones on him have been used up. 2,300, 2,500, 3,000. Ha ha ha, a poor guy is a poor guy. When no one bid, Yu Zihong raised the price 3 times, and then laughed triumphantly. With just this little spiritual stone, you want to compete with me? You really overestimate your own abilities. Ding! Wang Meng's hatred towards the host has reached 80 points. The system prompt sounded in Yu Zihong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received 35,700 rebate spirit stones. Wang Meng alone contributed 20 times the rebate, and the small fry from the Xiantian sect who offered a price also made great contributions. Ding! Detected that the host's storage ring cannot store such a number of spirit stones, and has been automatically stored in the system space. Ding! System space has been opened. A series of prompt sounds made Yu Zihong ecstatic. System space? This is a good thing, he thought to himself. He looked at Wang Meng's desperate expression and felt a sense of pride in his heart. Since no one raises the price, this foundation establishment pill belongs to me, he said proudly. He walked to the front of the stage, ready to take the foundation building pill. Suddenly, he had an idea and added, wait, I'll add another 1,000 spirit stones. I'm rich and willful. I'm not like you, you're all poor. However, this time, the system did not give any prompts. Yu Zihong felt regretful. Oh, I should have added a little more. What a pity. He looked at Wang Meng's desperate expression and thought to himself, forget it, I've already made a lot of money, I'll look for another opportunity next time.